Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Before we gavel in, we just have a couple points. Before we begin today, I want to take a moment to remember House Division Officer Juan Rivas. Those have used, I think, the Independence Avenue door, or when I first started, he was a familiar face and friend in the Cannon building, who sadly passed away earlier this week. Really devastating news. Certainly has shaken the House community, and offer my sincerest condolences to his family, his friends, and his colleagues, his comrades. I know they've taken this pretty hard, as we should as well. So if you don't mind, we'll just start out with a bit of a silent moment. Just to offer up your individual silent prayers for him, and certainly for his family members. And thank you for that. And I want to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina who is just going to open us up in maybe a more formal prayer. So, okay. Don, please.
Let us pray. Lord, as we come together today, we lift up our chair and our ranking member and all of the committee members, the staff, and all of those who are gathered here today. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this opportunity for us to gather to discuss how we take care of the American people and beyond. I ask that you guide our path, and more specifically, our thoughts, our words, our actions, our deeds. Be with us as we work to navigate whatever comes our way. And above all, help us to continue to connect to your will as we work, and allow us to honor you and your service. It's these things we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thanks so much. So the meeting will come to order. We're meeting today to consider H.R. 8467, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024. I note that a quorum is present and that each member has before them copies of the material on our agenda today at their place on the rostrum. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee subject to the call of the chair at any point during this meeting. We will be recessing today for floor votes as they occur. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the committee's consideration of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2004. When I became chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I took seriously my mandate to protect our food supply and enhance the impact of our nation's agricultural value chain. Across each title of this bill are new and better tools and resources for our farmers and our rural communities. From production and processing to delivery and consumption, this bill strengthens the rural economy across every region, every state, and every congressional district. While a few armchair critics have gotten louder these last few weeks, aiming to divide the committee and fracture the process that brings about a bipartisan, bicameral farm bill, I believe it is important to focus on the substance of the legislation before us today. Over the past few decades, the farm safety net has lost its ability to protect those who are the backbone of our great nation. American farmers face natural disasters, take huge personal risks, and are at the whims of regulatory overreach. It's a privilege to deliver a farm bill that strengthens the risk mitigation measures available to producers, providing certainty in a time of volatility. The restoration of the farm safety net does come at a cost. I've spent a lot of time with the Congressional Budget Office and the Budget Committee to correct erroneous assumptions. The Budget Committee has been a terrific partner, and that work will continue to ensure that we not only do we correct those erroneous assessments, but we do so in a transparent, judicious manner that restores the farm safety net and integrity to current and future agricultural estimates. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act also provides historic long-term investments in conservation programming through a practical reinvestment of Inflation Reduction Act conservation dollars. Reorganizing these dollars allows substantial investment in the voluntary, locally led, and incentive-based conservation programs that are popular, flexible, and beneficial. As many of you know, the conservation portion of the IRA was not considered by this committee in 2021. Instead, $20 billion appeared once the bill moved to the Rules Committee. So today, the bill before us uses those dollars for a conservation program in Title II, something so important to this committee. Over the past few weeks, many have voiced concerns about a policy shift that both restores regular order and allows transformational investment in our low-income communities. For more than 40 years, updates to the Thrifty Food Plan were cost neutral. In 2021, President Biden unilaterally, intentionally, and according to GAO, unlawfully updated the market basket to no longer be cost neutral, resulting in a $256 billion addition to the Farm Bill baseline. The administration and my Democratic colleagues purport the update was science-based and transparent, and have even gone as far to say that no one can arbitrarily increase SNAP. However, Secretary Vilsack stood by his team as they did just that, through a rushed process devoid of thoroughness and filled with politics. The TFP update before us does not cater to any one side. It is a balanced approach, forward-looking, underscored by the need for Congress to reassert its authority. If the benefit must be increased beyond inflation, Congress must consider and execute. That's our job. Importantly, and as CBO recognizes, annual cost of living adjustments remain. So SNAP benefits will continue to rise and respond to inflation. Unfortunately, I've learned my Democratic colleagues were led to believe otherwise. So what does the bill before us do with CBO's assumption? An assumption that allows significant historic investments in the title of which has been intentionally ignored. Republicans are providing additional financial resources across multiple programs that have successfully benefited tribal communities, seniors, and households pursuing healthier options. Republicans are championing efforts for individuals to remain on their current career paths without choosing between SNAP and employment or education. Republicans are correcting a draconian, outdated policy option to now allow all individuals with past drug offenses to receive SNAP, aligning federal policy with the will of dozens of states across the nation. Republicans are increasing resources available to the Nutrition Assistance Program block grant for Puerto Rico and encouraging both USDA and Puerto Rico to continue to formulate a financially and operationally viable pathway towards a transition from block grant to SNAP. And Republicans are holding USDA and the states who administer SNAP accountable to the American taxpayer. In further efforts to disrupt the process, there's been talk about the movement of money across titles or the longstanding coalition of food and farm advocates. I assume it needs reminding of contemporary farm bills where farmers were stripped of billions of dollars in exchange for additional funds in nutrition, or where nutrition saw a 1% decrease in the deficit reduction exercise of 2014. Yet farmers had to face an astonishing 25% cut. So I have no shame transitioning available resources to the nearly unanimous bipartisan priorities shared by each of you and incorporated in this bill, including trade promotion, research, and various specialty crop programs. Each of the titles within this bill are supremely important to our rural communities, providing access to credit, streamlining policies to provide connectivity to the many, improving precision agriculture, encouraging active forest management, and enhancing forest health, creating access to energy systems and efficiency updates, protecting plant health and specialty crop competitiveness, and protecting livestock and poultry industry from catastrophic disease and the inside the Beltway animal welfare activists are each worthy topics and policies that demand strong consideration as this markup unfolds. I firmly believe the legislation before us today restores a robust rural economy, invests in America's farmers and ranchers and foresters, and bolsters every facet of American agriculture. And having seen the widespread support from the stakeholders across this country, I believe that we've achieved that goal. As I said last week, a farm bill has long been an example of consensus where both sides must take a step off the soapbox and have tough conversations. I do not draw red lines. I do not close the door to conversation. I could not have been clear throughout this process that I was willing to work with each one of you to find a pathway forward on this bill. I've been here, I've been transparent, and I've been fighting for American agriculture. Before I close, my appreciation to the staff on both sides of the aisle who have, for the most part, produced the bill text before you. Working in Washington is not easy, and you all have done a tremendous job of ignoring the noise and bringing to life the priorities of the members that you serve. And thank you for what you've done. And with that, I yield to the distinguished ranking member, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for whatever time he may consume.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are marking up a farm bill that undermines and hurts both our farmers and our American families. And here is why. First of all, this farm bill makes the largest financial cut to SNAP in 30 years. And they're doing it at a time of greatest need for this SNAP program to serve our American people. Listen to me carefully. Our nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says that this $30 billion cut generated by the Thrifty Food Plan change all come from SNAP benefits. $30 billion. This means that this legislation before us today ensures that $30 billion in SNAP benefits will not flow to low-income households with children, to our senior citizens, our American people with disabilities, our courageous veterans who fought many wars for us, our working parents, our caretakers who need the help the most with getting food. That is a fact. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why each of our experts that appeared before our recent China threat to agriculture hearing just a few weeks ago said to us that food is now a national security issue throughout our nation. 71% of SNAP benefits are in families with young children. This is a fact. And these facts alone are reason enough to vote against this terrible bill. But this bill does even more damage than just taking food away from families. It also takes much needed financial support away from our farmers. Now, we Democrats, we passed the largest climate investment in history, which is $19 billion in climate-smart conservation funding with IRA conservation money that protects the climate guardrails. And folks, protecting the climate guardrails is very popular to and for our veterans. And with them, they have told us that they want this and that they need this to help them with the climate. And it's not just being climate smart, it's being very business smart because it helps our farmers operate with more sustainability and with greater profitability. Ladies and gentlemen, farmers' most important resources are two things: the land and the climate. That's what produces our food. That's what produces the material for our clothing, for building our shelters. And they want and need to protect and improve and get a better understanding of the climate in order for our farmers to keep feeding us, sheltering us, and fueling us, and clothing us. And another tool that the Republicans are trying to take away from our farmers with this bill is the Commodity Credit Corporation, or the CCC. They want to take it away from the Secretary of Agriculture. Then when the pandemic hit, you all remember, it was the $31 billion in CCC money that helped our farmers. It helped connect the farmers and processors to get food commodities to hungry Americans. And when China's tariffs hit our farmers under former President Trump, started a trade war, it was the $28 million in CC money that helped our farmers unload surplus commodities and find new markets. And with this terrible bill before us today, the Republicans are trying to prohibit the future Secretary of Agriculture from using the CCC, the very tool that helps our farmers in those kinds of nightmare scenarios. I cannot and I will not support this bill. I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well. This bill is misguided, and in some aspects, it is mean-spirited when it comes from denying food to some of our lower-income households who need this food so desperately. And everyone knows that this bill will never become law. The Senate won't accept it, and the administration won't accept it. And while this bill is a giant misstep, it nevertheless begins our journey toward passing a farm bill. But there will be opportunities along this journey for Republicans to reconsider and turn away from this partisan path that they are currently taking us down. And I hope that that will be soon. And when my Republican friends are ready to return to the path of bipartisanship, which is the only path that leads to a successful farm bill, we Democrats will be there waiting for them to join with us Democrats, hand in hand and arm in arm. Folks, you know, I was born on a farm in Aner, South Carolina, on my grandparents' farm, Helen and Jim Burr's tobacco and cotton farm. I was raised around farmers, and I know that our farmers know that the only way we succeed is by us working together. We may not be there today, but we will get there for the sake of American agriculture, the sake of the American farmers, and the sake of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The bill H.R. 8467, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024 is now before this committee for consideration and without objection. A first reading of the bill will be waived, and it will be open for an amendment on a title-by-title basis, and after that for amendment at any point. I'd like to remind members that only amendments germane to the subject matter before us today shall be in order. No motion or proposition on a subject different than that under consideration shall be submitted under the color of the amendment. However, I now recognize myself to offer a manager's amendment to H.R. 8467, and copies have been distributed or in front of each member. This amendment includes only amendments that are technical in nature or to address scoring implications. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is waived. Does any member wish to speak on the manager's amendment? Okay, seeing none, and the amendment has been distributed. It is, yeah, it's in front. Okay, very good. The question is now on. We're done. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. The question is now on the manager's amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying no. Independent? No. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. Moving on to general debate, any member who wishes to speak on the bill will be recognized under the 5-minute rule. Do any members have remarks on the bill? And I was going to start basically on the dais. So I'll yield to Mr. Lucas for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While many of my colleagues on this committee might actually believe that I was here for the AAA Act of 1933, the first Agricultural Act, I was not. But I have had the honor of serving on this committee since May of 1994. And during that time, I've authored 1 farm bill, parts of 4 others. I've sat through 7 different farm bill markups. I've seen vetoes and veto overrides, partisanship, bipartisanship, regional agreement, and regional infighting. There have been sweet victories and very painful losses, but we always get there in the end. Today marks the first step of a long journey that ends with a final bill and the President's signature. As we prepare to embark on this journey, I'd like to applaud the chairman for putting forth a good bill, a bill that builds on the successes of previous farm bills. This legislation includes historic investments in the farm safety net, expands access to locally led, incentive-based conservation programs, supports agricultural research, and so much more. But I also want to acknowledge the important role that Ranking Member Scott and the political minority play in this process. Just as it is the majority's responsibility to govern, it is the responsibility of the minority party to represent the conscience of the body. Now, ultimately, we must work with each other to advance a comprehensive committee product. As we begin this process, I want to remind all my colleagues, the real struggle is not here in the Ag Committee, but on the floor of the United States House and in the Conference Committee, where we'll sort out our differences with the United States Senate. I look forward to what we can accomplish here today to ensure that farmers and ranchers across the country have the tools they need to raise the food and the fiber and the fuel that our fellow Americans and the entire world depend on. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to a healthy, focused, civil discussion and legislative process. I yield my time back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott, for your hard work over the course of the last year. And I look forward to beginning this first step of this journey, as was noted by our previous colleague today. And I want to offer a note of optimism, notwithstanding our differences. As one of the senior members of this committee, it's not my 7th farm bill, but my 4th farm bill that I've had the opportunity. I've seen times when we've overrode a president's veto. I've seen opportunities where we've tried to come together in some very imaginative forms. in the last Farm Bill, and I thank the previous chairman for his relentlessness on that part. But this Farm Bill is America's safety net. It's a safety net for farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women, and for those Americans that are food insecure. It's America's safety net because food is a national security issue, and therefore it touches every nation, every corner of our nation. The Farm Bill, as we know, is made up of 12 titles. It's important that we look at those 12 titles individually and in terms of their collaboration, because it authorizes key programs that keep farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women producing food with our farm workers and still putting food on America's dinner table every night. That's why it's a national security issue. But yet we have many people throughout the country that are food insecure, and we must never forget that. Despite the pandemic, supply chain issues, and current geopolitical conflicts abroad, it's important to us to reach out to the pertinent programs that are opportunities to reinvest in American agriculture. Think about it. 4% of America's population is directly involved in the production of food and fiber. They include our farmers, our farm workers, all of those who are part of the food supply chain, and those who are food insecure. As I look at the Chairman's Mark today, I'm glad to see that there are proposals that have been put forth by all House Ag Committee members, as well as the Senate bill that has been put forth. There are similarities and there are differences. There always are. Let's be frank. It's our job to work through the differences and find common ground. As a member of the California delegation, the #1 agricultural state in the nation, I'm proud of, I reflect on those priorities as a third-generation farmer, still farming today. I, along with my California colleagues, submitted to the committee to ensure that California and my district, our state's priorities were heard. And I think in many ways they've been reflected in the Chairman's Mark. Notable priorities including investing in dairy production, conservation practices, reducing methane emissions, market access promotions, saving our sequoias, and reducing hazardous fuels to ensure robust specialty crop insurance. The insurance aspect of this measure is important, and much more. California farmers produce almost 50% of the nation's fruits and vegetables, over 75% of the world's nut production, almonds and pistachios, 20% of the milk production in the country, 80% of the citrus production, and over 400 different agricultural commodities. As so much of what we do, we are so proud of, but 44% of California's agriculture is exported. So we must continue to make investments in our food supply chain. And I must say that as proud as I am, it's a dichotomy in the San Joaquin Valley, the 21st district I represent. Notwithstanding that incredible productivity, over 25% of my constituents are food insecure and rely on SNAP, utilize Women's Infants and Children program, and let us not forget, while not in the bill directly, the school lunch and breakfast programs are critical to our children's diets. Both Chairman Thompson and Chairwoman Stabenow's bills reflect these priorities. However, we must ensure that we work together in a bipartisan fashion, as already has been stated, because we know without bipartisan support, we will not have a farm bill. It's that simple. So we must work together in that fashion. I look forward to this process. At the end of today, I believe two things will become evident. We'll know what we agree upon on those 12 titles, and we'll know what we disagree upon on those 12 titles. And clearly, food nutrition is one of those areas that has been noted. The Inflation Reduction Act is another one of those areas that has been noted. And the Commodity Credit Corporation is another one of those items that I think we're going to have to work on where we have disagreement. But I think we can come together. And so let us remember this is the first step. When we take assessment at the end of today, and I'm not taking the over and under when we will get done tonight, but I'm willing to entertain anybody's thoughts on that, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to this process and realizing that we're going to have to work together on those items of disagreement. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you so very much.
Gentleman's time expired. Now recognize Congressman Austin Scott from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a minute to address some untrue statements about this bill that we're considering here today. Falsehoods that have been perpetuated by activists on the outside and some on the inside, even on this committee, to try and distract from the fact that they never intended to vote for or support a piece of legislation that was a good, robust, and working safety net for America's agricultural producers. Now, some have chosen to selectively look at one facet of the safety net improvements and are using that to sow discord between the producers of different commodities and even between those who need some assistance to purchase those commodities at the grocery store. As part of this was initiated by a blog post authored by a former Democratic Senate staff member who now uses the veil of academia to promote Senator Stabenow's Climate Subsidy and Food Insecurity Act. Now, let's just be honest. You can't produce the amount of food that it takes to feed the American citizens from gardens in the metropolitan areas of this country. Here are the facts. The Farm Food and National Security Act makes the most significant investments in the farm safety net since 2002. These investments are long overdue and necessary to help producers survive due to the increased cost of inflation on the farm. These improvements benefit all crops in all regions of the country. Now, agriculture is different between regions, and it's even different among commodities in the same region. Different producers have different needs to support their operations. The alternative bill proposed by Senator Stabenow only increases reference prices for cotton, rice, and peanuts, 3 commodities, 2 of which are predominant in my state. Our bill increases reference prices for all commodities. Updates to ARC, which is overwhelmingly favored by Midwest corn and bean producers, is their tool of choice. And we should make sure, as this bill does, that it is improved as well. The base update provision is necessary and will substantially benefit producers across the country. I was here for the 2014 Farm Bill. It was an ugly regional fight. This is not that bill. Everyone loses in regional fights that pit commodities against each other, and everyone knows this. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, and this bill builds off common sense policy in a fair and equitable way. Finally, I want to enter into the record a letter from Josh Gackle, president of the American Soybean Association, who states strengthening the Farm Bill is more important than ever. The American Soybean Association is pleased to offer our strong support for the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you, your honesty, your integrity, your work ethic, and your willingness to extend a hand and attempt to work across both aisles of this committee. I'm sorry that the other side has chosen to reject your offers. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back, and without objection, the letter is entered into the record. Now pleased to recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the members of this committee know where I stand on this bill by now. This bill is a disaster. It's a disaster for America's farmers. It's a disaster for America's families. It is a disaster for America's environment. And it is a disaster for America's workers. You know who this bill is a big win for? It's a win for CEOs and C-suites that have never worked in a field for a day in their lives. It's a win for people with luxury beachfront properties and fancy high-rise apartments who make their money screwing over our family farmers. That's who benefits most from this bill, the rich and the powerful, and it's a damn shame. This was an opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to put aside partisanship and work together to make life better for people. And my Republican friends have thrown that all down the drain so they can appease their far-right fringe. And if you look at this bill, if you think this bill is bad now, just wait until the Looney Tunes and the Rules Committee get their hands on it. And I say this with some first-hand experience. This awful bill will become awfuler. I doubt they would even vote for this, given how much it blows up the deficit. They won't vote for 40 cents in additional spending, let alone a bill that blows up the deficit by $40 billion. Republicans made a deliberate choice to prioritize their own far right instead of trying to work with Democrats. And as a result, this is a bill that will never become law. But since this is where we are, let's just talk about how bad this bill is. We've been losing family farms in this country since the Nixon administration told farmers, get big or get out. If this farm bill were to become law, things would get a hell of a lot worse. Republicans want to starve out family farms. They're funneling resources to those at the top while taking away support for independent farmers. And they're obsessed with taking away the tools our farmers need to survive the climate crisis. The Inflation Reduction Act empowers our farmers to operate sustainably so they can be resilient in the face of crazy weather. And that is crazy weather that's an existential threat to their operations. This bill says to farmers, you're on your own. Republicans are also taking away states' rights to make their own decisions about things like animal welfare and pesticide safety. And when it comes to nutrition, this is just more of the same nasty, mean attacks on people struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Chairman, when everything is said and done, it is clear we just don't share the same values. This bill cuts future SNAP benefits by $30 billion. That's not my estimate. It's not Ranking Member Scott's estimate. It comes from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. You can try to hide the cut in the miscellaneous title, hide it in Donald Trump's shower next to the classified documents if you want to, but we here on the Democratic side are going to tell the truth. This bill will hurt every SNAP recipient in future years: kids, seniors, people with disabilities, vulnerable adults. Freezing benefits by blocking a meaningful increase will mean families run out of money for food earlier in the month. The average SNAP benefit is a little over $2 per person per meal. If Republicans think that's enough, they should try living off of it. Come on, let's get real. You guys love to complain about the cost of food, but then you propose a farm bill that actually prevents us from doing anything to help people pay for food. Look, here is the reality. My friends on the other side live in a privileged bubble. And they wrote a farm bill that reflects that, a farm bill that benefits rich people and big companies and huge farms that put family farms in my district out of business. And what I am just shocked by is the callousness and lack of empathy with which this is being done. We have Republican staffers apparently telling reporters that my colleagues and I are hunger weirdos. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you guys? I mean, really? Hunger weirdos? Are you kidding me? We're weird for thinking it's wrong for people in this country to go without food? Guess what? I think it's weird that a single American goes hungry. I think it's weird in the richest country in the history of the world that we have people who don't know where their next meal is coming from. And I think it's weird that we have hungry veterans and hungry seniors and hungry kids. And yeah, I think making it harder for people to eat is weird. Actually, it's more than weird. It is nasty, it is wrong, and it is cruel, and it is rotten. We can do a hell of a lot better than this. I hope my friends will get serious about negotiating in a bipartisan way with the Senate. Let's come up with a bill that can actually become law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Please recognize now the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I will submit my comments for the record and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I'll yield to Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins is recognized.
I associate with my colleague, Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, and I look forward to beginning this markup, and I will yield back to him and his time.
Mr. Crawford is recognized.
And yield to Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Briefly, I'm disappointed with some of the direction here. We started this session with very positive, very productive bipartisan field hearings and listening sessions all around the country with that positive spirit, and I was hoping we could maintain that today. And I'm still going to be optimistic that once we get through these initial conversations that we can do so, because our focus really at those field hearings was on listening to the people, on production agriculture, on the nutrition programs for families, on the conservation programs that remain voluntary and we intend to keep them that way, and the promotion of our ag products for export. So that was a common theme, and indeed really shouldn't have a whole lot of partisan nonsense attached to it. I'm glad on the work here on forestry that we can do more to expand the categorical exclusions to make it where we can do better forest management, because we've certainly had enough fire disasters in this country over the last few years, especially in the West, when you talk Montana, Colorado, Texas, my own state of California, and my own district, and even over in Lahaina. The disasters, the loss of life is horrendous. The things we can do to improve our forest management is incredibly important, even so much as saving our sequoias in Central California, as Mr. Costa mentioned. So I look forward to a positive exchange, a positive outcome here
with the good work that's been done. I commend our chairman, GT, for bringing that positive spirit of working with everybody that wants to work with him. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Yield to Mr. Rouser.
Mr. Rouser is recognized.
Well, I think the gentleman from Arkansas, I listened to a little bit of the debate here so far, and you know, what comes to mind is what is really affecting American agriculture and our farm families all over the country is the regulatory avalanche they're having to deal with, rampant inflation, and an attack on American energy that's really killing them. This is a good, strong farm bill that everybody should support. I commend the chairman. I commend the staff, and look forward to producing a great product at the end of this markup. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have an opening statement I'd like to submit for the record.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Mr. Crawford, time remaining.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank the staffs for their great work on this farm bill. I would also like to introduce my opening statement into the record. I just think we've done an amazing amount of work. I think that this is good for our farmers. I think the list of groups who support this, who are in the farm community, show how good this goes. And I'm really proud of the reference prices increases across all commodities. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Crawford.
Mr. Crawford, recognized, time remaining.
Mr. Bacon.
Mr. Bacon's recognized.
Okay, Mr. Bost.
I just want to thank the chairman and the staff for working as hard as they have. I was hoping that it would be bipartisan. I think that he's reached out quite a bit to make sure that it was. And other than that, I will save my comments for the record. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Crawford yields back. Now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Congresswoman Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott. Mr. Chairman, today we're considering a bill that will significantly hurt the people and producers of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Agriculture is Virginia's largest private industry, contributing more than $82 billion annually to our economy and providing more than 381,000 jobs. From the rolling hills of our cattle farms to the fields of soybean, corn, and tobacco, Virginia's agricultural diversity is a testament to our producers' hard work and their dedication. And I am proud to serve as the only Virginian on the Agriculture Committee. And I am choosing to be optimistic to join my colleagues in the optimism that today is just a first step towards moving towards a more bipartisan bill. Because producers across Virginia and across the country, they deserve the certainty and the predictability of a good farm bill. A farm bill that should support all farmers, that should make sure they have the resources to innovate, to compete, to thrive in a global market. And this bill, however, makes it more difficult for beginning farmers to get started, especially in Virginia. This bill denies base acres to producers who have not grown covered commodities in the past, while disregarding the fact that those producers likely did not have the base acres and therefore the safety net in order to do so. This farm bill should help farmers make their operations more marketable and more competitive. But unfortunately, this bill undermines key voluntary conservation programs that increase crop productivity, improve wildlife habitats, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, importantly, improve air and water quality, lower input costs, and notably, raise producers' bottom lines. This bill puts new limits on enrollment into these programs, despite the fact that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 51% of applications submitted by Virginians for conservation and technical assistance programs created by the Inflation Reduction Act were rejected due to insufficient federal funds. And only 39% of Virginia's applications to EQIP and CSP were successful in 2023. We know that these vital conservation programs are already oversubscribed and underfunded, but the top IRA-eligible practices to include cover crops, nutrient management, residue and tillage management, herbaceous weed control, and prescribed grazing are popular, and they're important. I spoke with a farmer when I visited his farm in my district, and he talked about how last year he had 1,000 acres of cereal, rye as a cover crop, and they did a test dig, and they found that those rye roots were 7 feet deep. He told me they had 34 days without rain, and as he put it, that cover crop land, quote, never gave up an inch. He said that the cover crop, his use of that program harnesses nutrients. It's good for his farm. And his rye, when he bought it, was $56 an acre. To have the support of those federal programs helped him do right by his farm. But this bill places new limits on enrollment into these programs. And we need a farm bill that will invest in programs like the conservation programs that are so popular and, again, are oversubscribed and underfunded. The Farm Bill should invest in programs that protect our natural resources, like the Chesapeake Bay, which produces 500 million pounds of seafood each year, supports thousands of jobs across 6 states, including Virginia, protects communities from extreme weather, and is crucial to the clean air and water in our Commonwealth. This bill eliminates the CLEAR program, which is another voluntary program to provide producers and landowners in Virginia with opportunities to implement water quality practices. This Farm Bill should recognize that rural communities like those I represent must not be left behind as we transition to clean energy. And this bill makes it more difficult for producers to make clean energy investments if they want to, despite the growing consumer demand. And the Farm Bill should provide a safety net for families in addition to farmers, and more than 800,000 Virginians, including children, family, active duty service members, veterans, seniors, and individuals with disabilities rely on SNAP to put food on the table. And the bill fails to recognize the value of vital nutrition programs, not only to the families that they feed, but to the local farmers, grocery stores, food banks, and small businesses that help them. This Farm Bill should also make sure that our agricultural communities remain resilient, and I look forward to working with all of you to get a bipartisan bill that does not jeopardize these vital programs into the future. I yield back.
Time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your hard work on this. When I came here in 2017, this was one of the most bipartisan committees. And it's a shame to see how it's devolved over time. In that spirit, I want to thank Mr. Costa today. I appreciate your spirit, the bipartisan tone you've taken in this committee since I've been here, since I've known you. I'm grateful to you. Mr. Chairman, Nebraska farmers and ranchers produce $1.86 billion in beef, putting us at the top spot in the nation. They also produce $2.2 billion in corn, placing Nebraska in the number 3 spot in the nation. Our soybean farmers are ranked 5th in the nation, producing $2.3 billion. As Nebraska's only House member on the Ag Committee, it's a privilege to help our state farmers and ranchers. Mr. Chairman, this is an excellent, well-written, and measured farm bill, and Nebraska producers will be very well served. Thank you for your leadership. Agriculture is among the most rapidly changing industries in the nation, and this farm bill makes the needed and meaningful changes to our nation's ag policies to ensure that our nation is poised to thrive and compete. It also ensures that those who are food insecure are taken care of with both compassion and accountability. I look forward to the markup, but I just want to respond to some of the critiques of this farm bill today. I just took out about half of the groups that organized this or that endorsed this bill. Let me just read off a few of these. The U.S. Cattlemen, the U.S. Dairy Export Council, the public and land-grant universities. These are all the people who endorsed this bill. The National Milk Producers, the Pheasants Forever, the American Farm Bureau, Ducks Unlimited, Corn Refiners Association, the American Soybean Association, the National Association of Forest Owners, the National Confectioners Association, Alliance for Sugar, the Cotton Council, the Conservation Fund, the North American Millers, the U.S. Wheat Associates, the National Soybean Producers, the Maritime Trades of the AFL-CIO, the American Frozen Foods Institute, American Forest Association, USA Rice, National Watershed Coalition, the National Park Council, the Fertilizers Institute, the American Farmland Trust, the Land Trust Alliance, the American Sugar Alliance, the Forest Landowners Association, the Food and Ag Climate Alliance, the Almond Alliance, the U.S. Pheasants Federation, the National Farmers Union, the United Council on Welfare Fraud, the National Associates of Conservation Districts, the American Veterinary Medical Association, the Congressional Sportsman Foundation, the American Sheep Industry, the National Barley Growers, the Dry Pea and Lentil Council, the National Pecan Federation, the National Corn Growers, and the National Wheat Growers. I could go on. That's half of them. You wrote a good bill, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield?
I yield.
Just for the purpose of submitting for the record, this is a letter I received this morning endorsing the bill from the National Black Growers Council. So just submit that for the record as well, supporting the, I'll just quote one line. We offer a collective voice of support for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act, H.R. 8467, currently up for discussion. And with that, the gentleman has yielded back, and please recognize the gentle lady from Connecticut, Congresswoman Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard the majority say on many occasions that they want a farm bill that supports farmers. I too want a farm bill that supports farmers, but I also want it to support all Americans. To say I'm disappointed with this process would be an understatement. House Republicans have had 16 hearings in 16 months directly related to the Farm Bill, with only one of those hearings being about the nutrition title. So I'm going to use my 5 minutes today because I have something to say, and we have not had the opportunity to debate these openly through the committee process. It is unfathomable that we are once again attacking the most vulnerable in this country, the hungry. House Republicans want to make sweeping changes to the nutrition title and cut more than $30 billion from the Thrifty Food Plan, the largest cut in nearly 3 decades. There are components of the bill that are promising, but that should not come at the expense of the most vulnerable. Farmers in Connecticut and across the country deserve the certainty of a farm bill that provides, but does not mean pitting them against the 42 million food insecure Americans who rely on SNAP. We need a farm bill that helps everyone. There are reforms and improvements in this bill that my constituents would like to see, but we can't undermine the most effective anti-hunger program in our nation. Cuts to the Thrifty Food Plan are not my only concern in this farm bill, however. I hear consistently from farmers in my district about the struggle to access conservation assistance from the Department of Agriculture. In the Inflation Reduction Act, we responded to this need by providing record investments, and today these programs are already oversubscribed. While I'm glad to see much of that funding rolled into the baseline of the Farm Bill, removing climate guardrails does not provide certainty to farmers confronting more frequent and more extreme weather events. Additionally, there are no meaningful efforts to improve disaster assistance or expand crop insurance for farmers in New England who have been historically excluded from these programs. The House Republican proposal would also roll back 20 years of bipartisan improvements to Food for Peace, the largest U.S. international food aid program. U.S. commodities are central to Food for Peace and have been for 70 years. Under this bill, Food for Peace programs would reach 2.3 million fewer people at a time of increasing hunger and conflict. Eroding programs that build food security and national security is short-sighted and sets the stage for more spending on humanitarian aid. I am also disappointed that this Farm Bill infuses the privatization of SNAP and erodes the government-wide standard of merit staffing. I introduced the SNAP Administrator Retention Act so that experienced merit staff could be hired to help families navigate SNAP benefits and receive timely, unbiased assistance. Privatizing that program is wrong, and I am disappointed that my bill was not even considered as part of the overall legislation. The hard-fought 2018 bipartisan Farm Bill directed the USDA to reevaluate the Thrifty Food Plan SNAP benefits for the first time in its history. This update lifted over 2 million SNAP participants above the poverty line, including more than 1 million children. 1 million children who have no one to speak for them, no lobbyists, no advocates, will be removed under this bill. Hunger is a policy choice. My constituents deserve a fair, bipartisan farm bill which supports producers of all sizes, the small farmers that I represent, the large corporate farmers, a bill that builds climate resilience and protects hungry families. We have the ability to do that today. I encourage my colleagues to work together to make this bill the best that it can be. I've heard a lot about the bipartisan efforts to do that. I cannot tell you personally that I've seen that, but I am open to that happening. So I look forward to today being the first step in a long journey to produce a farm bill that supports farmers, families, and all Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, when you came to South Dakota, and I know it wasn't the only state you visited, you have been busy, sir. You and I heard loud and clear about the priorities from South Dakota families and farmers. And I adopted those as my marching orders for what we needed to get into this farm bill. And I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman, we got all 5 of the big ones in. First off, from a rural broadband perspective, and that was my line of work before I came to Congress. You look at the last farm bill for a project with a 15-year term, the build-out speeds from an upload perspective were 18 megabits per second. This bill increases that to 250 megabits per second. So that we're building networks that don't just work today, but that will be good 5 and 10 years from now. Secondly, livestock. You and I, sir, heard that it was important that we built capacity outside of the Big Four with the A+ Act and the Butcher Block Act inside this bill. We do that. Number 3, we heard about inflation and about the need to increase reference prices in Title I. This bill does that. It also provides a critically important voluntary base acre update that is going to make a big difference in farm country. Number 4, we know that our country has the best beef, beans, dairy, pork, chicken, and just about everything else. And when we have access to other markets, we can win. Willing buyers and willing sellers, people want our agricultural products. Just in little old South Dakota, sir, it's $5 billion a year. That's $5,500 a year for every South Dakotan every year. This bill doubles emphasis and investment in market access programs like MAP and FMD. It will mean big things for farm and ranch country. And then finally, number 5, we know that you don't have to idle acres to have successful conservation programs. That's not to say that there isn't a role for CRP, but working lands conservation is an incredibly powerful tool to make sure we're working with farmers and ranchers to put into place those practices that can improve soil health, improve water quality, and improve habitat. And indeed, this bill has a pretty big emphasis on that as well, sir. I would also thank the committee for the inclusion of important bills that I pushed for, including the SAVE Act to safeguard U.S. exports from unfair trade practices, the SNAP Tribal Food Sovereignty Act, so we can give those tribal governments the opportunity to manage their own SNAP programs in Indian country, and then also the New Beginnings program. It's been an incredibly powerful program to take those first-generation tribal students, bring them to those land-grant schools, and make sure that they have a real chance to succeed. This is a heck of a piece of work, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to today's markup. I'm looking forward to getting it signed into law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize Dr. Adams from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for being here. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act is a fancy name for a farm bill. But the partisan text that we've gathered here today to amend accomplishes none of its named goals. Farm security is at an all-time low. Our small farmers are reeling. We've lost 7% of farms since the last farm bill, and average farm size went up even as we lost farmland. Beginning farmers cannot get the support that they need, and few options exist for them in the bill that we are discussing today. Where there have been inroads made by the Secretary of Agriculture, this bill would tie his hands in red tape, threatening the ability of USDA to create regional markets or aid farmers in emergencies. Black farmers remain particularly vulnerable, and yet this bill offers protections not to farmers of color, but to programs and institutions that exploit their vulnerability, deny their applications, or refuse their business. Food security is also at an all-time low, and rather than address it head-on with this country's most efficient, most effective program, this bill cuts SNAP by $30 billion. No small amount for that matter. That's heartless. That's unacceptable. My colleagues and I have been clear for more than a year that any changes to SNAP and the Thrifty Food Plan would threaten the bipartisan process that we need to get a farm bill passed. Perhaps the sole hearing on nutrition was not enough to get our point across. Almost 11% of households in my congressional district use SNAP to stay afloat, and under GOP changes to SNAP, my state stands to lose $1 billion over the next 10 years. That's taking food away from children, from babies of all races and ethnicities. Now let's just come on. It's off the top here. This bill makes changes to SNAP that are rooted in conspiracy theories, stereotypes, and desire to PPP, punish poor people. That is deeply unchristian. And I would hope that members of this committee, especially in the North Carolina delegation, would at least be compelled by their faith to agree with me. And lastly, if farm security and food security are essential for national security, as many here have established at the last meeting of this committee, then a bill that makes aggressive cuts to SNAP and doesn't even try to stop the bleeding of the crisis facing small farmers puts this country at risk. Mr. Chairman, furthermore, climate change poses life and death threats to our food supply and to all invisible workers who make our agriculture industry possible. This bill eliminates the flow of our IRA's conservative dollars to climate-smart practices that benefit producers and the planet. In what universe does deepening climate calamity make our country safer? What future are we building for our children? The supposedly bipartisan wins that exist in this bill are funded by unacceptable partisan cuts, cuts that are cruel, cuts that are ignorant of the problems facing our families and farmers back home. And so I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Food Policy Council in opposition to this bill and the SNAP cuts at the center of it. I'm opposing this bill until we read something that's worth its name, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back any time back to Representative Hayes.
Well, first of all, without objection, to enter the letter into the record. And Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I would just like to add that I love it that the gentleman from South Dakota was able to get all 5 of his priorities in the Farm Bill, but that is not bipartisanship. I think any one of us would have loved to have the opportunity to at least get 1 or 2 of our priorities in. And that's what we are asking for, and that is what we are working for, because I too had a field hearing in my district, and many of the things that my constituents talked about are not included in here. So let's listen to the information that we heard from all of these field hearings and incorporate it into the bill, not having overwhelmingly where one side or one member has a windfall in this farm bill and the rest of the country is left behind. With that, I yield the time back to Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I hope my colleagues will listen and that we'll do the right thing for the right reason for the right people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Time has expired. Now recognize Dr. Baird for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to commend you for going around the country with the listening sessions, and I commend the members of this committee and the staff for attending those sessions, because I think we gained tremendous insight from the stakeholders involved and going to be implicated by things that we put in this farm bill. So I'm going to be very brief and just say that the corn and the soybeans in Indiana are growing, and I'd like to have this done as soon as we can. So I'm finished with the rhetoric. I'm finished with the rhetoric. Let's get with it.
Can you yield to me?
I yield to my friend.
I would just note to the gentlelady from Connecticut that every single bill I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, had Democratic co-sponsors on it, and I was grateful to have those all be bipartisan priorities. With that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Indiana.
I yield back.
Dr. Baird yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I joined Congress and became a member of the Agriculture Committee and eventually serving as a subcommittee ranking member, my Democratic colleagues and I have been committed to a bipartisan farm bill. I am disappointed that we sit here today to consider a farm bill that has fallen victim to partisan politics. We are going to consider a bill that takes foods away from families, guts farmer-friendly climate investments, ties the hands of the USDA to respond to disasters of all kinds, and so much more. Plain and simple, this bill is a political prop that is not for farmers or families. The only message this legislation sends is that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not serious about passing a farm bill. The farm bill touches every corner of this country, and its policies shape how we produce food, protect our natural resources, and address hunger. We have an opportunity to put forth meaningful legislation that impacts the lives of millions of people and generations to come. But after months of work, my Republican colleagues turned their backs and moved forward with a bill that picks winners and losers, cuts funding for conservation incentive programs, and takes away food from individuals who have fallen on hard times. Now, in an almost 1,000-page bill, there are bound to be things that both parties can agree on. Elements and crumbs of bipartisanship sprinkled throughout. I guess it should be encouraging to know that we are not so far gone as a committee that we can't agree on anything in a bill this large. However, as we discuss this legislation today, we cannot lose sight of the larger context that this bill cuts SNAP benefits for hungry families by billions. Plain and simple. This farm bill, if passed, would sow the seeds of hardship for generations to come from farm to table. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding today's markup. About this time last year, Mr. Chairman, you and I hosted a Farm Bill listening session with 150 stakeholders in the middle of a wheat field in Kansas, right in the middle of the country. When we kicked off our event, there were 3 combines sitting behind us, each draped with a great big old American flag. We had a John Deere, Case, and Gleaner, green, red, and gray. When you grow up on a farm like I did, you're born into loyalty to one of these trusted American brands. They have different styles, but they are all designed to do the same thing, to harvest and effectively churn out a product. Our listening session that day and this markup today are no different. We all have different priorities, but we're all here to do the same thing, harvest and churn out an effective farm bill. American farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers deserve it. America's food and national security depend on it, and this Congress needs to deliver it. In February of 2021, Kansas had 13 consecutive days of below freezing temperatures, which was a 40-year record. Kansas producers busted ice and hauled baby calves on truck floorboards to warmer ground at all hours of the day. Then last summer, drought and market conditions in Kansas caused producers to abandon the highest number of acres of wheat since World War I. Kansas wheat farmers saw a 35% decrease in production in 365 days. Top of all that, producers are experiencing record high inflation, labor shortages, and a disruptive supply chain, all of which has taken place since 2018 when the last farm bill was signed into law. Whether it's trudging through knee-high snow in the dead of winter, working the fields in the heat of summer, timing expenses just right, or hedging risk, American agriculture producers deserve a 5-year farm bill to provide certainty and to respond to market changes. The Farm Food and National Security Act does that. It strengthens the farm safety net and protects crop insurance. It adjusts reference prices, and it modernizes the livestock indemnity program, dairy supports, and the Conservation Reserve program. I've long said that America is the freest country in the world, in part because we've never had to rely on another country for our food supply. Kansas has a long history of supporting global food security initiatives, and today we're leading the country when it comes to ag innovation, research, and development. America's continued ability to feed ourselves and to feed a hungry world depend on a 5-year farm bill that prioritizes food security as national security. The Farm Food and National Security Act makes investments in trade programs to ensure that American producers remain in the international marketplace. It addresses deferred maintenance costs at our land-grant universities. It addresses our country's veterinary shortages and works to prevent animal disease outbreaks before they start. In 1956, my fellow Kansan, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, made a statement that shapes my beliefs around my service here and I think is appropriate for us all here this morning. He said, to quote Ike, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from a cornfield." A lot of people forget why we need a 5-year farm bill, why it's so necessary to balance fiscal responsibility reform with anticipatory policy, and why the legislation we pass today ought to reflect the needs of agriculture producers and consumers. It's because farm bills are felt in every corner of America, in every field and pasture, in every grocery store and agribusiness. The legislation we pass today will have ripple effects for years to come. While this farm bill is not perfect, and no farm bill ever is, it puts dollars in places where Americans can see a good return on their investment. It tightens budgets and reins in reckless spending. Most importantly, this bill ensures that American agriculture producers can continue to feed us all, keep us fueled, and keep us clothed. I look forward to today's markup of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Kansas, Congresswoman Davis, for 5 minutes.
I wish that we had planned that I would go directly after Mr. Mann. Unfortunately, we didn't. And I'll be quoting some other Kansas icons today. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for those who don't know or didn't hear when Mr. Mann was saying it, agriculture is the largest economic sector in our home state of Kansas and has supported the livelihood of generations of farmers and ranchers. The Farm Bill is a lifeline for those producers. It offers essential resources and programs and protections that enable them to weather market fluctuations, natural disasters, and other unforeseen challenges. Over the past year and a half, to prepare for these Farm Bill discussions, I went on a listening tour, visiting a poultry and livestock operation, a co-op, a goat farm, which was really fun, an organic vegetable farm, an urban community farm, an ethanol producer, and so many others. And most recently, I was proud to bring together former Ag Committee chairs Pat Roberts and Colin Peterson, along with USDA Deputy Secretary Torres Small, to visit a farm in Edgerton, Kansas, and discuss the opportunities and challenges in agriculture with regional ag professionals. I've used what I learned during these conversations to inform my priorities in this reauthorization. And the bill we're considering today does include many of my priorities. It protects crop insurance and makes it more accessible to beginning farmers. It makes important investments in commodity programs and conservation and ag research, land grant institutions, and trade promotion programs. It supports our national agriculture supply chain, ensuring folks get food efficiently and at an affordable price. Unfortunately, as it stands, the bill also includes some unrealistic provisions and has very little chance of actually becoming law. Those who depend on us don't need false hope from an unpassable bill. We need a serious piece of legislation that gives folks, certainly farmers, in certainty in prosperous years as well as the challenging ones. And more needs to be done to ensure that this bill is truly bipartisan and can make it across the finish line with broad support on the House floor, just like all the former farm bills have. And as we've heard today, this is one step in that process. Kansas has a proud legacy of leadership on bipartisan farm bills, with former Senators Bob Dole and Pat Roberts being key to holding together the coalition of farm and nutrition stakeholders that has carried every previous farm bill across the finish line. In 1978, Senator Dole played a monumental role in ensuring the Farm Bill included provisions guaranteeing access to nutritious foods for all Americans. But the Farm Bill proposed today makes the largest cut to food assistance programs in nearly 30 years. And I think you've already heard that's a non-starter for a lot of folks. In the Kansas 3rd, nearly 11,000 households depend on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, to put food on their tables and keep their families safe and healthy. And none of us want the Farm Bill to be seen as some sort of weapon to pit farmers against families that they feed. And when Senator Roberts joined me earlier this year, he said, and I quote, "We know that the most important thing when you get down to it is to get a farm bill passed to provide farmers certainty and predictability." But he also said that today we're seeing too many lawmakers in this chamber favoring ideology and partisanship over getting a bill done that actually benefits ag professionals across the country. The Farm Bill has not and should not be a partisan issue, and I absolutely can guarantee you that I'm going to keep pushing to uphold the Kansas tradition of the bipartisan ag legacy and ag policy. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together on a realistic bipartisan compromise that can pass, which really is actually the definition of legislating. We're so close, and there are many provisions in this bill that we all agree on, and it's part of why I'm still optimistic. But we have more work to do, and I think that there absolutely needs to be a sense of urgency so that every farmer, rancher, producer in Kansas, from Garnett to Goodland, receives the attention and resources that they need to thrive. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize Mr. Feenstra for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott. Passing the Farm Bill is critical for farmers and producers in Iowa and agriculture at large. I'm proud to represent the second largest ag district in the country that is home to the third most farmers in our nation. My district produces the most pork, eggs, corn, and biofuels out of any state in the nation. That's why the Farm Bill is so vital to create an investment for our producers, our economy, and for global leadership and American agriculture. I've hosted farm town halls, developed priorities with the help of my agricultural advisory board, traveled across my 36 counties that are in my district. And from those conversations in Iowa, we have developed priorities that directly reflect what our farmers, our producers, our local leaders, and businesses want in this Farm Bill. I'm proud to say that I introduced 10 bipartisan bills that will be included in this Farm Bill. They note a few of them. The Farm Bill includes my Crop Insurance for Future Farmers Act to create a pathway for new beginning farmers to be successful as they grow their careers. It includes a Farmland Act to keep China away from our farmland. It includes a Fridge Act to open new export markets for our producers. And it also includes a bill to improve livestock indemnity programs for our cattle producers to receive a fair price for their livestock. We're at a precarious time in agriculture right now. I cannot stress enough how important it is to pass this Farm Bill this year. Iowa pork producers are currently facing their worst two-year period since 1999. Iowa poultry producers have been decimated by the avian flu. Farm income is projected to fall by 26% this year. Iowa farmers are struggling with low commodity prices, and we are facing a $30 billion trade deficit. This is the time to pass this. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We need to pass this Farm Bill by the September 30 deadline. This bill boosts farm safety net, strengthens crop insurance protections, supports our next generation farmers, opens new export markets, and reinvests back to our voluntary conservation programs. So with that, I urge all in this room to support this bill. We owe it to our farmers and our producers and our ag community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say how excited I am to be a new member of this committee, which I joined at the beginning of the 118th Congress. I joined this committee for a couple of reasons. First, to support the incredible work of the Dean of the Michigan delegation, Senator Debbie Stabenow, who's the chairwoman over in the Senate of the Ag Committee, given all that she has done for agriculture across the country, but also because Michigan is the most diverse agricultural state in the country with regular access to water. That's a dig at my California colleagues, sorry. You all have more diverse crops. We have the water. And finally, because as a former CIA officer and Pentagon official, I really do see food security as national security. And we all had our come to Jesus moment during COVID where we realized our supply chains were way overextended, and we just need to be a nation that can always feed ourselves by ourselves. So the Agriculture Committee is literally ground zero for that. That's why it's frustrating to come into committee today to mark up such an important bill and not be on the same page. We're a year and a half into the 118th Congress. We had to pass an extension of the Farm Bill because we couldn't get our work done on time. But the proposal in front of us, this big honkin' piece of thing, 950 plus pages, we got 48 hours ago. By contrast, a number of us in the room are on the Armed Services Committee. We were marking up the NDAA, the Pentagon's budget, until about 10:15 last night. And while the bill wasn't perfect and we had real debate, it represented a bipartisan compromise and a bipartisan process. That's a fundamental difference. It's not just the substance, it's also being in the room with these small majorities that you Republicans have in this Congress. The bill in the Armed Services Committee passed out of committee 57-1. So we did our job. We got to bipartisan consensus. Compare that to what we have in front of us today. And I think you see the contrast come clearly. I think what is hard to understand, particularly for my Republican colleagues who are constantly talking about the debt, is by what we've been provided, there's $47 billion more in spending on 22 crops, but less than $8 billion is actually paid for in this bill. We're confused. The Congressional Budget Office has not done a complete review of this bill in a standard practice, something we do again in the Armed Services Committee all the time. And obviously, you've heard the substantive concerns from my colleagues. It takes food away from hungry people and represents the largest cut to SNAP since 1996. 30 years ago. It also weakens programs designed to protect farmers in the Great Lakes, and it restricts the USDA's ability to be flexible to address new emerging challenges. I care about this as a national security person. The big one right now in my state is avian flu. And the language in this bill would restrict the ability of the Secretary of Agriculture to respond to the next big thing, the next big item, the next big biosecurity hazard. I would say no one should be shocked by the opposition on this side of the aisle. We've been communicating our red lines on this for 18 months. We're not hiding the ball on this. And here we are. I think we all desperately want to get to a bipartisan bill. Senator Stabenow has put out her draft in the Senate that actually covers, I would say, 80% of what's in our bill. It's not radically different. But it does acknowledge the simple fact that we have a Republican House and a Democratic Senate, and in order for us to do our work, we're going to have to compromise like adults. That's what adults do. So I am sorry that we're in this position. I hope to continue to work on a compromise bill when we get there, and I look forward to the rest of the day's discussion.
Generally yield back. I just want to submit for the record here, the list I hold in my hand represents more than 40 Democrat-only marker bills, in addition to many more. Countless bipartisan priorities were included in the bill before you. These were priorities of my Democrat friends that were negotiated as part of the chairman's mark. And if a Democrat member's priority is not within this bill, well, I would urge them to ask the ranking member and the staff why, or raise an amendment. That's what the amendment process is for. And with that, I recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As one of the few family farmers left in Congress, I understand the challenges faced by farmers. My husband and I expanded in the 80s when interest rates were at their highest and the farm safety net wasn't as strong as it is today. Crop insurance has given us, and many fellow farmers, the security needed to mitigate risks and continue producing the food and fuel that keeps America running. This bill keeps our commitment to rural America by protecting crop insurance, increasing reference prices, and strengthening rural broadband. I'm also excited about the provisions in the trade title that doubles funding for MAP and FMD. Trade is vital to American agriculture, and these programs help support U.S. producers in reaching the global market. I want to thank Chairman Thompson for his hard work in crafting a farm bill that puts producers first. It's my great honor to represent my fellow family farmers and the agriculture industry because food security is national security. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Colorado, Dr. Caraveo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the House Farm Bill text has come out, I've made it a priority to hear directly from my Colorado stakeholders on their reaction to this bill. I consider it my role here as the only Coloradan on this committee and the first in over a decade to make sure they feel their priorities are reflected. I have come out of those conversations completely torn. The strength of the Farm Food Coalition is vital for a successful farm bill. And in my conversations with Coloradans, it is clear that this bill has splintered that coalition. by pitting agricultural groups against hunger and nutrition groups, farmers against the families that they feed, including their own. This bill has fractured the very coalition that past years have shown is necessary to pass a farm bill. I want to begin by speaking on a few provisions that I am pleased to see have made it into this bill. I am proud of the inclusion of those provisions that I led, including strengthening rural health care, rural child care, and rural cooperative resources, making it easier for seniors to access SNAP, supporting food and agricultural education programs, and reauthorizing the commissions on farm transitions so we can help farmland remain farmland. I am also pleased to see provisions I know will help agriculture in my district, including modernizing marketing loans for sugar beet growers and processors to reflect recent production and transportation costs, increased resources for specialty crop farmers, more funding for foreign market development, and for protecting the cattle industry against foreign animal disease, a stronger farmer safety net, and boost to local processing capacity. However, I would be remiss to not mention the real concerns I have about several provisions in this bill as well, outside of the already well-disputed funding mechanisms that take away from SNAP, IRA, and the CCC. This is also a bill that I fear does not prioritize certain concerns that are important in the West, including undermining conservation programs that deal with the unique needs of agriculture west of the Mississippi, and removing the Secretary's authority to respond to acute drought emergencies for our farmers. Crop insurance, an incredibly important part of that safety net, is being shortchanged. Preliminary CBO scoring is showing that there is more money being spent than they have. I am concerned about additional burdensome requirements on businesses like our food retailers and intruding on the privacy and autonomy of Coloradans on SNAP that are simply trying to feed their families. I am concerned about the constitutionality of Section 12007. As a doctor, I am concerned about eroding protections for those most affected by dangerous pesticide exposures, the workers who apply them. And I am concerned we are undermining the science of nutrition by creating a politicized board to influence our dietary guidelines. As I have said, like the Farm Food Coalition, I too am torn on this bill and how to properly reflect my constituents' priorities and concerns with my vote. But I do know this bill will not ultimately be the one to pass the House and the Senate until we are able to get both parties back to the negotiating table, and I look forward to that day. And I yield back.
The young lady yields back. I will say I've never left the negotiating table. Sometimes I've sat there alone for a long time, though. Please recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The day has come where we see the priorities for many of our districts and the cultivation of the 2024 Farm Bill for rural America and beyond. I am pleased to see the fruition of the 2024 Farm Bill, and especially pleased to see strong Farm Bill that supports vital farm programs and safety net programs that are necessary to Alabama agriculture. With that, I'd like to highlight the inclusion of the continuation of the Feral Swine Eradication Act to establish a commission to improve data quality through the National Agricultural Statistics Service and the modernization forest inventory analysis data. As we convene to discuss this critical legislation that will shape American agriculture and our future generations, it will also continue to support research, development, and the framework for farmers that make it possible for rural America to continue providing for our country through programs like this and many others in the Chairman's mark. Since the last Farm Bill we passed, farmers, foresters, ranchers, and producers have fought tooth and nail to stay afloat against this administration, and it's consistently standing against them. This legislation puts the farm back in Farm Bill. As we continue our work today and beyond, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together in support of this vital legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott. I'm glad we're finally moving this train down the tracks one way or another. The people of Oregon's 6th District sent me here to represent their interests and needs, and I see the Farm Bill as a key opportunity to fulfill that mission and give rural Oregon a voice in policymaking. My district is the home to a wealth of diverse agricultural interests, from nursery production, dairy, hazelnuts, and of course our world-famous Willamette Valley Pinot Noir grapes. I have fought to ensure all of our producers' needs are prioritized in the Farm Bill. Specialty crops have been left behind for far too long. Thankfully, this text before us includes several important changes to disaster relief programs, crop insurance, and investments in research and development that would benefit specialty crop growers across Oregon. As ranking member of the Forestry Subcommittee and coming from a state that has endured some of the most devastating wildfires in the U.S., I've also made it my goal to advocate for improved forest management practices, invest in our wildland firefighting workforce, and improve communities' ability to respond to these devastating blazes. I'm grateful to the chairman's proposal. It includes parts of one of my bills, the Civilian Conservation Center Enhancement Act, which would help address our wildland firefighting personnel shortage. More broadly, I do commend both Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott and their staffs for ensuring that every member of the committee had an opportunity to make their voices heard throughout this process, even if those ideas are not reflected in today's bill. However, when taken as a whole, this bill is an unacceptable product that should in no way be considered a bipartisan compromise. Frankly, I was shocked to learn that Chairman Thompson's proposal would effectively cut SNAP by $30 billion. Using SNAP as a pay-for was never on the table for me or any of my Democratic colleagues, and the majority has known this since the start of this process. Yet they still chose to push forward. You cannot simultaneously claim that the $80 billion cut is just a budget gimmick and simultaneously use it as a pay-for. This proposal takes away up to 2 days of food per month from hungry veterans, children, and seniors. And that includes over 42,000 families in my district alone who rely on SNAP to stay healthy and fed. It does not include changes to allow SNAP recipients to buy a hot meal. I could go on and on about other things that it does not include. My point is that we, as the minority, understand that compromises must be made to get a farm bill passed. The majority decided to go after the CCC authority, which has been used to help farmers stay afloat during the pandemic, trade wars, and other crises. The majority also stubbornly refused to acknowledge the seriousness of the climate crisis, both by rescinding funds from popular, oversubscribed, voluntary climate programs that my farmers continue to ask for, and by refusing to incorporate climate-smart practices throughout the bill. This bill comes up short in so many ways. But compromise is always a two-way street, and none of us expect to get everything we want out of our wish list. But at the very least, we do expect a good faith proposal that matches our commitment to bipartisanship. The bill doesn't do that. It doesn't even come close. Ultimately, we will have to reach a final farm bill by working together with our Senate counterparts. But for now, I'm disappointed that the majority was unable to put forth a truly bipartisan proposal that takes into account the hungry in our country and those who feed them. Farmers deserve better. Americans deserve better. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize Mr. Finstead for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout my first year and a half in Congress, I've highlighted the importance of passing a strong bipartisan farm bill. And I quite often say that the farm bill needs to be written by farmers and for farmers, by rural America and for rural America, not by a bunch of D.C. bureaucrats for D.C. bureaucrats. And so on that front, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and your staff for your leadership in crafting a farm bill that accomplishes this goal, and it really does reflect the bipartisan priorities of farmers in southern Minnesota and across the country. Over the last several years, farm country has faced several challenges, including increased input costs and interest rates, weather-related disasters, supply chain challenges, and burdensome regulations. Moreover, the producers I represent in southern Minnesota are facing steep declines in net farm income for the second consecutive year and multi-billion-dollar trade deficits. The Chairman Marks strengthens crop insurance, farmers' #1 risk management tool, by including provisions of the Farmer Act, which I was proud to introduce, making higher levels of coverage more affordable for producers and reducing the need for future ad hoc assistance when disasters strike. Importantly, while I share corn growers' concerns about the new reference price floor on their commodity, the counter-cyclical farm safety net is strengthened through improvements to the ARC and the ARC program and increased reference prices for both corn and soybeans. I also welcome the significant updates to the DMC program for our dairy producers. I was pleased to see the bill include several pieces of legislation I introduced to ensure farmers and rural communities have access to the credit they need to succeed, including the PACE Act, which I introduced with Congresswoman Craig, to modernize the current limits on FSA ownership and operating loans, ensuring farmers, especially beginning farmers, have access to the financing they need to maintain and improve their operations. For too long, CRP general enrollment has chased acres and dollars, incentivizing producers to take prime farmland out of production rather than focusing on marginal land for important soil and wildlife conservation practices. This bill includes my legislation which makes significant improvements to the program, making meaningful step towards crafting a CRP 2.0, a program for the future by using science-based metrics to target CRP acres towards the most vulnerable land, while ensuring farmers and landowners continue to have the tools they need to protect our most vulnerable resources. I also commend the chairman for his focus on the importance of food and farm security to our national security throughout this bill. As the producers I represent know, the threat of foreign animal disease would have a devastating effect on farm country. I am encouraged that this bill provides significant increases in funding for the prevention, preparedness, and response to foreign animal disease, including high-path avian influenza, African swine fever, and foot and mouth disease. Moreover, the bill includes language I introduced alongside Congresswoman Slotkin to protect our food and ag sector from the threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries to our cybersecurity and food supply chain. This bill doubles funding for MAP and FMD, two market expansion tools that are more necessary now than ever. American pork producers use the best animal care standards in the world. If not addressed, California's Proposition 12 will cause significant harm to the operations, especially small and mid-sized producers, while increasing market concentration. Our legislation will protect producers that I represent from other states' use of political science to mandate wrong-headed production standards. As a fourth-generation farmer raising the fifth, I know firsthand that farmers are the best environmentalists in the world. We work every day to protect our water and topsoil, not because the government tells us to, but we do it to meet our calling to fuel and feed the world for generations to come. Mr. Chair, every American is affected by the Farm Bill, and the legislation before us today is responsible, and it addresses their needs through investments and improvements across the 12 titles. And I will just say that over the next 10 years, the investment of the American taxpayer on the nutrition title alone, about $1.2 trillion, is really a clear sign and investment to those that really do need that hand up, not just a handout. It's a neighbor helping a neighbor, and I am proud of this bill. I look forward to the markup before us today. I encourage my colleagues to rip the R and the D off your sweater, put the USA back on it, and let's get this bipartisan product across the finish line for farmers and every American. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just in a few seconds remaining. Thank you for pointing out those numbers. This Farm Bill has been estimated to cost $1.51 trillion over 10 years. Over $1.1 trillion of that is in the nutrition title. So we are investing in a robust way in helping our neighbors in need. And with that,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. My district is home to over 1 million acres of privately held timberland, so I'd like to thank the committee for their work in supporting paper mills and timber products with the reams of paper we have here in front of us. My congressional district is truly a perfect microcosm of Washington state agriculture. We are mostly small or very small diversified farms that grow blueberries and hazelnuts, raise poultry, produce eggs, and dairy, and grow and sell the 6th highest amount of aquaculture by congressional district. As I mentioned, we're also home to over 1 million acres of private forest land and a complex, interdependent web of mills that process the public and private timber that builds our houses and underpins our rural economies. Last year, I hosted a lot of listening sessions with farmers. I visited many small and local farms across my district. I worked hard to listen and represent their values and priorities in effecting a bipartisan farm bill. Many of the priorities point to the need to empower farmers and foresters with the tools and resources they need to respond to a constantly changing climate where extreme heat and drought are making their jobs harder than ever. What are my cranberry growers supposed to do when it's 65 degrees one day and 100 degrees the next? This week, a third-generation dairy farmer from my district wrote an op-ed about the critical need for federal support of climate-oriented programs that the USDA, Maynard writes, climate-smart programs put farmers at an advantage of being able to help themselves, their farm, and the environment all in one package. But this farm bill makes accessing these types of practices more challenging. I've sent letters outlining my priorities of my farmers and producers, introduced bipartisan marker bills, and met with Chairman Thompson many times to discuss this bill as it was being put together. And despite all of this, many of my constituents' priorities have been left out, while vital programs have taken historic cuts. Generational farms and producers in my district need to be at the table and not on the menu. I cannot, in good conscience, support pitting hungry seniors against rural schools and dairymen like Maynard and his son Jack. I can't ask them to fight for scraps when their interests should have been fundamental to the base text. It's not acceptable to me. And if $30 billion cut to SNAP wasn't enough, this bill takes an additional swipe to undermine the public servants who work tirelessly to ensure their community is connected to the benefits they deserve. I look forward to working with our colleagues in the Senate on a bipartisan bill that reflects the best of what we can achieve. Let's keep our community at the core of our work today. I hope that we do not devolve into personal attacks. I urge us all to remember 1 Corinthians 13, if I speak with tongues of angels and men, if I understand all mysteries, if I understand all knowledge, if I have faith to move mountains, but I don't have love, I am nothing. And I hope that that love is what guides us, that brings us to a better bipartisan farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work. Thank you, Ranking Member. I look forward to markup today. And yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
First, I want to express my gratitude to Chairman Thompson and committee staff and my fellow committee members for their diligent work to provide Americans and farmers with this much-anticipated farm bill. Trained as an agricultural economist and speaking as an eighth-generation farmer and former state commissioner of agriculture, I want to say that the Farm Food and National Security Act provides important support for American agriculture that everyone here should be proud of. It provides extensive new tools in commodity programs, conservation, credit, and crop insurance that support producers as they navigate financial instability. Tennessee's 6th District has more than 10,600 farms, despite losing nearly 7,000 since just 2017. Farms that are struggling to mitigate the consequences of Bidenomics and volatile markets. Farmers expect the largest recorded year-to-year dollar drop in net farm income this year, which is estimated to decrease by $40 billion from 2023. Two major factors driving these forecasts are lower prices for commodities and increased input cost. Given these predicaments, farmers cannot wait any longer for relief. It is our duty to provide an adequate safety net to protect against production and market hardships often hastened by government intervention in free markets. The Farm Bill provides 10 to 20% increases in reference prices for commodities, which producers have desperately requested for years. These new price levels will allow the payment trigger to take effect and support farmers. The bill also expands the number one risk mitigating instrument producers have, which is crop insurance. The supplemental coverage option of crop insurance is enhanced to provide up to 90% coverage. New and beginning farmers will have the opportunity to acquire base acres to access Title I programs and set themselves on a path to generational success. Additionally, producers will be able to count 15% of non-covered commodities toward eligible acres in base allocation. Livestock producers will be better accounted for by the increased payment rate for losses caused by federally protected species and the additional resources granted to the National Animal Vaccine and Veterinary Countermeasures Bank. The enhanced support for the Drought Monitor are vital for mapping and eligibility determination. Continued enhanced support is critical to advancing adequate representation for assistance. Loan caps are increased in the credit title to protect to better accommodate the inflated cost of assets and allow beginning farmers access to the startup capital they desperately need. I also want to take a moment to extend my sincere thanks to the chairman for including the Agricultural Fiber Products Trust Fund, which will establish a baseline of $50 million annually to support wool apparel manufacturers, Pima cotton activities, and wool research and promotion. These programs help protect American jobs from unfair trade policies that harm every tier of the production chain for specific wool and cotton products. Specifically, these programs have helped to keep jobs like those at Measure Up cotton custom shirts in Lafayette, Tennessee, by responding to tariff and trade anomalies that negatively affect the industry. These are more than wins. These are necessities. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record a letter from wool and cotton industry leaders, 63 of them, supporting these provisions.
Without objection.
Now, I would also like to take a moment, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to dispel any rumor that this legislation cuts benefits to those in need. Saving and cutting are not the same. By reining in executive overreach and preventing future circumvention, the $27 billion in nutrition savings is reinvested into the Farm Bill. These savings originate from establishing guardrails on the Thrifty Food Plan and ensuring any future administration cannot abuse their authority by increasing or decreasing benefits unless cost neutral. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter of support for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024 from the Tennessee Farm Bureau Federation.
Objection.
We must pass effective legislation that puts more farming in the Farm Bill while preparing for the future and guaranteeing national and food security. We must also note that we enjoy as Americans the most abundant, affordable, and safest supply of food and fiber in human history. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the ranking member. I was raised by my grandmother at the time I was born. My mom was young, and my grandmother wanted nothing but the best, and she was first generation. She sent her off to college, to Bennett College, Dr. Adams. And meanwhile, my grandmother raised me, and we came from humble beginnings. There were times I remember being at the dinner table, and my grandmother would ask if I had enough to eat. And there were times I would say I had not, and she would literally give me food off her plate. And to think in this country, that same little kid could one day eventually run for Congress, be elected to Congress, and out of all committees to serve on the House Agriculture Committee. I'm honored, I'm humbled. Since joining the House Ag Committee, I've devoted my time to meeting with constituents, doing everything I can to do the work, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to represent constituents and make sure we're taking care of the American people. I've held, you know, Mr. Chair, Farm Bill listening sessions across eastern North Carolina. I'm listening to farmers, families, people in the community. They have overwhelmingly said to me they want a bipartisan bill for their livelihoods to continue and for rural communities to continue. They said they want a bipartisan bill just to have a fighting chance. In my part of the state, people feel left out. They feel behind, left out of this process so often. We're not in North Carolina at the same place as other parts of the state. Agriculture is nevertheless still the leading industry in North Carolina, and mainly in the east. But unfortunately, people in eastern North Carolina can't afford the food grown right there around them. They need continued access to nutrition programs. I've committed myself to helping combat food insecurity, to supporting black farmers in particular. So no one should be left out and left behind. Now, with all that being said, let's be honest. There are significant challenges that's keeping this bill right now from being strongly bipartisan. I get this. I grew up cropping tobacco. Matter of fact, back home we have a running joke that I need to start the tobacco caucus up here. Croppers, that is, the real workers. But this is what we know. We have struggling farmers. That's for real. And we have struggling families. That's for real. And this bill brings those two together, not necessarily in a way that's, I believe, totally best for America. But what I would say is, in the spirit of my grandmother, who passed, by the way, since I've been in Congress, that we're going to stay in this fight. We're going to stay in the fight for the farmers, and we're going to stay in the fight for the people. This is a first step. Without any doubt, it's a first step. It's not the end. We all know that. But what I can pledge, when I went to my listening sessions, I didn't ask who was Democrat, Republicans, the party affiliations. I asked what their needs were. And my commitment is to work with the chair, the ranking member, my colleagues, and anybody in this Congress that's willing to get to the bipartisan bill that we know is needed for the American people. Thank each and every one of you, truly. And may God bless this committee. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I thank him for his work and his leadership, especially with the agriculture workforce task force that we had. You and Ms. Crawford did an outstanding job as co-chairs. I will say that the savings that CBO has identified that we've reinvested back into the Farm Bill, quite frankly, do not cut during the course of this 5 years of this Farm Bill any individual or family SNAP benefits. There's rhetoric on the outside that is amplifying that for their own purposes, but it is just not true. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for the amazing work you and your staff have done over the last year and a half to bring together this Farm Bill. When I was first selected to serve on this committee, I remember you telling me just how far behind we were on the Farm Bill process. Under your leadership, this committee and its members have traveled the entire nation to hear firsthand from producers about the issues they are facing. We conducted hearings to understand better what America's farmers and ranchers needed in this year's Farm Bill to restore the farm safety net, safeguard rural America, and provide impactful legislation that prioritizes production agriculture. I commend you for your work and leadership throughout this process, sir. Thank you. The number one issue I hear from my producers in my district when I'm at home is the need to increase reference prices in Title I. This bill does that. The current reference prices were set in 2014 using production agriculture data that was finalized in 2012. U.S. farm income is projected to drop 23% this year due to falling commodity prices worldwide, yet the cost of production are expected to finish at the third highest level in history due to the Biden administration's failed economic policies and record inflation. The agriculture sector is a vastly different industry today than it was in 2012, and we must swiftly pass this legislation to ensure the farm safety net is actually providing risk management for our farmers and ranchers. I am also proud to see a number of initiatives I led included in this bill. One of my largest initiatives in this year's Farm Bill is my Foreign Animal Disease Prevention, Surveillance, and Rapid Response Act, which I was happy to lead with Representatives Bacon, Craig, Costa, and Davis. This provision will make critical investments into the USDA's ability to prevent, respond to, and mitigate foreign animal diseases. The projected cost associated with just one of these foreign animal disease outbreaks would be devastating to our ranchers and our livestock producers. For example, foot and mouth disease outbreak would cost nearly $60 million per day in losses. African swine fever is the closest it has ever been to the United States in decades, and that would cost the U.S. swine industry over $50 billion. We are already seeing the effects of high-path avian influenza and what it's having, the effect it's having on our poultry growers, and even now in many of the dairy herds that I represent in the Texas Panhandle. I appreciate my colleagues who have supported my bill and helped to ensure the USDA has the necessary capabilities to fight and control these foreign animal disease outbreaks. I was also proud to see my Livestock Indemnity Program Enhancement Act included in this legislation. Earlier this year, a series of wildfires broke out in the Texas Panhandle in western Oklahoma, causing over 12,000 cattle deaths. Unfortunately, the current livestock indemnity plan does not account for the losses of unborn livestock when bred livestock are lost. This important provision will require the USDA to create an additional payment rate for unborn livestock losses, which will help livestock producers recover quicker and mitigate the long-term effects of these wildfires. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act also makes significant investments into rural America. This bill also includes my Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program Act, which provides technical assistance to rural hospitals to help prevent closures, strengthen essential healthcare services in rural communities, and improve financial and operational performance. In recent years, many rural hospitals have unfortunately had to close their doors in my district, but this provision will help prevent these closures and ensure that our rural communities can access the care they need. This year's Farm Bill also includes provisions of the Rural Internet Improvement Act that I co-led with Congressman Kamek, which will codify the extremely popular Reconnect broadband program to help ensure that residents across rural America have access to reliable, high-speed broadband services. Overall, this bill has a lot of very strong provisions included in it. I'm looking forward to continuing to build on that in today's markup. I would again like to commend the work of Chairman Thompson and his staff for restoring a true safety net for our agricultural producers in writing such an impactful farm bill. I'm excited for today's markup, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Congresswoman Takuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the only member of the Hawaii congressional delegation to serve on one of Congress's agriculture committees, I understand the responsibility, the kuleana I have to advocate for our state and small rural and indigenous communities, and appreciate the willingness of both the chairman and ranking member to listen, learn, and respond to the issues that we face. I've held Farm Bill roundtables and listening sessions on every island in my district to hear directly about the issues impacting Hawaii farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers. I've visited SNAP processing centers across the state and met with nutrition advocates to discuss what more could be done to provide food security for our keiki and kupuna. I've even hosted Hawaii agriculture producers in this very room with many of my colleagues, thank you, Chair, for attending, to highlight the importance of the industry in Hawaii and what the federal government can do to support producers that don't have the same access to resources as many in the lower 48 do. I've introduced a total of 13 bills this Congress to advance priorities impacting agriculture and people in Hawaii and around the nation that I hope to have included in a final form of the Farm Bill. And while I disagree with the overall approach and impact of this draft, I am truly appreciative that some of my top priorities were included in this bill. As some of you know, while the rest of the country celebrated increases from the latest Thrifty Food Plan reevaluation, people in Hawaii, especially those on the neighbor islands in my district, saw significant decreases because of antiquated and unjust laws on the books. Significantly less money for food each month is hurting families who already live in food deserts where the costs are much higher. For many, this archaic rule has plunged their families further into poverty because it doesn't account for the cost of food in their communities. The designation of a rural and urban thrifty food plan calculation in Hawaii, as is included in this bill, is the right thing to do. Bringing us to parity with Alaska to account for the higher cost of food in rural Hawaii is the least we can do right now to help our people. And while I cannot support the CPI provisions applied to it and will not rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to neutrality, a final Farm Bill must have a fix to keep Hawaii fed. The inclusion of the creation of a tropical plant health initiative to step up a program within the National Institute of Food and Agriculture dedicated to tropical specialty crops is also important to Hawaii people and farmers. This would be critical to helping the tropical agriculture industry respond to new challenges and support its growth and development, and we welcome its inclusion in this particular version of the Farm Bill. Furthermore, I appreciate the committee's commitment to include canoe crops like kalo, ulu, and uala in report language. This will represent some of the first federal research investments in Native Hawaiian staple crops and will support Hawaii's efforts to grow more local food. My priorities in this bill that would directly benefit some small subsistence producers and Native Hawaiian producers in Hawaii also include an increase in the authorization to $30 million for the Microgrants for Food Security Program, authorization for non-contiguous areas, including Hawaii, to directly purchase local commodities through TFAP, reauthorization of the Alaska Native Serving and Native Hawaiian Serving Institution Education Competitive Grants Program, and reauthorization of the Regional Aquaculture Centers Program. While the full impact of my included provisions being marked up today will likely be overshadowed, quite frankly, by the national harms this bill will inflict, this mark still reflects progress on many of my top priorities.
and I hope they will continue to be on the table as we head into the next stage of negotiations of the Farm Bill. I regret that what could be a bipartisan bill in process has once again been consumed by the partisan politics of our era. We owe it to our constituents to seriously work for bipartisan solutions that can become law to revitalize our rural communities, invest in the next generation of American farmers and food producers, and make our agriculture systems more resilient. I will continue to fight and work with all of you for the priorities I've introduced throughout this process until we get a farm bill that meets the urgent needs of our small farmers, our rural communities, and our indigenous people. To that end, I want to thank the chairman, the ranking member, committee staff, and all of my fellow members for their continued partnership. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentlelady. Just a reminder, these great bipartisan solutions, which are integrated and baked into this bill, have to be paid for. If we don't do pay-fors, these bipartisan bills, these new innovations, will not stay in the bill. It's a matter of simple math. So I've been informed that a vote series has been called, and the committee will stand in recess until the vote series is complete. We're going to reconvene in consultation with the ranking member 15 minutes after the last vote is called. So vote right away, and please head back this direction to the hearing room. We stand in recess. Committee shall come to order. Before recessing for votes, the committee was debating H.R. 8467. Further consideration of the bill is now before the committee. Before I continue to recognize members, I just want to address some of the falsehoods that I've heard. One of them was just lack of availability of the text of this document. This text has been available for a week. And during that period, my team has held numerous office hour sessions to walk through that text. This included both staff and member sessions where all Democrat offices were invited, in addition to Republican members and staff, but only one Democrat staffer unfortunately showed. Coincidentally, after sharing their schedule with the ranking members team, they went ahead and scheduled a separate session that conflicted with ours. All these opportunities came on top of the countless briefings and notifications to the members that my team and I would be available to walk through text, even prior to it being publicly available. I do want to thank several Democrat members for requesting meetings separately from the aforementioned. These sessions were positive and brought to light just how much information was kept from them by Democrat leadership. You can have an opinion on the bill, but the text is black and white. So we now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Brzezinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, today I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because this being my first term in Congress, I was excited to serve on a committee that has long been hailed for its bipartisanship. And today I sit here with a partisan farm bill in front of me. Not only a partisan farm bill, but a geographic farm bill. A farm bill that picks winners and losers among programs, among commodities, and within the farm safety net. While I commend the chairman on his willingness to look out for family farmers, the way this bill is written is inequitable, widens existing disparities between commodities, and certainly does not deliver for the farmers in my district. The family farmers in central and southern Illinois rely on crop insurance as their primary safety net. Of course, they enroll in Title I subsidy programs, but they rarely receive payments. And that's the way they like it. They farm for the market. They farm not to earn subsidies, but to sell their product. In fact, USDA Census of Agriculture showed the government payments made up only 7% of net farm income in my district. I would never want to favor growers of any certain region over another, and I'm sorry to say this is not what I see in this bill. We are seeing an egregious investment in Title I with no real crop insurance update to match. Crop insurance, which is available in over 130 crops as compared to the 20 in Title I, does not play favorites among these crops and does not require base acres. Crop insurance is seeing less than 1/15 of the over $45 billion investment in Title I is receiving. This, to me, does not signal an equitable update to the farm safety net. Do not be swayed by figures showing that crops like corn are receiving the most out of this update. This is distorted by the high number of corn acres. Farmers in my district do not pay attention to what the baseline is for Title I programs. They pay attention to the dollars per base acre that they receive. An analysis published by the University of Illinois shows ARC PLC payments for 2024 to 2030 are expected to be $34 per base acre for corn, $18 for beans. For cotton, that value is $76 per base acre. For rice, it is $175. For peanuts, it is $255 per base acre. This is inequitable. This is not a level playing field. This does not serve the hardworking farmers in Illinois. And another thing, this money is coming at the expense of Secretary's discretionary authority to respond to market failure, to natural disasters, to trade wars, and each one of us in this room has had this critical money flow to our districts. And let us not forget that this money is not a guarantee. CBO has scored savings for this restriction at $8 billion, a far cry from the supposed $53 billion that is being invested. Beyond the safety net, I would be remiss if I did not mention cuts to SNAP. You may say as often as you like that this is not a cut, but the harsh reality is that over the next 10 years, benefits are going to be dramatically reduced as a result of this bill, and it is not grounded in the reality. A bill with a $30 billion cut to SNAP will not pass the Senate. It will not make it to the president's desk. I would also like to add that this bill also overlooks the needs of our nation's workers, the hardworking people all throughout the value chain who get the food on our tables. From farm workers to truck drivers to grocery workers and everything in between, we would do well to not ignore the vital role that they play in feeding our nation. In fact, this bill privatizes the SNAP workforce at the expense of hardworking unionized employees on top of the historic cut to SNAP. This farm bill is unprecedented. There is no reason to pit one program against another and to pit farmers against families they feed, as it flies in the face of bipartisanship. I'd like to take a moment to put into the record right now I'd like to put into the record a letter from the Illinois Corn and Illinois Soybean Associations expressing some of their concerns about this farm bill as well. I'd like to read a final paragraph in their letter. While our top priority is protecting crop insurance, our second is a bipartisan farm bill, and we encouraged by proposals that increase trade program funding and guarantees for ARC. However, we cannot overlook the funding mechanisms in the House proposal that undermine SNAP programs Americans rely on and creates a clear partisan divide. Let's get back to the table and find a bipartisan farm bill that we can all agree on. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
I yield back. I will say I've been asking for 3 years for ideas from both sides of the aisle for pay-fors. Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. The committee will stand in recess until the police can restore order. The committee is in recess until the police can restore order.
Thank you, police officer.
Committee will come to order. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Ms. Molinaro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the first time that my chicken policy had been protested, so I appreciate being with you this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to extend my thanks and accommodations to you and the staff, really on both sides of the aisle. And there's been some thoughtful conversation, certainly, about how perhaps over time and through negotiation with the Senate, we can enhance provisions. But I served 7 years in the New York State Assembly. If you don't know this, Republicans are in the eternal minority of the New York State Legislature. And I recall many times thinking, well, it's really easy to get to no. The voting no is simple. It requires very little exercise and, quite frankly, doesn't require any ability to think how I would get to yes. The other I recall many times, as I've heard even today, when you serve in the minority, and I'm not suggesting this is every case, it's easy to suggest a bill isn't bipartisan enough. But I would suggest it is not entirely honest to suggest this is not a bipartisan piece of legislation. The Farm Bill inherently has language carried over from generations that has garnered significant bipartisan support. Perhaps there are components of this particular Farm Bill that some of my colleagues don't see as enough. But we have colleagues on both sides of the aisle that seem to think that we can only get and should only get 100% of what we want. I certainly recognize that we've got to compromise a bit. But what we didn't compromise on in this Farm Bill, and I'd like to take issue with, is this bill does not cut SNAP benefits, period, end of sentence. It does not cut SNAP benefits. I spent the last 12 years administering a social services department in the state of New York required to distribute food stamps, SNAP benefits. I know the power and the benefit, and I know the waste, fraud, and abuse that states like New York engage in, and sadly, too much of the hard-earned taxpayer dollars that we want to get to families don't often get there. It's why I'm happy that this bill holds states accountable, as it ought to to ensure that there's the efficient delivery of food stamp and SNAP benefits. It's why I'm grateful this bill includes 10 provisions that I advocated for, all of which are bipartisan. I'm grateful to Ms. Caraveo, who at least acknowledged that, quite frankly, there are significant numbers of bipartisan provisions that we worked collectively on, everything from expanding access to SNAP benefits to supporting dairy farms like the ones I represent in upstate New York. What I'd also like to say is, I come to Congress, amazingly enough, after many years in public service, but I grew up on food stamps. My mother struggled with an undiagnosed mental illness. Were it not for food stamps and the support of federal programs to provide free lunches, I thought I was the luckiest kid at James V. Forrestal Elementary School in Beacon, New York. All those other suckers had to pay for lunch. I know the power of the program, and I wanted to be sure as a member of this committee that I was able to articulate that. And because this bill protects food-insecure populations by increasing SNAP through preserving the cost of living adjustments, we increase funding for food banks, we enable families to purchase more fruits and vegetables through food assistance, all of those provisions, bipartisan. This bill includes legislation that I wrote that would ensure that those who are food insecure and senior citizens receive healthy meals and allow working individuals with disabilities to aged 17 to 21 to receive SNAP benefits and expansion. Several of my Democratic colleagues co-sponsor that legislation. I just think it's important in a divided country, in a bipartisan government, to acknowledge the reality. We've all got to come together to try to accept a little bit of compromise. But what we did not compromise on is support for family farmers, and we didn't compromise on cutting SNAP benefits. It is dishonest to say so. Perhaps you want them to grow more. Perhaps you're okay with the future president decimating food stamps. I'm not willing to give a president that kind of authority. I am, however, willing to stand up for the families that rely on those benefits and the farmers in upstate New York that expect it. And it's why not only do I support the bill, I really encourage my colleagues to think just a little bit further beyond that no. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have to compromise to get a good piece of legislation across the finish line. I commend those who are honest and earnest about it, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Will the gentleman yield? The chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate that. I just appreciate you talking about the bipartisanship. You know, and to my colleagues who feel their priorities may not have been included, in addition to the 40 Democrat-only sponsored bills in the base text in the bill before you, includes more than 120 bipartisan marker bills. More than 90% of this text was negotiated with the ranking member's team over the last 10 months. And so I'll yield back to the gentleman for his remaining 11 seconds.
I yield back my 8 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Much appreciated. All right.
Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Please recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to correct something that you said about when we got the Farm Bill text. You have said that we had the text for a week when we got the text just on Tuesday. And you don't take my word for it, you can look it up. And we also got changes just last night in the manager's amendment to fix the many errors in the bill. And on this point, I want to yield the remainder of my 5 minutes to my friend from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, who chairs or now ranking member of our Nutrition Committee. Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
Thank you. I think we fundamentally disagree on whether there are cuts to the $30 billion in cuts to SNAP. There are, in fact, cuts. The cuts just don't start next year or the year after. They begin in 2027. As lawmakers, we must consider the impact of legislation more than 1 year out, especially with legislation as significant as the Farm Bill that makes changes that last 5 years, 10 years, and sometimes even permanently. We also know that based on the CBO baseline and independent estimates from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the SNAP Thrifty Food Plan cut initially would take away a day's worth of benefits from participants, about $7 a month, and then would rise to almost 2 days' worth of benefits, about $15 a month. If the CBO is wrong, I'm willing to give it another look, but that's the information I'm going on. the CBO is saying that there will be $30 billion in cuts to the SNAP program. You may think that losing 1 day or 2 days a month worth of food is not significant, but I do. It's quite significant for a low-income family trying to manage every month to put food on the table and stretch their budgets to make ends meet. I also want to make it clear that disagreeing on an issue is not dismissing bipartisanship. That's the purpose of the committee process. I ask that we not be dismissive of members who disagree. That is why we are here, to have a dialogue in open committee and try to work towards a bill that is better and affects all of our constituents equally. So with that, I yield back to the ranking member, and I just want to remind the members on this committee, we do this once every 5 years. The people at home are counting on me to get it right now. So if there's something that I disagree with on this bill, I'm going to speak up and provide the opportunity for us to come back together and make it right. But until then, I'm not going to sit quietly on this committee. I yield back to the ranking member, Mr. Scott.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. And for my final 2 minutes, I'd like to yield time to Mr. McGovern.
Mr. McGovern is recognized for the remaining time.
Chairman of our Rules Committee.
Well, not yet, but...
Ranking member, I'm sorry, former chairman.
Yeah. Look, I just want to echo what Congresswoman Hayes just said. I'm not sure if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have any idea what the average SNAP benefit is, but it's a little over $2 per person per meal. That's it. That's the benefit. And what this cut would do would be make sure that that could not be adjusted for 5 years. Doesn't matter what food costs are. Doesn't matter what anything is. I just don't know how, in good conscience, we can cut $30 billion out of the nutrition title, out of this program, and pay for other things. That means more people are going to be at food pantries and at food banks. More people are going to be hungry in this country. And there's a cost, by the way, when people don't have access to good nutrition. An increase in avoidable medical costs, lost productivity in the workplace, kids going to school on an empty stomach and not being able to learn. I mean, this is a big deal. So to say that there's no cut in SNAP, period, that is just wrong. That is wrong. People will be hurt if this cut were to remain in place. And let's be clear about that. Let's not try to fool people to make believe that this is no big deal. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal that people struggle. My friends may not struggle. People here live in a privileged bubble. But real people, working families, struggle every day to put food on the table. We need to do better. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to the ranking member.
I think Congressman McGovern said it well. It's stated, and I think we need to move forward with a clear understanding that these cuts that our Republican friends have put in is a hurt, a major hurt to those people who are at the lower income, who depend on this, that we've articulated. You made the cuts. You've done them. And we need to move forward with that understanding.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you so much for all your hard work on this important bill. I'd like to emphasize the critical importance of the Farm Bill. This legislation is not just about supporting our farmers and ranchers, it's about ensuring security and prosperity of our nation. As I've often said, food security is national security. This Farm Bill provides crucial assistance to our agriculture communities, helping them weather the challenges of predictable weather, fluctuating markets, and ever-changing regulations. It supports our farmers in producing food and fiber that sustains our nation and feeds the world. But this Farm Bill is not, or is about more than just agriculture. It also plays a vital role in promoting rural development, conservation efforts, and nutrition programs that benefit millions of Americans. It is a comprehensive piece of legislation that touches the lives of every single one of us. This legislation provides stability and support to our rural communities and ensures that our agriculture industry remains strong and competitive. I'm proud that 3 bipartisan bills that I introduced are included in this legislation. These 3 pieces of legislation are the Texas Agricultural Producers Assistance Act, the Cattle Fever Tick Eradication Program, and the Border Farmers and Ranchers Assistance Act. The Texas Agriculture Producers Assistance Act is a crucial piece of legislation that addresses the significant economic losses suffered by Texas agriculture producers due to Mexico's failure to comply with the water delivery under the 1944 Water Treaty. Specifically, it mandates that the Secretary of Agriculture conduct a comprehensive review to catalog all existing U.S. Department of Agriculture authorities and programs that can provide relief to affected Texas farmers and producers. In South Texas, the situation has become so dire that the Rio Grande Valley sugar growers recently closed due to lack of water. This was the last of over 500 jobs that were. This was caused by Mexico's failure to deliver on its legal obligations. The Texas Agriculture Producers Assistance Act ensures that struggles of Texas farmers and ranchers are not overlooked. You know, before we were rudely interrupted, I'm going to bring up the 1944 Water Treaty yet again and say how important it is that Mexico comply with the water that they owe us. They owe us over 850,000 acre-feet water. And because of this, we've lost our sugar industry in Texas, and we are seeing the slow death of our citrus industry as well. With that, I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who co-sponsored bipartisan pieces of legislation that will be in this farm bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Would gentlelady yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
And I think Mr. Scott has something he wants to enter for the
record.
Mr.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record the February 2024 baseline CBO graph, and I hope that America can see this so that you can understand who is telling you the truth. And this graph right here will show you, the American citizens, that 82% of this farm bill, 82%, I want to make sure my Democratic colleagues see this, is scheduled to go to SNAP throughout the life of the farm bill. 6% is scheduled to go to crop insurance, 4% is scheduled to go to commodity and related programs, 4% to conservation, and 4% to other. So again, 82%. I believe, Mr. Chairman, it's probably the highest percentage ever in any farm bill that's come out of the House of Representatives to be scheduled to go to nutritional base. No, sir, I don't yield, but I'll be on.
Do you favor cutting the program?
I favor telling the truth.
You favor lowering the benefits for people?
I favor telling the truth about what percentage of the bill is going.
I think that gentlelady's time's expired at this point. And we're going to go and recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for your leadership. I came to Congress by way of the Quad Cities, the part of the heartland that straddles the upper Mississippi River, also the home of John Deere. Agriculture, family farming, corn and soy, they're not just part of our lives, but they're the fabric of our being. As the farmer's trusted voice here in Washington, my job is to not only represent, but to advocate and fight for the 6,036 family farms in my district. Our community is a remarkable place, and we have a great way of life. We're strong, we have deep values. Our corn and soybeans feed the world, and we power the world. Through expanded biofuels and sustainable aviation fuel, we're going to move forward. We take pride in what we do, even if the big cities of Washington and Chicago don't understand us. Back in central and northwestern Illinois, the Farm Bill isn't just a piece of legislation. It's deeply ingrained in the fiber of who we are and what we believe. Because of that, I'm here to speak about the need for a farm bill that not only supports our family farmers today, but keeps them sustainable for generations to come. In every conversation, every farm visit, every ag roundtable that I've participated in, the number one thing that I hear is the need for stronger and expanded crop insurance. A life-changing tool for Midwestern farmers. It protects our communities from increasingly extreme weather and international economic uncertainty. Just this week, I was talking with Jeff. He's a corn farmer from Mercer County, Illinois. He reiterated that crop insurance is the number one priority for his family farm and his community. Crop insurance ensures that he has the flexibility to invest in new technology and increasing his yields. Farmers, including Jeff, trusted me as a meteorologist to track the once-in-a-lifetime derecho that moved across eastern Iowa and western Illinois in August of 2020. Crop insurance helped them survive, especially for centennial farms. Strengthening crop insurance isn't just about providing a safety net for our family farmers, but it also supports our broader agricultural economy and our food supply chain. We can't think about lowering the cost of food prices without recognizing the critical role that crop insurance plays. So my number one priority is to take what I hear from my constituents and fight for them right here. But that means that the substantial increase in reference prices for southern states does nothing to help my farmers back home. I believe we need to level the playing field for Midwestern producers who are more susceptible to drought, flash flood, and heat. I have made it crystal clear since day one in office, I support strengthening crop insurance and reference prices. However, there are serious concerns from the CBO on the way we pay for them in this farm bill. If we want crop insurance, we can't just say that it's going to be there. We have to deliver it plain and simple. Being on the Agriculture Committee is an honor because our land in Illinois is some of the most fertile on the planet. And doing what's right for our farmers, that's job one. That means that the Farm Bill should never become a political football that is tossed back and forth. I'm working across the aisle to lower costs in my district, especially food. But the truth is, food is still very expensive back home, and too many families are struggling to get by. We need more robust funding for food security, and I'm frustrated and disappointed that this Farm Bill does the opposite. For 20 years, I was a trusted meteorologist back home. I was a neighbor whose job it was to keep my community safe and prepared every day. I kept farmers ahead of the weather and informed them to make the best decisions for their farms. And in turn, they trusted me to do what's right for them right here. So to my constituents, I'll always fight for you and your family so that your farmsteads, small towns, communities, cities are all sustainable for generations to come. We build the John Deere seeders and the harvesters, and we grow the corn and soybeans that power the world. From the meteorologist now to the trusted neighbor in Congress, I urge my colleagues to work together for bipartisan solutions that deliver what America needs today. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, please recognize, where are we here? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to commend you for your leadership in producing a bipartisan farm bill that supports our agricultural and rural communities. I know you've put in the hard work. You've traveled over 40 states in this process, and that work has not gone unnoticed by members, as we really have felt included every step of the way. As I've traveled across my district, as I know many of you have, I hear a story from our farmers that's not too different from the one that I'm sure that you hear in your districts. Real concern over the multitude of challenges that they're facing, from burdensome federal and state regulations to the ongoing struggle to find reliable labor. The economic uncertainty that comes with running a farm in this day and age only compounds the difficulties that they face. And as if this wasn't enough, skyrocketing energy costs have made it almost impossible for many producers to make ends meet, now and for the foreseeable future. Our hardworking farmers are grappling with trying to run a business, feed a country, and frankly, help feed the world, struggling to barely afford the fuel they need to run their trucks and their equipment. Food security is national security, and the energy crisis facing our farmers is not just an isolated issue. It's leading us down a dangerous path towards a potential food crisis that threatens the safety of our nation. The Farm Bill before us delivers the relief, the reform, and the crucial support that our producers across the country need, including those in my district, in New York's 23rd Congressional District, Western New York, and the Southern Tier. Our dairy farmers, this bill is crucial for our dairy farmers by requiring dairy manufacturing cost studies every 2 years. We'll provide more transparency around processing costs, ultimately leading to fairer milk pricing for our farmers. Additionally, reinstating the previous higher of Class 1 mover will put more money back into our dairy farmers' pockets and restore the orderly marketing of milk. I would also like to submit this very well-written letter in the record, which has over 50 associations in support of reinstating the previous higher of Class 1 mover. I'm also very pleased that this Farm Bill puts special emphasis on maple syrup, an agricultural product that doesn't often get the attention that it deserves. The maple provisions in this Farm Bill will boost our economy while ensuring that our seniors have access to nutritious, locally sourced maple products. Furthermore, the bill ensures our maple producers have a seat at the table when prioritizing annual research and education initiatives. This Farm Bill doesn't stop at dairy production or specialty products. It also focuses on developing our rural communities that are so often forgotten here in Washington. The bill also implements common sense reforms to address the skills gap and workforce shortage in our rural communities. Again, I want to thank the chairman for allowing New York's 23rd Congressional District to stamp its priorities on this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the Farm, Food, and National Security Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to all of you from New Mexico, the chili capital of the world, the 2nd District. For everybody who enjoys Hatch chilies in this committee room, you're welcome. Now, the Farm Bill has to feed New Mexico families. It has to support New Mexico farmers, ranchers, producers, and farm workers. And throughout this process, working with the chairman, I've been committed to fighting for a bipartisan bill that works for all New Mexicans and all Americans. Over the past year, I've convened a roundtable of agricultural stakeholders in every facet of our state's ag industry: chili farmers, onion farmers, dairy producers, cattle growers, tree nut producers, pork producers, small farmers, Native American producers, laborers, supply chain facilitators, local business development organizations, and upstart producers. Their perspectives and the realities that they face are what I bring to this committee to ensure that this bill genuinely represents the diverse needs of New Mexico. Now, I'm proud to have worked across the aisle with the chairman and many of you to secure critical wins for our constituents and for producers across the West. Together, we've included provisions to fully compensate ranchers for livestock losses from Mexican gray wolf predation, provide financial support to continue building wildlife corridors on private lands, create a pilot program for tribes to administer food programs directly, increase support for specialty crop farmers, modernize dairy pricing so that small dairy operations like those in my district that are going out of business can survive, and expand outdoor recreation and so much more to support New Mexico's producers, workers, and our rural communities. Now, I'm very proud of that work. But despite this bipartisanship, I continue to be frustrated with this committee's approach to the Farm Bill. Now, the gentleman from New York said we're going to have to compromise just a few minutes ago. Look, I was just in a almost all-day markup in the National Defense Authorization Act in HASC yesterday. And let me tell you, we compromised before we got to this point. We compromised on a bill that passed nearly with unanimous support because we'd done the work to get to where we needed to. Democrats talked to Republicans. Our ranking member and our chair talked to each other to ensure that there wasn't going to be any problematic issues related to a major bill that impacts the American people so much. That is not the case. In fact, we've delayed this process by a year due to partisan maneuvers that threaten to undermine the very goals that we've worked so hard to achieve. Any effort that takes the food off the table for hardworking families takes my vote off of the table. In the most dysfunctional Congress in history, this committee had the opportunity to deliver a bipartisan farm bill to support the well-being of our ag industry and our American families, but we are falling short. I urge my colleagues to consider the real-life impact to their constituents in this farm bill. We need a farm bill that serves all Americans and that feeds all Americans. Our farmers, ranchers, family, and children deserve nothing less. And without a good farm bill, I can't guarantee that Hatch chili is going to continue to be on your table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now pleased to recognize the Mr. Duarte from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to express my sincere appreciation for the process to bring this farm bill. My Gates Act bill that makes conservation projects available to all family farmers and allows real impact across the nation with EQIP grants and other conservation easements was included in this farm bill, and it's very important. Each of the sections has got great advances in it, but I want to go straight down to the specialty crops area. The Farm Bill provides significant investments for research and development to protect specialty crops from invasive pests, plants, and diseases and enhance the competitiveness of specialty crops. I appreciate these investments and particularly appreciate the allocation of $20 million per year for research and development of mechanization and automation technologies based in H.R. 4173. This is incredibly important and timely. In the year 2000, we had 4 million tons of produce coming in from Mexico as imports. Today, it's over 20 million tons. We are displacing our specialty crops production to foreign producers simply because we can't afford the labor inputs here. Chairman Thompson, moving forward, I look forward to working with you and this committee to identify existing programs that can help get these innovations into the field so that farmers can continue to feed the world in the wake of global instability by implementing these important mechanization technologies. Thank you very much, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's been interesting as I've sat here and so many people from across the aisle have stated that this is a bipartisan bill, yet the Democrats keep saying that we're not going to vote for it, so it doesn't sound bipartisan. But I also would argue that it's not even a partisan bill. Because ultimately what I want to get to is the math of how you get this across the line. So I don't even think it's a partisan bill. In fact, I think it's nothing more than a stand for farm bills of the past. And so with that, let me just get right down to some math. There's something in this bill that I think if you ask every member of this committee, that they can say, you know what, I agree with that one part. Someone can find something. But that's not the definition of bipartisanship. Bipartisanship means that we are looking at making sure that those things that are at the core of who we are, and when we say things like we're fighting for SNAP benefits, I do want to be clear that me fighting for SNAP benefits isn't about my district. I mean, obviously it is, but at the end of the day, so many members have said, my district, my district, my district, my district, my district. When we write a farm bill, it is for everyone in the United States of America. And just to clarify, when it comes to SNAP benefits specifically, rural America uses more SNAP benefits than urban America. And right now, I serve an urban district. The majority of my Republican colleagues serve rural districts. So when I say that I'm fighting for a bill that includes making sure that people in this country don't go hungry, I'm not saying that just to say that this is about Texas 30. I'm saying that to say that this is about all of us. So I am not just fighting for my constituents, I'm fighting for yours too. And that's all we're asking for. And ultimately, if we really want to make sure that there's a bipartisan farm bill, then you will absolutely have the opportunity to do that by making sure that we can protect America's safety net. And let me be clear, I had a chance to drive a tractor trailer in my district too. So I want y'all to know, as urban as my district is, I've been able to climb up on one as well. That means that I've got farmers in my district as well. And when it comes down to it, I know that the average American who hasn't necessarily worked on a farm probably doesn't realize that you just will a crop and in a day it sprouts up. But instead, they have to make plans, and to decide that you're going to pull this money out of the ecosystem, it's not just about the people that will go hungry, but it's also about our farmers and our ranchers and our producers and them being able to adequately prepare for making sure that they can take care of the American people. Now, I said that I was going to have a little conversation about math. And when we start talking about math, the reason that I say that this isn't bipartisan or partisan is that we all know that there are certain people on the Republican side, and I'm not saying in this committee, that have never, ever voted for a farm bill. They never have. And at least one of them serves on the Rules Committee. Now, if we look at just this term, and I'm a freshman, if we think about the math, every single bill that we've had to put up on suspension, we know that that takes 2/3. If we can't even get the Democrats on this committee to support this bill out of committee, this bill doesn't even make it to the point that you can say, listen, we passed a bill out of the House, Senate, now come to the table. If you really want to increase your leverage and make sure that we do right by everyone that is impacted by the Farm Bill, which is everyone in this country, that means that we decide that we actually are going to negotiate and actually say, hey, Democrats, we know that these are the things that you just won't give in on, and we've got our things that we won't give in on, but we will work together and make sure that if this bill has to pass on suspension, that we will do it. You will get 2/3. And honestly, every single thing that we've been successful for thus far in this session, the 2/3 has been supported by the Democrats. The Democrats have held it down and made sure that it got done and made sure that those pieces of legislation, those important pieces of legislation, whether it was foreign affairs or otherwise, that it got to the Senate and that it was taken care of. We're willing to do the work just like our colleagues did on the NDAA, but this is not the way. Thank you. I'll yield.
Thank the gentlelady, and I expect probably sometime next week or the week after I'll get a nice list of alternative pay-fors, because without the pay-fors, these 40 Democrats only sponsor bills and the 120 bipartisan marker bills were not going to be able to be funded. Now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone on this committee, but most importantly, the Americans who are helping to make this farm bill what it is today. Your input has been invaluable. What we have learned immediately is that food security is national security. The hands, the hearts, the hard work of Iowa farmers are now leading both the feeding and the fueling of our nation's energy independence. And as a leading ag-producing state, Iowa is #1 in pork. It's #1 in corn, #1 in soybean, #1 in turkey, #1 in eggs. The list goes on and on. We're very proud of this, but it's a reality that farming isn't just a job, but in my state, it is indeed a way of life. The agricultural industry supports more than 86,000 mainly family farms and nearly 800,000 jobs, and we're only a state of 3 million people. But we produce $222 billion in economic output as a result of this. And like many Iowans and many on this committee, I grew up on the farm. Had the ability to, lamb with my grandfather and put corn into the ground like so many growers across our country. Since day one in Congress, I have fought to ensure that Iowans have a voice in drafting this legislation and that the impact will have a direct positive aspect on their day-to-day life. To be clear, this legislation directly supports Iowa's farmers, both in our rural and urban communities. But it doesn't just help them. This bill will put food on the table and fuel in the gas tank of every family across our country. To that end, I've been fighting to pass a bipartisan farm bill as soon as possible to give Iowans the certainty they deserve and deliver on countless wins for folks across the country. And so after meeting with hundreds of my fellow Iowans in little farm towns across the state and big places like Des Moines, we've been able to complete our Farm Bill listening tour, and I'm proud that so many of their priorities were included before this committee today. In fact, we were able to lead 17 bipartisan priorities that have been included. And it's clear that Iowa, as a result of this, has an outsized voice in this Farm Bill this year. Just some of the priorities being delivered for Iowans include after talking with Ray and Elaine Gasser from Adams County, a support for generational family farms, bolstering commodity programs, strengthening crop insurance, increasing reference prices, and expanding credit for small and beginning farmers for that next generation of growers and producers. I talk with linemen and broadband providers who are helping deliver hard infrastructure. And in this bill, we're able to invest in our rural communities, expanding broadband connectivity that helps everything from a small business owner to telehealth, as well as supporting rural America through disaster recovery, flood mitigation, drought, and more, including my folks in Greenfield that just suffered a massive tornado that took too many lives in our community. I also talk to neighbors right across the street and know how important being able to help them feed their family is. By investing more than 80% of our funding in this farm bill into a healthy foods program, it will help feed the most vulnerable Americans among us, including those we live and work with every day. I also got to hear from Sheriff Keith Davis, who, as my state with a challenge of puppy mills, was the first on the scene to help recover more than 100 of man's best friend who were left tortured and treated worse than any farmer would ever treat livestock. But because of USDA's failure to inform local law enforcement, too many of these animals had to be put down. No puppy, no dog should ever be in that position. And I'm also happy to talk with the Landon family and their work to help fight against foreign influence right in our community, an area where Chinese came in, stole intellectual property directly out of a farm field by taking cured grains. By fighting back against foreign threats, we are enhancing in this bill cybersecurity resources for agriculture, the top 3 most attacked sector, the second most targeted industry for attacks, and by preventing China from purchasing the very farmland that we grow on. So friends, at a time when DC seems too often distracted and in chaos, this committee has the opportunity to move forward in a way that can deliver results for our constituents. This is an opportunity for members of this committee to work in a bipartisan manner to fulfill our obligation. The time to get this bill to the people of America, friends, was yesterday. But we owe it to those who feed and fuel this country and those who need it most to deliver certainty, and that begins today. I strongly urge my colleagues to set aside any political agenda and focus on legislation that truly helps all of those, both eating, feeding, and fueling our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. It's been a delight working with you. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your diligence and hard work. It is imperative that this body move with all deliberate speed to pass a farm bill worthy of the American people. The Farm Bill is one of the most fundamental pieces of legislation we enact as a government, and not simply because of the dollars we dedicate, but more so because of the amount of people who are supported by the passing of this indispensable law. I thank you for having graced this meeting today with an opening in prayer. And in that spirit, because the Farm Bill is not merely a piece of legislation, unlike most of the bills we pass, the Farm Bill is not a dry and depersonalized legislative act. There are names and faces, there are real people in dire situations associated and connected to the success of this bill. And to be sure, this bill compels us to move beyond the politics of blame so that we might embrace a more excellent way. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the Farm Bill is one of the few manifestations of the social contract this government makes with the American people. The SNAP program I would like to focus in on more singularly is a moral achievement. All of us know that 86% of SNAP benefits go to households that include children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. All of us know that 92% of all SNAP benefits go to households with an income at or below the federal poverty line. 42 million Americans depend on the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program to sustain their nutrition and their lives. SNAP does not cover the cost of a meal in 99% of all of the counties of America. We have a 2% problem. We are basically talking about putting $180 into a person's pocket, into a family's household that they can be fed. We're talking in big numbers, $1.5 trillion for a budget. We're talking 80% of that going towards women and children, and the SNAP programs. That $30 billion is simply 2% of $1.5 trillion. That comes down to $180 per month for a family. That comes down to $2 per meal per person. Ladies and gentlemen, we receive a $70 per day stipend to be here as members of the Congress. And the majority of the people who need this legislation do not live in New York or California. Long time ago, it is said that I thought that crop insurance is essential for the farmers. But I look at SNAP now as food insurance for the working families and those that are lost and left behind. Most of the people that need these benefits are in New Mexico, Louisiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and Oregon, followed by Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, and my home state of Illinois. Here again, the temptation is to assign the need for support to certain categories is not only a mistake, but belies the facts. Americans of every race and color, of every region and state, of every religion and creed are in need. All of those in need some sort of support. A wealthy nation cannot afford to morally deny. In my own state, 16% of the population rely on the support they receive from the government they support and elected. Consider, if you will, the fact that access to healthy food is not a ubiquitous reality in America, and that even in a nation of great wealth, nutritional choices can be both limited and dire. Most people would be surprised to know that citizens that live in big cities and citizens that live in rural communities mutually struggle to maintain access to healthy and nutritious food. And while the reasons are undoubtedly different, the consequences for each community are regrettably the same. According to the Illinois Department of Public Health, 1 in 4 Illinois residents live in a food desert and do not consistently have access to food. The Farm Bill also addresses the much overlooked issue of urban farming by way of Title 10 of the bill, and I thank you. Each of us must do whatever we can to ensure that our families have the sustenance and nutrition they deserve and require for flourishing and the possibility of a long life. Let us protect SNAP. Let us feed America's hungry children. And in the spirit of prayer, I learned from my father and family, we pray for the food that we're about to receive, not for the food that has left our table. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Yields back. And now we'll recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to your staff. It's been an honor working with you. To our Senior Legislative Assistant, Madeline Dirks, thank you for your knowledge and passion on this and getting me through this, my first Farm Bill. Mr. Chair, thank you for coming to Sedalia. We had a great time at a listening tour at the State Fair last year. Thank you to Jonathan Jackson for coming and actually milking a cow and staying at my home. We had barbecue. It's amazing. We had barbecue, and look, we do need to be more bipartisan. I'm proposing an exchange program where we go into others' districts, stay in their homes, get to know them, get to know what is on their hearts, souls, and minds. Missouri is home to 87,000 farms, the second most in the nation, generates about $94 billion worth of agriculture economy. You know, my priorities have always been three things, Mr. Chairman. In this Farm Bill, to protect our farmers and producers with the safety nets they need, to feed our nation. Those who are truly hungry should not go hungry in our nation, and also to be good stewards with God's creation. Continue to do that. I think our farmers, ranchers, and producers are the best at that. This bipartisan Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024 does exactly that, and I'm proud to be a part of this. So let's talk a little bit about SNAP. You know, through SNAP, I really think it's a program that bridges the gap between the produce of our farmers and the tables of more than 41 million Americans. And I know there's a lot of emotion wrapped up in this today, Mr. Chairman. There's also some disinformation. So I like to deal in truth, and here's the truth about SNAP. SNAP was intended to give hardworking Americans a second chance during difficult stretches in life. It was never intended to become a lifestyle, but rather a life vest. And in spite of this, the program has shifted from its original intentions and has continually grown. It now represents some 82% of the Farm Bill and will cost $1.2 trillion over 10 years. The truth is, SNAP has been plagued by overpayments and errors. SNAP's national overpayment rate is 9.84%, leading to more than $34 million in erroneous payments each day, $13.15 billion a year. This isn't really even factoring in the overpayments of less than $48, which is not factored in. Look, this is all aided by sugary drinks, which are the second most purchased items sold through SNAP, accounting for 5% of dollars SNAP recipients spend on food, costing between $2 and $4 billion each year. The truth is, as the number of SNAP recipients has grown, our healthiness levels have fallen here in America. I think that's shameful. This shows a definite need for changes to SNAP, to ensure solvency in the program, to curb the waste, the fraud, the abuse, to incentivize healthier choices, and to rein in our skyrocketing national debt of almost $35 trillion. This is why we have advocated for a pro-wash approach to SNAP in the Farm Bill. Pro-work, pro-accountability, pro-sustenance, and pro-health. I'm very proud of the common sense policies included in this Farm Bill. Our A-Plus Act that we've worked on with Dusty that would allow livestock auctions to hold interest in small and regional packing facilities in order to increase processing capacity at the local level. And I'll be quite honest, this is my predecessor's bill, Vicki Hartzler. Other provisions like our Bipartisan SHOP Act with Congresswoman Crockett of Texas that we worked on together. It would ensure frozen and canned fruits and vegetables are eligible for programs like the GusSNP program. That's going to make people healthier and give them more choices. A bipartisan amendment to this bill. Producers are going to feel the positive impacts of this legislation in everything from increases in reference prices and improvements in the farm safety net to keeping conservation programs flexible and locally led, to investing in research, trade promotion, animal disease traceability efforts, and much, much more. Mr. Chair, we live in the greatest nation known to man. And we've said it many times during the construction of this bill that our food security is national security. Our farmers are the hardest working people in our country. And the Farm Bill, the bipartisan Farm Bill that we put together, recognizes that. I'm thankful to be here. Thankful for you, Mr. Chair. Thankful for you, Ranking Member. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kasar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Today we're discussing a Republican Farm Bill proposal that, in my view, not only fails small farmers and ranchers, but fails American workers. In fact, in today's 954-page draft bill, the word worker is only mentioned 6 times. And in none of those instances are they talking about the rights or well-being of the people who harvest, process, or pack our food for far too little pay. In stark contrast, the word corporation appears at least 99 times. And it's because it's largely those corporations who will reap the benefits of this partisan farm bill. My distinguished colleagues on the other side of the aisle have mentioned overpayment when they are talking about food stamps and SNAP benefits, when really we should be asking about overpayment to many of these corporate CEOs. When folks have been talking about waste, fraud, or abuse and are talking about people who are just trying to get by and on food stamps, I would actually point to the waste, fraud, and abuse of corporate America, who are overwhelmingly starting to dominate our food systems and jacking up prices on consumers while underpaying their workers. Just take a look at the beef market, where we have 4 packing companies that now control 85% of the market. Those same companies that have been caught with children working in dangerous facilities are constantly underpaying their workers and have used their market power to not only ignore those basic labor laws, but to jack up prices on consumers. In my view, the Farm Bill is such an important opportunity to reduce the power of those corporate price gougers, but instead this Republican bill before us rewards them. The people who work to pick tomatoes in the summer heat, or who process food at the plant, or make sure that that food gets to our grocery shelves, they're the ones who should be getting more help in this bill. But instead, they are hurt by it because the bill cuts $30 billion from the nutrition programs that help those working families put food on the table after a long day at work. So who does this bill protect if it's not those workers? It is those big corporations, sometimes in a very creative way, that are getting more protection in this bill. Look no further than the provisions in here that provide liability shields for chemical corporations and their pesticides that make workers and consumers sick. It even throws a punch at the public servants that administer SNAP benefits by pushing for more privatization of their public jobs and shipping those jobs out to more corporations. I mean, come on, y'all. I came to this committee to vote for a pro-farmer, pro-rancher, and pro-worker farm bill, not for a corporate handout. I yield my time back to Mr. McGovern if he'll take it.
Mr. McGovern's recognized.
Thank you. We just heard from a Republican member that somehow there's a link between SNAP and bad health outcomes. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, quite frankly. Studies that track the effect of SNAP on the physical health of recipients find that participation in the program is linked with improved nutritional outcomes, lower health care costs, and improved current and long-term health. The fact of the matter is food insecurity, on the other hand, is associated with extremely negative mental and physical health outcomes. So these arguments are unfounded, and they do real damage to the public perception of people who depend on SNAP and who, studies show, have similar purchasing patterns to non-SNAP participants. I would add one other thing. The gentleman implies that somehow people on SNAP are not working. The majority of people on SNAP who are able to work actually work. They actually work. But they earn so little, they still need to depend on SNAP to put food on the table. I mean, we live in the richest country in the history of the world, and there are 44 million Americans who are food insecure. And we have an opportunity to do something about it in this committee, and instead we're going in the wrong direction. Cutting SNAP by $30 billion will not result in improved health outcomes. It will result in worse health outcomes, more food insecurity, more illness, more avoidable health care costs. And we ought to stop demonizing people on the benefit. I mean, and the gentleman, Mr. Scott, showed us a chart about how much we're spending on SNAP. We're spending money on SNAP because we have a poverty problem in this country. We have had for a long time. And what's the option? To cut the program and increase hunger in this country? I mean, give me a break. We can fix this, and we're going in the wrong direction. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Please recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the first member of Congress from the state of Wisconsin to be on the Agriculture Committee in over a decade. And I'm incredibly happy to be here. And how I've decided to approach these problem sets is in not even a bipartisan, but a nonpartisan manner, because hungry children don't care what your political affiliation is. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing here is the politicization of hungry children and fear-mongering with those most in need. And I simply cannot sit here and listen to this. And this should be blazingly apparent to everybody who's watched these proceedings when my Democrat colleagues voted against the manager's amendment, the first vote that we took here, that literally just corrected typographical errors in a bill. That set the tone, and it set a very bad tone. There are incredibly great wins in here for our farmers and for those who utilize SNAP benefits. Like my colleague, Mr. Molinaro from New York, I was raised in abject rural poverty by a single mother. We were on food stamps when there were actually physical stamps. I had subsidized lunches. We had government cheese. As an active duty Navy SEAL, I was getting shot at by the enemy protecting your freedoms, and we were using WIC to help feed my children. I served for 26 years in the United States military, oftentimes below the poverty level, and using these programs. So I will not be lectured to by people who are saying that I'm trying to cut these benefits. It is not true, and it's disingenuous. 94% of all tillable land in the United States of America is represented by Republicans. So to say that Republicans do not want to defend SNAP benefits, again, is disingenuous. And there's no place for that on this committee. Speaking about the waste, fraud, and abuse that absolutely exists in these programs, every single dollar that goes to waste, fraud, and abuse for these SNAP programs is a dollar that cannot go to feed a hungry child, and that's reprehensible. So we need to look at this as adults and understand that not only are these programs valid to my Republican colleagues who are on the floor, I don't know if they want to vote for this, but to my Democrat colleagues, we have to acknowledge the fact that waste, fraud, and abuse does exist. So what did we do here together so far? Opportunity to increase base acres, awesome. Restore the higher of the class 1 for our fluid milk. That's incredibly important to my dairy industry and also to my cheese makers. We increased the top tier 1 coverage for dairy market program. That is outstanding. We've reauthorized the improvement of PL 566. That's a watershed protection program. We have reauthorized the market access program and foreign market development program. I think that's fantastic. So does everybody else. That's the most widely circulated and approved thing by both political parties. Whole milk for healthy kids. Let's get the generation back into drinking milk. We're going to have whole milk for schools, and that is a bipartisan effort. We're improving the SNAP enrollment for training programs for incarcerated individuals. Unfortunately, there is a permanent underclass of formerly incarcerated people in this country, and it's the recidivism that's taking place because people don't have job training. They have no other alternative than to break the law, and they go back into jail, and we have to break the cycle, and we all agreed to do that. That is in this bill in the base text. I would like to assuage some of the concerns of the gentlelady from the Commonwealth of Virginia. My base text for ag vets is in the base text of the bill, ma'am. You have one of the highest concentrations of veterans and active duty service members in the entire nation, and this will help get people back into the agriculture industry who have served our nation honorably. I think that's fantastic, and I don't know why anyone who has a single veteran in their district would vote against this base text, maybe just for that. Rural broadband is an incredibly difficult issue in my district because of the topographic, the terrain that's there. We are expanding the access to rural broadband in our communities, and that's fantastic because telehealth was proven to work, especially for the mental health crises that are striking our farmers, and they're committing suicide at a record rate. We all agreed to do that together. That is bipartisan. It's awesome. Healthy Drinking Water Affordability Act. In 2024 in the United States of America, I don't care if you live in a trailer or a mansion, you should be able to turn the faucet in your house and drink that water. That is in this bill, and you supported it with us, and I'm very thankful for you for doing so. My time is running out. I want to say to the people in the 3rd Congressional District of the state of Wisconsin, God bless you, and thank you so much for sending me here, and we are working together.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Maine, Congresswoman Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, first, I just want to say I'm very proud to be a member of this committee. This may not be our best day. It could be a very long day. But I've been fortunate to be on this committee off and on since I first came to Congress in 2009. Had to fight my way back here to be on this farm bill, gotten to work on other farm bills. And it's a really honorable committee to serve on. And I'm just proud to serve with all of you. And I want to thank everybody else who's here today because we're all working hard on this. It's been interesting to hear all of your stories about the districts you come from. And we all have a little bit more insight into the challenging work that we're doing here. Thank you to the chair, the ranking member, the staff who've put a lot of time in this. And I particularly want to thank the chair for the listening sessions that you held around the country. I was privileged to visit a couple of your districts, spend some time with all of you, see a little bit more about what you do in your district, and learned a lot through that. And I also want to thank the people who came to my district, including the chair and so many others. You had a chance to hear a little bit more about the 7,600 farms in Maine, hear about the concerns that they had, the need for more research, support for our specialty crops and organic agriculture, the need to protect farmland and provide resources for our forestry and wood products industry, need to address hunger that we've talked about so much today, and to better serve our aquaculture and fisheries sectors. There are some things in this bill that I'm really happy to see, and we've talked about some of that today. Resources for local meat processing, allowing states to make greenhouse gas emissions Reductions a priority for EQIP funding, enhancing agroforestry, which is so critically important, establishing an aquaculture advisory council at the USDA, and making the Wood Innovation Grant Program more accessible. But I am sorry to say, as we've all been discussing all morning, there are so many big issues in this bill that we have to address before we can get it to final passage. And we don't think these are big issues because we're hunger weirdos or because we're armchair critics. We are seriously concerned because this is an extremely important bill that we only get to do once every 5 years. We've talked a lot about our concerns about the cuts in the Thrifty Food Plan. And so much of that has been discussed. We'll continue to discuss it. But I just want to be clear. The cost-neutral Thrifty Food Plan language will also result in cuts to TFAP and summer EBT. TFAP, the Fundamental Emergency Food Assistance Program to our food banks, will accounts for nearly 20% of the food that goes to our food banks, and so many of us depend on them when SNAP isn't enough. Also, in my state, nearly 100,000 kids in Maine will receive summer EBT, and the spike in hunger that is going on in my state and so many others is felt deeply for children in Maine. So we cannot allow these cuts to also impact that. Now, we're going to negotiate some other things in this bill that I have deep concerns about, and we'll get a chance to talk about the CCC, and using that as a mechanism for funding this bill is absolutely wrong. Restricting the ability of the secretary to use that for the things that we care deeply about, that's absolutely wrong. Taking away the climate guide rails. One of the reasons it's so hard to negotiate every single item in this bill is because the big items are so fundamentally flawed, and the funding mechanism just does not work for those of us who care deeply about this bill. I just want to mention a couple of other things that I think are really important that didn't get into the bill, and I hope that we can continue to negotiate on these. I'm incredibly disappointed there is no investment for our farmers impacted by PFAS contamination. I received a letter this week signed by 47 organizations across the United States, also expressing their disappointment that this is not in the bill. Maine, unfortunately, has been a leader in PFAS contamination and understanding the impact it's had on our agricultural lands. Our own legislature has allocated something like $70 million to help those farmers. We're leading the pack on this. And the National Departments of State Agriculture have included addressing PFAS contamination in their 2024 priorities. So I know it is coming to all of your states too, and for this bill not to have anything in there about this beyond what it does is just wrong. There's not enough in here about the fisheries, and I know so many of you don't have an opportunity to have the wonderful fisheries that I do in my state, but I sent a bipartisan, bicameral letter outlining a number of priorities to support fisheries, such as allowing farm credit lending for fisheries-related businesses. They're not in the base text. The Rural Forest Markets Act to help small forest landowners. Concerns about food date labeling, not in this bill. Some of the damage this bill does to solar capacity, whether it's through the PACE and New Era program or other programs that are so vital to our farmers, are wrong in this bill. I don't have enough time to go on and on and on, and I know you don't all want to hear me do that. I know we've been saying this is just a start. This is a negotiating place. We have a great bill in the Senate to work from, and I hope we can put those two bills together and move forward. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Today, I'm honored and excited to support the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024. This farm bill is a strong one for Oregon that benefits our over 37,000 farms and nearly 700,000 agricultural employees. Agriculture is the lifeblood of Oregon. The programs in this farm bill are critical to our farmers. That's why it is so urgent that we finally get this legislation across the finish line and deliver the aid that our farmers not only need but deserve. From specialty crops to forestry to rural development, this farm bill will deliver for Oregon's 5th congressional district. Producers in my district have been left behind by previous farm bills because their diverse operations don't contain traditional commodities found in the other states. I have worked tirelessly with all of you to make sure that this farm bill serves both Oregonians and the nation as a whole. I'm thrilled to see increases to the specialty crop block grant and the specialty crop research incentive, as well as support for the mechanization and automation technologies for these crops. It is also critical this bill has more resources to tackle destructive invasive species that negatively impact their growth. Not to mention more specific ways to make crop insurance work effectively for specialty crops. These investments will significantly boost the competitiveness of Oregon's hazelnuts, blueberries, Christmas trees, nursery crops, grapes, and other specialty crops. I'm also pleased to see a robust forestry title, which will encourage forest management and in turn reduce the risk of devastating wildfires. A number of bipartisan bills I have co-led are included in the forestry title, including the Special Forest Products Program Reauthorization Act, which will allow for the sustainable harvest of special forest products on National Forest System lands, and the Fire Safe Electrical Corridors Act, which reduces bureaucracy and the removal of hazardous trees around electrical lines. I am relieved to also see the Wood Innovation Grant Program reauthorized and improved, with increased support for innovative wood products such as tall mast timber. If any of us hope to see these programs excel, we need to center everything around a strong workforce. Two bipartisan priorities of mine were included to address this exact issue: the Expanding Child Care in Rural America Act and the Jobs in the Woods Act, both of which I have led alongside my good friend, Congresswoman Gluesenkamp-Perez. My district is a child care desert and is forcing families to make impossible decisions. The Expanding Child Care in Rural America Act will help improve the availability and quality of child care in rural communities, helping to lower the insane costs. The Jobs in the Woods Act will help modernize the RISE program, ensuring greater partnerships to build out our workforce pipelines and prepare the next generation for our most high-demand rural jobs by way of strong apprenticeships tied to the good-paying union jobs. These crucial investments and others we make here today will provide for the continuation of American agriculture onto the next generation. This farm bill includes priorities that will touch every single corner of the country, especially for overlooked small, diverse, and beginning producers, precisely because this bill was written in bipartisan fashion with input from every single member of this committee. Farmers are hurting, and it's time we deliver on our promises to them. We cannot drag our feet. Over the course of this last 15 months, and as a freshman member of Congress in her first farm bill, we have told a story of individual chapters through bipartisan bills throughout. Today is the day where we will put together the whole book, and I look forward to supporting the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The young lady yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott. And thank you, Chairman Thompson, for including California in your listening session. I was proud and happy to join you, even when we were struggling to get in the cabs of those tractors that we are trying to get into.
That's true.
I'm proud to represent the Central Coast of California, where our #1 industry is agriculture, and where thousands of families rely on that food we grow and the nutrition programs that this committee supports. The Farm Bill is critical for the Central Coast, and because this legislation only happens twice every decade, I know it's not just important to get this bill done, it's important that we get it done right. For the past 17 months, my team and I have worked with this committee's members, staff, and California stakeholders to find common ground and common sense ways to support our producers, farmers, farm workers, and the families they feed. And the bill before us today reflects a lot of that good work. This bill and the framework laid out by our Senate counterparts acknowledges the need to invest in agriculture research, particularly when it comes to supporting the farm workers that harvest our specialty crops. This is an issue that is close to my heart. As a young man, I worked in the fields of California alongside my father, who was a farm worker, picking a variety of fruits and vegetables. While other crops have seen massive revolutions in technology over the years, we have not seen the same for specialty crops. This is still a back-breaking, by-hand work it used to be. We should support our farmers and our farm workers through the bipartisan language I helped craft with Mr. LaMalfa, Ms. Spanberger, and Mr. Miller to invest in agriculture research. We also need to ensure that we are tackling the quickly growing risks of wildfire in forests in California and across the western United States. The causes of wildfires are not a mystery to us. We know that downed trees and dead branches pose a serious threat when disease or dry and windy conditions set in. But right now, red tape can get in the way of removing those risk factors from public lands. The Farm Bill we have before us will eliminate the unnecessary administrative processes and allow for responsible fuels management within our national forests. That language is in there because I worked across the aisle with my Western colleagues, Mr. Valadao, Ms. Chavez de Reamer, and Mr. Costa, to find an approach that balances conservation and community safety. These are key changes that can help the Central Coast, and I will work to get these provisions signed into law. But sadly, it seems these bright spots of bipartisanship are not indicative of the bill before us today. In fact, there are fundamental flaws in this bill that abandon bipartisan cooperation and threaten California's Central Coast communities. California is the largest ag-producing state in our nation. A lot of the improvements made in this bill are paid for by raiding the future welfare of our nation's food insecure working families through the largest SNAP benefit cut in 3 decades. That is not acceptable for the nearly 30,000 families that live on the Central Coast, 10% of my entire district that rely on SNAP benefits to keep food on their table. I have heard my colleagues say that this is not a SNAP cut, but dozens of outside experts disagree. And let us not forget that this cut is being used to pay for other programs. If the committee's considering it a pay-for, then that is funding you are taking away from hungry families. You cannot have it both ways. My colleagues and I on this side of the aisle expressed willingness to work to find savings to permit other investments in a farm bill. But sadly, those attempts at common ground were abandoned, and the majority has chosen to move forward with a partisan and flawed farm bill. Sadly, this has been a trend. In Congress, and certainly this bill will not become law. Democrats have extended our hand to find a bipartisan path forward on preventing a default on our debt, on preventing government shutdowns, and on crafting good bipartisan bills. I hope that today's markup will allow us to return to the middle, remove partisan poison pills, and finalize a farm bill that helps all of the Central Coast and our entire nation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Scott, Ohio and U.S. farmers are facing daunting challenges in producing our nation's food supply. Thus, I commend the committee for bringing forth an updated and effective farm bill to ensure the strength of the farm safety net, bolster rural economies, and provide a stable and affordable food supply for American families. Ohio ranks among the top 10 states in the nation in farm production. However, volatile commodity markets, rising crop inputs, limited trading markets, and a range of other issues continue to pressure the farm safety net, impacting our nation's agricultural economy. Since coming to Congress, I have valued the opportunity to work with this committee, gaining insights from my Agriculture Advisory Council, which is made up of farm leaders local to my district in Northeast Ohio. Key priorities I've heard resound include improving the farm safety net and crop insurance, trade, bioenergy, and innovative research, animal health, specialty crops, training, nutrition, and more to strengthen our food supply and provide affordable goods to American consumers. The Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 before us today reflects these objectives. I'm also heartened that many of the bipartisan legislation initiatives that I've worked with stakeholders are reflected in this bill, and they include key provisions of the Farm to Fly Act. I greatly appreciate the efforts of this committee to expand these critical markets for American farmers, and I look forward to continued collaboration. The Training in Nutrition and Stability Act, which empowers the underserved through access to nutrition and skills. The Mechanization, Innovation, and Technology Research Act and related measures, advancing technology in agriculture, and the Food Supply Chain Capacity and Resiliency Act for a stronger and more affordable food supply chain for consumers. I also appreciate that the committee continues to work with me to address the delivery of water and wastewater assistance that is vital to Northeast Ohio communities. Further, I am grateful for the continued collaboration on accessing state-of-the-art research through ag innovation corridors and controlled environment technologies, like those being advanced by Ohio State University. Finally, I thank the committee for working on the ability of farmers in my district and throughout the nation to be able to take advantage of the Rural Energy for America program. along with rural small businesses and utility companies to develop critical energy systems. Thank you again, and I look forward to moving the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 ahead to strengthen the long-term farm economy of our nation and ensure a stable and affordable food supply for Ohio 7, every district in Ohio, and every family across America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Congresswoman Craig, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. When I fought to get back onto the Ag Committee this Congress, I did it because I thought the essential role of our nation's farmers they play in feeding and fueling our country and the world. And also because this is a committee where bipartisanship is still possible. I didn't quite know I was going to have to stare at the former chairman the whole time down here on the bottom of the dais the whole time. But as I look up at that photo, I'm reminded of the 2018 Farm Bill, which was a pretty dang good farm bill, which also did not start out very bipartisan. You know, I witnessed the impact of my grandfather losing his job during the farm crisis in the 80s. And that's how I know why it is so important to our nation's family farmers that they get the support they need in these incredibly uncertain times. Our farmers aren't asking for much. They just want to have a fair shot to make a living and pass their farms on to the next generation. At the beginning of this Congress, I set out to work in good faith on a bipartisan farm bill. That's why I've introduced 12 bipartisan bills in an effort to help the committee deliver a farm bill that could pass the House floor and be signed into law. Unfortunately, the bill the majority has presented to us today ignores the political realities of this Congress and the needs of the farmers I represent. I think this bill strongly favors Southern commodities at the expense of Midwest row crops to the tune of nearly $40 billion in deficit spending. Our job is to serve the family farmers with dirt under their fingernails, but this bill allows billionaire, absentee, and foreign landowners to benefit from that help too. Additionally, blatant clawbacks of the dollars I fought to pass last Congress as part of the Inflation Reduction Act further penalize my farmers who wish to participate in conservation title programs that are chronically oversubscribed and underfunded. Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to roll those dollars into the conservation title baseline, but they must have climate-smart sideboards to keep the intention of those dollars the same. The Farm Bill must also work for working people. Not only does this bill fail to make critical investments in food system workers, it also makes the biggest cut in SNAP benefits in nearly 30 years at a time when grocery prices are at an unsustainable high. When we look out at the funding in Minnesota, this bill would mean a $320 million cut in future SNAP funding to my home state of Minnesota alone. From the beginning, Democrats have been clear that we will not support a farm bill that is paid for by taking away food from working families, seniors, and our children. I want to thank the chairman for sitting down with me yesterday, along with a group of my colleagues, to talk about the concerns with these funding mechanisms so that we have a chance to get to a bipartisan bill in the future. I've talked to a number of you directly on the House floor and elsewhere in the past few days. And look, this on the policy front is a very good bill. You got a bunch of my marker bills in this farm bill. But on the payment side, I ask each of you specifically, how do you get to your math? This is the word that has come back to me the most times in the last 72 hours is fuzzy. It doesn't appear that my Republican colleagues understand the funding mechanisms either in this farm bill. So, to me, Mr. Chairman, it's a sad day for bipartisanship in this committee, but I choose to remain optimistic, just as my former chairman, Mr. Peterson, often reminded me the bumps in the roads along the farm bill to getting to a pretty dang good 2018 farm bill. And I stand ready to work with my Republican and Democratic colleagues to pass a bipartisan farm bill that stands a chance of being signed into law, that strengthens the farm safety net, supports the next generation of farmers, invests in rural communities, and builds new markets for renewable and bio-based products. This bill has no path forward across the House floor with the fundamentally flawed funding mechanism that, frankly, nobody here on this side of the aisle can explain, that pits farm policy against hungry families. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we can do better, and I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentlelady. I would also just clarify that my good friend Colin Peterson, a mentor of mine, was at the table in terms of pay-fors. I've had no alternative solutions for funding submitted from the Democratic side of the aisle other than the $5 billion on the Senate side. So my door is open, and I am more than happy to work. The only reason the pay-fors have not been bipartisan is because, quite frankly, the Democratic Party hasn't been at the table. Please come to the table on the pay-fors. Otherwise, we're not going to see all these great new innovations that need to be funded. Please recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Kamik, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone, my colleagues, and welcome to the all-important, once every 5 years Farm Bill markup. And I can already tell there's going to be a lot of bless your hearts. But we're going to love each other through it because we are here for something bigger than ourselves. This bill, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024, is a landmark piece of legislation. In my years of service, this being my third farm bill, have I ever seen a farm bill that does so much for so many? Our producers feed, fuel, and clothe not just our nation, but the world. But we know that the food in our grocery stores just doesn't appear out of thin air. It comes from the hardworking men and women who have made this their profession, heck, their way of life. These men and women come from all walks of life, sometimes beginning farmers, sometimes multi-generational family farmers, but they represent every box you could possibly check, but the most important box that they check is American. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that these men and women are absolutely critical to our national security. It is our job on this committee, heck, our job in Congress, not to stifle our producers, but to strengthen them, to strengthen rural America. And that is what this farm bill does. I want to congratulate the chairman and his team on a monumental effort that has taken place, and this has been years in the making to produce this bill. I also want to take a moment to underscore that this bill has been bipartisan from the very start, open to all Democrats until they upped and walk away, giving up on the process. You know, I've heard from my Democrat colleagues earlier today that this bill isn't bipartisan or reflective of their priorities. In fact, it was said earlier by one of our Democrat colleagues that, quote, "I love it that the gentleman from South Dakota was able to get all 5 of his priorities in the Farm Bill, but that is not bipartisanship. I think any one of us would have loved to have had the opportunity to at least get 1 or 2 of our priorities in," end quote. Now, as we all know, facts don't care about feelings, so here are some facts. This bill, in the base text, includes over 40 Democrat-led initiatives, 40. And of those 40 initiatives, they were specific asks from Democrat members on this committee, the very same members who are claiming that this bill is a wholly partisan undertaking. To say that this is not a bipartisan bill when you know full well that this bill includes your requested priorities, well, back home, we call that chicken shit. For folks back home watching, you're going to hear a lot about SNAP and the so-called cuts to SNAP. As a point of reference for folks back home as well as in this room, the numbers are telling. From 2002 to 2022, SNAP has increased 427%. 427% is how much SNAP has increased in that time period. In that same time frame, Title I, food production title, has been decreased by 71%. I don't care if you subscribe to Common Core math or old school traditional math, that math is telling. And you know, I fear that the recent and confirmed reporting about a directive from Democrat leadership to their members of this committee to tarnish the House Farm Bill is in order to hold out for a better Dem product in the Senate. And I think it's clouding my colleagues' judgment. This hearing is about our farmers, our ranchers and producers, and all Americans. It is not an opportunity to score partisan points or find glory in objecting. As one of the only 2 members representing the Sunshine State, I am so proud to report a sampling of the benefits of the Farm Bill for Florida's farmers, ranchers, producers, and consumers. I'm going to go as quickly as I can down this list. Section 7102, establishing a specialty crop committee. Section 7305, specialty crop research initiative. Section 11002, specialty crop standing block grants authority, a specialty crop market news allocation, a specialty crop advisory committee for crop insurance, a report on the competitiveness of U.S. specialty crops and trade, a modernization of agricultural research facilities by providing funding for Research Facilities Act, a specialty crop mechanization and automation research program, increased funding for specialty crop research to include mandatory funding levels to $175 million a year, AGI waivers for conservation and disaster programs, eliminating the AGI limitation for those who make 75% of their income from agriculture, a voluntary base update, language designating critical minerals central to agricultural production, such as potash and phosphate, on the critical minerals list, and that is just the beginning. I just rattled off a ton of initiatives that are great wins, not just for Floridians, but for all Americans. This product before us is good work. It is bipartisan and it is fair. It is not only misleading, but it is disingenuous to claim that this bill does not benefit both America's producers and consumers as a whole. We as a committee, as Republicans, Democrats, but most importantly as Americans, should be proud of this work. Let's get to it. Thank you, Chairman Thompson and the entire farm team for your work. It's time to get to work, and I yield back.
General Lady's time has expired. We'll just stick with that Florida theme, and please recognize Mr. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, history tells us that only bipartisan farm bills have a chance to pass into law. This is especially true in a shared government where we have Democrats controlling the White House and the Senate and Republicans controlling the House. This is even more critical when you consider the history of this particular term, where every major bill that's passed out of this chamber into law has been bipartisan, given the Republicans' narrow majority, and it usually is on suspension. In short, a farm bill divided against itself cannot stand. I support the Senate bill. I think it's a good bipartisan compromise. And I go into this markup today with an open mind about today and the future. I'm here to help our local ranchers, our growers, and our farmers in Florida, to help them feed America in a sustainable way. We have citrus and cattle country in Central Florida. We also grow blueberries and strawberries. People know us a lot for tourism, but they also are aware of our iconic orange juice and cattle and other major commodities. And I'm also here to ensure we fully fund our food assistance programs, programs like SNAP. Most people who are on SNAP, they're children, they're seniors, they're veterans. And I appreciate the inclusion of key Florida priorities: disaster block grant authority, citrus greening conservation, citrus greening research, meat and poultry processing, expansion programs and meat and poultry research, artificial intelligence, agriculture applications, and combating invasive species, and we're grateful for that. I also remain deeply concerned about the cuts to food assistance. This would cost Florida about $2.1 billion in food assistance over the next few years. 15% of folks in Florida's 9th Congressional District rely on these programs. We also see ultimately, even though we're getting there on Puerto Rico NAP to SNAP, with this cut to through the Thrifty Food Program, a $200 million cut to my family's native island of Puerto Rico. I remain concerned about the cuts to the Inflation Reduction Act farm conservation programs. I've seen millions used for IRA projects in our district for prescribed burns, for herbaceous weed control, brush management, to help make our farmers resilient against extreme weather. In Florida, we get hit by more extreme hurricanes each year and more extreme heat. And so these are key programs to make sure we're keeping up our production in the Sunshine State. I also have concerns about making sure we're including the National Livestock Vaccine Program or the commodities programs, things we're looking forward to working with. So the way I see it is we have two options today. We can agree on amendments to fix the food assistance cuts, the IRA and CCC cuts, and pass a bipartisan bill out of this committee, which could literally go straight to the floor on suspension and pass this House. Or we can see a partisan bill pass and hobble out of this committee But it still won't be enough for the enemies of the Farm Bill that sit on the Rules Committee, which will dismantle this bill, unfortunately, which is why I support the Senate bill, and maybe we'll get closer to it as we come along in a compromise. And, you know, Mr. Chairman, I'm an optimist, so I'll just consider this a first offer that we'll work on. In the meantime, we'll continue to have our farmers and our folks supported through the 2018 bipartisan farm bill, a bill I was proud to help work on and vote for, so we can continue to support our farmers and America's families. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the, actually my co-chair on the Congressional Scouting Caucus for 5 minutes, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Over the past 2 years, we sought input from our nation's producers to hear what was working and what was not working in the 2018 Farm Bill. I've listened to farmers, cotton shippers, dairy producers, cattlemen, forest landowners, rural lenders, and families from my district and across the country. While the previous Farm Bill was fine for then, it does not meet the needs of now. And today, the prevailing message is this: our farmers need help. The folks who grow our food and fiber, the highest quality, the safest, the most affordable, and most abundant food and fiber anywhere in the world, are in danger of losing their land, their operations, and their livelihoods if they don't get help right away. Lenders are reaching out to our office to let us know that they're doing the best they can to help, but will soon be unable to extend further credit to our farmers and ranchers. Producers in my district need an increase in reference prices and in marketing loan rates. They need help controlling feral swine that cause $150 million in damage every year in Georgia. They need increased access to capital, better crop insurance. They need more research to stay on the cutting edge. They need market assistance and promotion to get out of this trade deficit. The needs are great. So a number one priority in the Farm Bill has been to improve the farm safety net for agricultural producers through robust support. The language of this Farm Bill purports to do this, but we need 21st century funding to keep up with 21st century needs. Unfortunately, the House Majority Leadership of the House Budget Committee gave the Agriculture Committee zero budget to meet the needs of our agricultural producers, rural America, our farm families, and the nutrition needs of vulnerable Americans. Zero. We have no budget for the Farm Bill. What kind of message does that send to farmers trying to do what is best for their land and their families? What kind of message does that send to rural towns and counties facing challenges providing community facilities and quality health care? What message does that send to those community leaders trying to ensure law enforcement and public safety officials in small towns have what they need? What kind of message does it send to struggling parents trying to put food on the table for their children? Now, the majority proposes to cut future SNAP benefits and plans to use budget gimmicks to find money to pay for the Farm Bill. I believe we should give the farmers what they've asked for. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have the food and fiber that we need. I believe we should assure that every American, man, woman, and child can get healthy food. I believe we should invest in climate-smart policies to save our planet. The Budget Committee should have allocated sufficient resources to meet all of these needs. It did not. Instead, today we have a bill that destroys some essential missions to support others. It robs Peter to pay Paul. It restricts increases to the Thrifty Food Plan, which takes $30 billion SNAP, affecting 17 million children and more than 6 million seniors, reduces emergency feeding programs, including food banks, by more than $100 million. This would hurt farmers. $7.5 billion less in protein, $2.3 billion less in dairy products, $2.2 billion less in grains, $3.6 billion less in fruits and vegetables. The bill robs the CCC, which was created in law as a tool to help farms in times of crisis, such as natural disasters, economic disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires, floods, mudslides, droughts, earthquakes, tariffs. I expressed my opposition to limiting the Secretary's ability to use CCC in the FY24 appropriation cycle, and I'm restating that opposition here today. The Secretary's Section 5 authority allows for expeditious response to market disruptions, commodity price declines, and more. Eliminating discretionary use of this authority will only delay congressional action when agricultural producers need it most. This is not the answer. The Farm Bill affects every single American every day. It helps landowners preserve their farmland for years to come, ensure quality of life through access to clean water, sewer infrastructure, broadband, keeps the food supply free from foreign diseases, helps most vulnerable children and families and seniors when they need a hand. We need a bipartisan working farm bill. But that's not what we're considering today. We need a bipartisan solution that doesn't take food away from needy families. We need a bipartisan solution that allows the Secretary to use his or her discretion to help our farmers lower production costs and provide assistance when needed. Americans need a farm bill, a true bipartisan bill. We can work together across the aisle to make that happen. We need this at this moment. America is counting on us to get it done. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back, and I think we have successfully gone through every member here. I will observe, as I happen to see the clips of other committees recently, I want to congratulate all of our members. I know these are important, passionate issues on both sides of the aisle, and I think most everybody handled themselves with great decorum. And well done. So hearing no further discussion, the committee will now move to consideration of the bill. At this point, I would ask unanimous consent to limit amendment debate to 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I object to unanimous consent.
Okay, then there is an objection to 3 minutes.
I object too, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, very good. Well, I will say I've had a lot of discussion with members on your side of the aisle who were interested in doing 2 minutes. So if you object to 3, do you want 2?
I don't know how many you've talked to, but you didn't talk to me.
I mean,
object.
That's fine. Breakfast will be served at a certain hour. Actually, breakfast is on your own.
I love breakfast.
This is, it's not, yeah. Seeing, therefore, we'll move ahead. I'd like to first recognize myself to offer an en bloc amendment. Members have been made aware of the bills included by my staff. Clerks can distribute the amendment, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the en bloc be waived. Does any member, and we're going to wait for the clerk to distribute the amendment. They're a glutton for punishment.
They'll wear down in 6 hours.
Yeah.
Load it later if we need to.
Oh, yes. We'll make sure it's one of them that makes the motion.
I'm trying to figure out if I need whiskey or salt.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
No, it's going to get wild. I'm here for you.
Where do you think I'm going? Where am I going to go? This is all the action. This is all the action I'm going to get. How are you? Yeah, thank you. Did you have enough coffee?
Yeah.
Sir, your mic is on.
Good.
All members have copies of the en bloc. I ask unanimous consent, as I've said, that the reading en bloc be waived. Does any member seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate my amendment being considered as part of the en bloc amendment. Recently, the Lake Erie Grape Belt in my district, the oldest, largest Concord grape growing region in the world, experienced a hard frost in late April. This unprecedented freeze caused substantial damage, threatening the entire crop, resulting in major financial losses for local producers in western New York. This freeze event jeopardized not only my district's agricultural productivity, but the tourism industry that is vital to the surrounding communities. Due to this hard frost, our grape producers will be operating well below production costs this year. It's important to note that these kind of freezes are occurring more frequently, not just in my district, but across the country. My amendment will ensure that we provide a comprehensive crop insurance policy for grape growers who suffer losses due to freeze events, addressing a significant gap in current agricultural support policies. Specifically, my amendment will mandate the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation develop a policy specifically for insuring table grapes, wine, and juice grapes against losses due to freeze events. This amendment is based on a standalone bill that I recently introduced called the Grape Research and Protection Expansion Act, or the GRAPE Act. I believe crop insurance plays a vital role in helping farmers manage the weather and market risks inherent to production agriculture. My amendment demonstrates how the crop insurance program can be tailored and improved to address the evolving challenges facing today's grape growers. I urge all my colleagues to support the en bloc amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
One does it. Will the gentleman yield?
To Mr. Costa.
Question to the author of the amendment. Are these the same en bloc on the amendments that you referenced it, I believe, several times on wine grapes that were damaged by as a result of some dramatic fires that we've had throughout the West, and obviously those in California, that could be covered under the crop insurance program? Is this the amendment? Does this include that in your amendment, I guess, is what I'm asking?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I support the en bloc.
Yeah. Very good. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to speak on the amendment. Thank you. Congressman Barry Moore and I introduced H.R. 7064, the Farmers Market Expansion Act, which would include tree nuts in addition to shelled tree nuts in the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. This amendment is modeled after our bill, and it would benefit our seniors and over 2,000 pecan producers across New Mexico. Pecans and shelled tree nuts are vital agricultural products in New Mexico, and this expansion would not only enhance the nutrition of seniors, but also provide significant economic support to local farmers. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Others would like to speak on the bill. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend the gentlelady Miller from Illinois for amendment number 35. And appreciate the work of members of this committee who have worked to close the loophole unintentionally created in the 2018 Farm Bill. This amendment contains the clarification needed to decipher accurately the intentional and unintentional products currently developed under the 2018 definition of hemp. Hemp is a product that requires and demands the correct guidelines, and if we do not provide these guidelines, we are threatening the safety of Americans. This amendment draws the much-needed line between the naturally occurring plant and adjacent particles and the enhancing synthetic additives combined with the plant and placed on store shelves. We must ensure these products are regulated properly and handled with the care we tried to set, this committee tried to set, and the Congress tried to set in 2018. I understand this is a contentious issue, but we must accept responsibility and address the issue once and for all. Clarifying these definitions will address many of the issues arising related to substance control standards, while not threatening the production of legally derived hemp. I am encouraged by this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Others that would like to speak on the en bloc.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Baird.
I would like to express my opposition to amendment number 35, and here's my reasons. American farmers around the country have invested their time and treasure over the last 6 years to develop a domestic supply chain of hemp and hemp products. Hemp provides a great opportunity for family farms to diversify their farm income while using hemp as a rotational crop. American farmers deserve the certainty afforded with the current definition of hemp. The proposed amendment arbitrarily changes the current congressionally written definition of hemp in such a way that it eliminates the genetic seed stock built by farmers over the last 6 years. This includes the grain and fiber markets that demonstrate great potential for our farmers. The proposed amendment preempts individual states like Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Georgia that have engaged to properly regulate these products and age restrictions and uniform packaging, labeling, and testing requirements. Genuine consumer safety concerns with hemp products are actively being considered by the House Energy and Commerce and the Senate Health Committees, in addition to actions taken by the states and existing FDA authority to remove unsafe products and those targeting minors from the market. The proposed amendment empowers bad actors who are not concerned with the safety of their products and the age of their consumers by eliminating small businesses' responsibility meeting strong consumer demand for the products. I'm voting no on this amendment in order to provide critical certainty for American farmers to continue to invest in rebuilding a domestic supply chain of hemp and hemp products. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including my amendment in this en bloc. My amendment will close the loophole created in the 2018 Farm Bill that allows intoxicating hemp products like Delta 8 to be sold. These products are being marketed to children and sending hundreds of them to the hospital. We must stop teenagers and young children from being exposed to addictive and harmful drugs. Mr. Chairman, I would like to highlight this article from the Wall Street Journal. It shows how these products are being marketed to children and how harmful they can be. My amendment would return the definition of hemp to Congress's original intent, which was for industrial purposes and not intoxicating synthetic derivatives of hemp. I want to thank the chairman for including concepts from my bill, the Preserving America's Farmland Act, in the base text of the Farm Bill. This will require the administration to study the impacts of solar panel installations on prime farmland and estimate the loss of agriculture production on farmland due to solar panel installations. I am very concerned about America's farmland being covered with solar panel installations. Food security is national security, and if we cover our prime soil with solar panels, we will become dependent on our adversaries to feed American families. It is a great honor to represent my fellow family farmers on this committee. I'm excited to vote for this Farm Bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Very good. And encourage members to limit their remarks to legislation that is within the en bloc. Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am speaking today in opposition to my friend Ms. Miller's amendment, and this is why. Although I understand the intent of this amendment, which is to limit the accessibility of these derivatives to children, and I appreciate that greatly, I should note for the record that I am not a supporter of recreational marijuana. But the issue is this: Congress inadvertently created this problem in the 2018 Farm Bill because they could not reasonably predict, or they didn't reasonably predict that these types of cannabinoids could be synthesized. And then they passed this bill through. In the intervening time, there are now tens of thousands of Americans who have created different businesses, including several in my district now, that are using this process to feed their own kids. So although, again, I understand the intent of this, I think that Congress, again, is going to inadvertently do something. So I've spoken to my industry experts on this, and they absolutely want to be regulated. They do not want to be part of an industry that is producing different types of substances that can be given to children, as Ms. Meeks is applying or has stated, but they also want to make sure that the quality consistency of the products are across the board the same. So they do want to be regulated. They do not want to be destroyed. And unfortunately, again, Congress created this problem in the 2018 Farm Bill, and now in order to right the wrong that they feel that they did, they're going to put tens of thousands of Americans' jobs at risk, and they're going to destroy an industry that was allowed to be created legally. And so I don't think it's appropriate for Congress to retroactively go back and make an industry essentially illegal that's going to put these people out of business. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support this en bloc if this amendment is still included in it. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Mr. Miller from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a critical opportunity to expand markets for United States agricultural goods, bolster our nation's rural economies, and secure our energy resources through sustainable aviational fuels, also known as SAF. That's good for farmers, good for economic development, and good for the future of our nation's aviation. Toward this end, I appreciate that the committee has recognized the capacity for American farmers to help fuel flight and included measures in the base text of the Farm Bill regarding sustainable aviational fuels eligibility within the United States Department of Agriculture bioenergy programs aimed at reflecting key tenets in the bipartisan bicameral Farm to Fly Act, supported by so many on this committee. This marks the beginning of the process of recognizing the potential sustainable aviational fuel within USDA programs. I thank the committee for the opportunity to continue to work to fully empower the U.S. agricultural's contribution to sustainable aviational fuel. This effort should reflect the inclusion of SAF from corn ethanol, one of the most promising and scalable production pathways. I look forward to working with this committee to ensure the Farm Bill makes the most effective contribution to this important industry. Building off important recognition of sustainable aviational fuels for United States farmers, the amendment I am offering today would facilitate collaboration across Department of Agriculture missions for this issue. The USDA strategic effort will leverage the capabilities of our nation's farmers to capture opportunities in the sustainable aviational fuels market, and in doing so, build a critical framework to empower American agriculture to fuel to flight. The measure before us is a solid step in the right direction. On behalf of the future of American agriculture and aviation, I urge your support. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I ask passage for this. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak? Ms. Bamberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak in support of Ms. Miller's amendment. And I would note and offer into the record a letter that I know you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ranking Member Scott have received from attorneys general across the country, including from the Commonwealth of Virginia. And my support for this amendment is related specifically to the benefit that it would have for Virginia farmers. As they are trying to understand this ever-changing landscape, greater clarity is incredibly important, and importantly, particularly for fiber hemp producers, this amendment would make clear the valuable work that they do and make clear the viability of their product. This amendment would also give the Secretary of Agriculture authority to determine permissible levels of THC, and this is also good. I've consulted with the Virginia Secretary of Agriculture and certainly appreciate his and his team's engagement on this and other amendments that we are reviewing today. I yield back.
Thank you, General. I yield back. Mr. Nunn is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for this straightforward and common sense amendments being included in the en bloc. My first amendment defends an important member for many folks' families here in the U.S. This addresses puppy mills and their impact on communities across this country. I want to share with you Goldie. This is a golden retriever. She was neglected. She was abused at a USDA licensed puppy mill in Wayne County, Iowa. This mill received over 120 complaints to the Department of Ag. But during that time, it took the U.S. Department of Ag more than 6 months to inform anyone. And as a result, multiple dogs died. But for the steadfast work of our county sheriff, Keith Davis, he was able to rescue these animals. And as a result, we were able to save many of them. Unfortunately for Goldie, it was too late. She died of her mistreatment because she was not protected by the very entity that was set up to defend this. And she is one of more than 2 million dogs that go through puppy mills and die every year, largely because the USDA has not informed local law enforcement. We must protect man's best friend from bad actors who would do them harm. That's why I introduced this amendment. I appreciate the bipartisan support on this front, and also hold USDA accountable to inform local law enforcement when animals like this are found. My state has a horrible history of this, and we have worked hard, but we need the Department of Ag to do its job. Second Amendment would strengthen cybersecurity for rural water systems to keep people safe. As an intelligence officer working on cybersecurity threats, Ag is one of the top sectors targeted by adversaries, both for the intellectual property as well as nation states that mean to do us harm. This amendment would expand the USDA Circuit Rider program to provide technical cybersecurity assistance to ensure that rural communities have the tools they need to rapidly assess cyber protection. I am particularly happy to be able to work on this with my colleague, Mr. Davis, from North Carolina, to develop a solution to prevent cyber attacks on rural water systems. This is critical for our agricultural input. While I'm grateful these two amendments have been included in the work of many on both sides of the aisle, I want to express some sincerely felt concerns about a ban on hemp products nationwide. I associate myself with those remarks made by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden. I've heard from growers in my district. They support a stronger framework that includes more transparency, clear labeling, standards, age restrictions, and my state has been doing great leadership in this. However, this legislation should not be rushed. Underdeveloped policy attached to this legislation without proper consideration puts not only the Farm Bill at risk, but also puts us on a collision course with other departments and agencies. As a dad of 6, I certainly share my colleagues' passion for protecting children from accessing dangerous drugs, but this amendment goes too far by eliminating grain and fiber markets and instead protecting children through appropriate regulation to drive down the illicit marketplace. Mr. Chairman, the purposeful markup of today's debate is to share a number of ideas to consider the full implications of each policy, and I ask that we take the time to consider this properly as this moves forward to the floor. I appreciate the Chairman's work on this and thank the members of the committee, particularly those who have helped on our first 2 amendments. With that,
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to speak on the en bloc amendment? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor of the en bloc amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. All right. Moving on to Title I. Does any member have amendments to Title I? I believe there are some.
Bishop.
Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop has an amendment at the desk, and members will suspend while the amendment is being distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 45.
Very good. We'll just suspend for a moment while amendment 45 is circulated to all the members. We've got a long ways to go.
Do you have it? No, yeah, it's in there.
I'm a no.
Oh. Oh my. What? Off their slush fund.
thank you.
That's right here. I can find it. Oh, here it is. Let's see, it's page.
So I actually
amendment.
break. That's one I don't have in my
And I'm just saying in our little group, you know, in our little groups now.
I think all members have had the amendment distributed to, and Mr. Bishop has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 45, offered by Mr. Bishop.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disappointed that the House Republican leadership and the House Budget Committee refused to give our Ag Committee any money for the Farm Bill, a bill that affects every single American every single day. They gave us zero funding. So as everyone here knows, one of the biggest disputes around this Farm Bill is how to fund it. One pay for is that this bill cuts SNAP benefits, which is bad enough by itself, but I'm going to talk about that now. I want to discuss the proposal to tap the Commodity Credit Corporation, CCC, by eliminating the Secretary's Section 5 authority. I'm surprised that Republicans resort to such a draconian approach. The CCC has served as the funding mechanism for agricultural programs since 1933. Most of this $30 billion fund goes to pay for the Farm Bill and other important initiatives that Congress has authorized to help American agriculture. What is left unspent each year from the fund is available for the Secretary of Agriculture to use at his or her discretion under Section 5 of the CCC Charter Act for certain purposes such as supporting commodity prices, removing surplus commodities, increasing domestic consumption of ag commodities, and expanding or developing new domestic or foreign markets. Secretaries have used that discretion to help America's farmers in times of need, such as $530 million in direct payments to fishermen that were impacted by adverse trade actions during the trade war with China, $100 million in marketing assistance for American farmers to support grain storage, drying, and handling needs after large commercial grain elevators were destroyed by tornadoes, $1.9 billion for purchasing U.S. commodities to be distributed through emergency feeding programs. In fact, the Secretary announced today nearly $83 million in CCC funding to increase or otherwise expand the domestic manufacturing and processing of fertilizer in the U.S. following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Representative Duarte's district is receiving nearly $6.8 million. Representative Carmack's district is receiving $4 million today, adding to $2.9 million she got in March. Both Mrs. Miller and Mr. Fenster's district are receiving $2.4 million. Mr. Mann, just over $2.3 million. Mr. Rouser, just over $2.9 million. Mr. Feenstra and Mr. Van Orten's district received $4.9 million in March. These are much-needed investments. Our producers need domestic fertilizer to bring down input costs. Almost all of our states received funding for local food for schools programs delivered by the Secretary through CCC. The local food for schools program procures food for school meals from local farmers and ranchers, and it makes communities more resilient in the face of future supply chain issues. And we all know what happened just 3 or 4 short years ago with the pandemic. It's a win-win for our farmers and our school children. All of our states received local food purchasing agreement funds, which allowed them to purchase state-grown commodities for local food banks. A win-win again. Even the colleagues in my Appropriations Committee are trying to figure out how to get CCC funding to address flooding in California and high pathogen avian influenza in Iowa. So I guess I'm trying to understand why we would want to completely tie the Secretary's hands. Why would you want to put this incredibly useful tool on the shelf for 5 years? I expressed my opposition to limiting the Secretary's ability to use the CCC during the FY24 appropriations cycle, and I'm restating that opposition here today. That's why I'm offering this amendment to strike Section 1608 of the limit, which is a limitation on the CCC authority. Let's call it what it is. It's a budget gimmick, and we know that restricting the Secretary's authority won't get us anywhere near enough money to pay for the fund bill. The Budget Office said that this provision saves $6.7 billion, not enough to pay for the improvements to our farm safety net or crop insurance. Now, I know that some Republicans are still angry with Secretary Vilsack because he used the CCC for climate-smart programs, and I heard that loud and clear. But the Secretary's, our farmers benefit tremendously under the previous administration when Secretary Perdue used the CCC to give the farmers relief from the trade wars with China. Secretary Vilsack has used about $10 billion from 21 to 23, and Secretary Perdue used $52 billion from 2018 to 2020, which Congress had to refill. So I'd urge my colleagues to put away your anger, to adopt the amendment, and let's work together on this so we can all get what we need. I'm afraid if we vote to get rid of this necessary tool, we will regret it for years to come. And I thank the chairman for the time, urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Chairman yields back, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Bishop's amendment is badly needed. You know, I'm reminded when I look at this amendment of those eloquent words of William Shakespeare in Julius Caesar. When Julius Caesar was walking through, he looked at Brutus and he said, "Brutus, yours is the meanest cut of all. In this farm bill, this is the meanest cut of all." To our farmers, you all mean to tell me that with the evidence that has been shown, as Ranking Member Bishop pointed out, example after example, our farmers would have been destroyed and devastated when we had the pandemic. It was their $31 billion coming from CCC that saved hundreds of farmers by opening up markets for them. Without them, we would have lost all of those farms. And then when we had the trade war with Trump's effort, and I'm not condemning, we may need to go into another trade war. And we need this protection. For God's sake, let's take this language out and send a powerful message that we love our farmers and we're not going to take this level of protection from them by taking the CCC from whichever. It may be one of your Republican members that become secretary. You wouldn't want to do that to him. We live in tenuous times. There are nations out there right now looking and just imagining how foolish we will look to take this insurance policy to protect our farmers against any devastation. The CCC has proved its worth. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember those immortal words coming from Caesar. And let this not be the meanest cut of all into the heart of our farmers. Please vote for this amendment and send a powerful message to our farmers. We're not going to take this protection from you. Let the CCC stay in the hands of our Secretary of Agriculture to be able to respond as they have done before to save our farmers. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. And Ranking Member, I certainly appreciate your passion in this matter. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, if we weren't $35 trillion in debt as a nation, it might be acceptable for this secretary, any secretary, to have the taxpayer's credit card with a $3 billion credit limit. But this secretary has basically abused this and run up charges of more than $10 billion a year for 6 years. It's time to cut up the credit card. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Budzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add my support to my colleague's amendment. I'm extremely concerned with this provision to limit the CCC's authority to respond to market failures, natural disasters, trade wars, wars in Europe, and more. The importance of rapid response during these emergencies is exactly why the Secretary of Agriculture has access to flexibility through the Commodity Credit Corporation, CCC, to support farmers in real time. Policy is a very blunt instrument. We cannot legislate for every possible issue that our farmers may face. This is why the CCC exists, and this is why it is so important. I can say that farmers in my district have received hundreds of millions of dollars in CCC funding, and I would just add, just today we got notification of a $14 million worth of a grant coming to our district for fertilizer production, and that just happened today. In addition to this, the flexibility, as I mentioned, in responding to emergencies during the pandemic, trade wars, and even now to spur on market development for our farmers who so desperately need new and innovative markets in which to sell their products. In fact, when I had my Agricultural Advisory Council, I heard from them specifically about how important this was to open new markets, how important opening those markets are to them. But let me set that aside for a moment. I'm deeply concerned that this provision is being used to fund the entirety of the safety net update without a guarantee about this funding. And on top of it, the investment into the safety net is inequitable. It does not serve farmers appropriately, and it is being used to pick favorites. I do not understand this provision. It is kneecapping the Secretary's authority to respond to disasters. It is not being reinvested in an equitable way, and it is, at this point, a fictional amount of money. In fact, it is over 6 times larger than the amount that CBO has said the provision saves. For these reasons, I'm supporting my colleague's amendment to strike the language restricting CCC authority. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recommend gentlelady from Kansas, Congresswoman Davids, for 5 minutes.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was trying to be recognized for an amendment later.
Okay, not a problem. Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in support of the amendment. As many of you know, my colleagues and I celebrated when the USDA announced the creation of an equity commission to evaluate the policies and the practices of the so-called People's Department that affect its accessibility and inclusiveness. That was based on our advocacy to bring more equity to the department. That commission issued its final report in February of 2024, echoed what I've heard from farmers that I've met with by bringing attention to the issues that tying commodity programs to base acres creates for those who've been denied or disabused of land and capital for well over 100 years. Prior farm bills and chances to modify or update crop acreage bases have generated huge discrepancies in dollars paid to underserved producers in comparison to their neighbors, in some cases with underserved producers receiving only a quarter of the per acre subsidies of white farmers. Documented racial discrimination and the privilege of getting funding from these programs to invest back into farms over others are to blame. And while farmers who own land without base can acquire base, if they grew covered commodities, the pro rata reduction limits the benefit this will provide. A coalition in my home state of North Carolina has warned that the proposed commodity program reference price increases in this bill would not benefit black producers, but only widen the problem with white counterparts. Higher reference prices risk also making expensive land even more costly in the state that would benefit further, shutting out not only minority producers, but any new beginning farmers. Commodity program changes in this title also undercut farmers who are doing right by their businesses and the environment by diversifying their crop plantings. Another concerning provision gives corporate investors a bite at Title I programs, which will only make farmland more expensive for farmers who already have trouble affording it. Being commodity programs, this title hamstrings the USDA's ability to support all farmers through the CCC. So the authorities granted to the Secretary play a critical role in aiding farmers with direct payments in the aftermath of climate disasters, trade wars, or pandemics to ensure that our local and regional food systems become resilient. Now, Section 1608 robs the USDA of these powers to do good in order to pay for programs that risk magnifying inequality. North Carolina stands to lose from this funding sleight of hand. In my home state, farmers have gotten $336 million to support school food procurement, and over $14 million have passed through the state level for getting locally grown foods to folks who utilize the emergency food system. So this title is bad for my district, for my state, and for the country. Moving forward, I'd like to draw my colleagues' attention to the Senate Farm Bill framework, which both offers underserved producers and an opportunity to establish or add base acreage and doesn't tie the USDA's hands as a money-saving ploy. I am happy to support the gentleman's amendment, and I would certainly encourage my colleagues to do so, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back and recognize the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pengridge, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comes under the title of Everything's Been Said, but not everyone has said it, but I will try to be brief in my saying of this. And I can't help myself. I promise you I won't speak on every amendment, but this one I think is particularly egregious. This base language is particularly egregious, and I want to speak out in strong support of Mr. Bishop's amendment. Mr. Bishop knows this issue well because I have the pleasure of serving with him on the Agriculture Appropriations Committee, and a similar attempt was made on the Agriculture Appropriations Committee in 2024 to remove the authority from the Secretary to use the Credit Corporation Charter Act, and that was defeated. It was not in the 2024 appropriations bill because it was a bad idea, a misguided idea, and everybody realized it was. We've talked a lot about things being bipartisan. This is a bipartisan bad idea. You've already heard some of the uses that this is put to, and I want everyone to remember, I was here under Secretary Perdue. There were some trade issues with some misguided, perhaps, trade deals or whatever happened, but there was something like $28 million that went to farmers to make them whole after some trade adjustment that needed to happen under the market facilitation program. $28 billion was spent during that time, and you've already heard that $52 billion was spent overall during that administration. So this is used in Republican and Democratic administrations, this authority that the Secretary of Agriculture has to deal with all kinds of things. We wouldn't have gotten through some of the emergency food assistance needs we had during the pandemic, and then dealing with supply chain disruption. All of our states got money through that. Some of the issues going on today, as you've just heard, with shortages of fertilizer are being dealt with through this program. There has been funding that's gone to ethanol blends. There's international food aid that goes through here, other kinds of trade promotion programs. Yes, there are things in here for climate smart agriculture, and while we may not all agree on that, farmers agree that this is good money that has come to all of our states and is critically important. So taking away this authority from one agriculture secretary, maybe because you don't like one program, is completely misguided. It's not thinking into the future. It's not thinking into a bipartisan future that none of us know who will be our next president. So it's critically important not to do. I want to just point out one other thing. This language says, can only carry out operations that Congress has authorized and provided for. And I just want to remind the committee that it is 2024. It is May of 2024. We're working on the 2023 Farm Bill. We're not sure we'll get it done today. We're not sure we'll get it done this month or next month or in the next 3 months. So what are we going to do when there's a crisis around avian flu and we can't go to this? What would we do without this kind of authority when emergencies come up that farmers need us to deal with? We'd wait for Congress? Come on. We're all members of Congress. We all know we don't get our work done that quickly. We all know that we don't deal with emergencies very well. We cannot possibly take this authority away from the Secretary. I yield back. I encourage everyone to vote yes on this very well-designed amendment.
Gentlelady yields back, and I recognize Austin Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been here 14 years. I've seen appropriate and I've seen inappropriate uses of the Commodity Credit Corporation. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for my colleague from Georgia, Congressman Bishop. My question is for you, Mr. Chairman. As I understand it, if this amendment passes, it would increase spending by approximately $50 billion, according to CBO, which then requires a $50 billion reduction in other lines of the legislation. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. This is a pay-for, and we're expected to find pay-fors within from wherever, but specifically my direction was given me our area of jurisdiction.
And so certainly we recognize that we can't spend the same dollar twice, and if this amendment passed, you would have to find another $50 billion in reductions in other lines of the bill. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I know the immediate reaction of a lot of farmers watching is going to be defensive because you've been told that the Commodity Credit Corporation limitation in this bill, well, that it would pay for the increased reference prices, base acre update, and more. But let me be clear, I, as well as the author of this amendment and every Democrat on this committee, support putting more farm in the Farm Bill. But there is something I think is important that everyone watching at home knows. The limitation in this bill does not pay for the outlays in Title I, but it does take away important programs that farmers and rural Americans across the country rely on. The provisions of Titles I and 11 will cost at minimum $48 billion. The Congressional Budget Office scored the savings provided by the CCC limitation in this bill as providing $8 billion. You don't have to be a math expert to know that this means that this bill will have at least $40 billion in the red. But Republican conference rules require the bill to have a balanced budget. So to make up for the shortfall, the reference prices, base acre updates, and other farm support provisions would have to be changed after markup. But since it will have cleared markup, most members of this committee and the tens of millions of constituents we represent would not have a say. It will be like when last-minute changes were made by leadership in the one-year extension of what was supposed to be the 2012 Farm Bill. Without public hearing, input, or markup, a handful of people will make the ultimate decision about what levels these things are funded at when the house of cards comes tumbling down. So while these numbers look great now, I caution folks that these are a mirage of numbers arrived at with make-believe math. There's going to be a theme of math from me today. The only thing that is real about Title I is that it will take away the investments from the Commodity Credit Corporation widely supported by farmers. Under the bill, the Secretary would no longer be able to fund the Climate Smart Commodities Program. This program has invested in just the last 2 years over $3 billion in farmers and ranchers across the country. And it is available to farmers large and small regardless of when you started planting. Under the bill, the Secretary would no longer be able to fund the local food purchase assistance program. Through a CCC investment, the funding for this program would have been doubled. This is money that is directly going to support local market access for farmers, enhancing the resiliency of the agriculture supply chain and promoting local consumption, and now it would be gone. Under this bill, the Secretary would no longer be able to fund the fertilizer production expansion program. Everyone on this committee has heard about the challenges farmers are facing from significantly increased fertilizer prices. It is essential that we build a domestic manufacturing base immune from supply shocks due to global conflict with Russia, China, or Iran, which supply a significant amount of the key minerals for fertilizer today. So in order to give the appearance of paying for something it doesn't, farmers and ranchers are losing access to programs that directly invest billions in their operations. Like I said, farmers and ranchers are being sold a false bill of goods. With that, I will yield.
Lady yields. I recognize Mrs. Hayes for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This plan to restrict the Commodity Credit Corporation's Section 5 authority is irresponsible and short-sighted. This authority helps the Secretary of Agriculture account for shortcomings in USDA programs, including many that Republicans on this committee support. For example, the Secretary is authorized to use CCC funding to support commodity prices, support commodity production, and procure commodities for government agencies. Under the Biden administration, USDA has used this authority to respond to supply chain disruptions, promote climate-smart practices, and enhance the ability of schools and food banks to purchase locally grown foods. The previous administration also used this authority to respond to retaliatory tariffs from China, and future administrations may struggle to support farmers during trade disputes if this bill goes into effect. This Farm Bill spends about $53 billion on commodity support between Title I and Title XI. However, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has said that eliminating this discretionary authority will only save about $8 billion, creating a problem that CBO will be forced to solve. Farming is inherently risky, and I support making investments in these programs. However, this is the wrong way to do it. It's not possible to predict every climate disaster, geopolitical event, or economic downturn. During the next emergency, Congress will have to make up for this policy change, and farmers will be the ones paying the price. I appreciate my colleague, Representative Bishop, for offering this amendment, and I urge its passage. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Costa from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support the nature of this amendment and associate myself with many of the comments that have been made for the good reasons on why I think this amendment is needed. As it relates to the 2 points that were made about with regards to giving the Secretary of Agriculture a credit card with no oversight, this committee has oversight over the Secretary of Agriculture all the time. And if at any time during the course of our legislative business we want to bring the Secretary of Agriculture in and talk about his administration of the Commodity Credit Corporation and how those monies are spent, we have all the tools necessary to, in fact, provide the proper oversight. And obviously, on a regional basis, based upon necessity and needs that we can't predict in the future, we want to retain that flexibility, I believe. And finally, the notion about the deficit, I, as a Blue Dog, would really encourage a conversation about our nation's entire deficit, but I don't think you cherry pick and think that this is going to be one great way in which you deal with the deficit. I mean, we have a whole lot of challenges there, and that's part of a larger conversation. And to close on this, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the author of this amendment, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just point out that the elimination of the Agriculture Secretary's discretionary authority, according to CBO, would generate $8 billion in savings. And of course, the cost, the tab for the Title I and Title XI is $53 billion. So in order for this to work or to be a funding mechanism, the budget chair will have to force CBO to change that estimate rather than the $8 billion which they've calculated. They will have to be directed by Budget Chair Arrington to say that it saves $53 billion, which is a gimmick called directed scorekeeping. And of course, Chairman Arrington has indicated that that is not the way to go. So if Chairman Arrington and the Speaker don't go along with that, then the House of Cards will collapse, and it means that we won't have the funding to support that. I'd like to yield back. Thank you for the time.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Costa, the remaining time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's all been said, and I think that we ought to vote on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any other members wish to speak on the amendment? I will take my opportunity to do that. I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. I understand the unease that surrounds tying the Secretary's hands, but I want to be clear, this restriction does not prevent the Secretary from generating ideas for programs that support rural America. It only means that when paying for those programs, and I'm not talking about the things that are on automatic pilot already in the CCC, it only means that when paying for these additional programs, these ideas, like we've seen, Congress must be involved, as is the intent of Article 1 of the Constitution. We cannot continue to abdicate our responsibility over the power of the purse and let unelected bureaucrats of either party spend billions of taxpayer dollars with zero accountability. As the House Agriculture Committee stated in our bipartisan budget views and estimates letter at the beginning of this Congress, we must bring an end to the excessive and ineffective ad hoc spending that has plagued recent years. And that was a bipartisan letter. The provisions of this amendment proposes to strip, eliminates the opportunity to restore the safety net, and for that reason I will oppose it. And let me say a couple things, set a couple things straight on the CCC and the Congressional Budget Office and the investments we will make in this bill. You know, CBO's estimates are preliminary. They're not their final estimates, and that's what we're working with them on. And giving you an example, when I first worked and introduced the Thrifty Food Plan proposal, their initial score that they came back with in a preliminary way was 0. But as they continued to work on it, they came back and said, no, it's $37 billion. So the analysts, as they dive deeper and with more information, they get more accurate. And that's what we're just asking for here, is transparency and accuracy by the Congressional Budget Office. And this is a pattern we've always seen with the Congressional Budget Office. After abuses by USDA, and I want to be clear about this, after abuses by United States Department of Agriculture Secretary Vilsack during the Obama administration to prop up then Senator Democrat Blanche Lincoln's reelection, Congress restricted Section 5 CCC authority from fiscal years 2012 to 2017. This is not something that is unique or new. This happened. The world did not come to an end. Since the restriction was restored, spending under Section 5 has ballooned, averaging $10.7 billion annually, a number 10 times greater than CBO's most recent baseline forecasts. This increase in spending under Section 5 authority was just as excessive under President Trump as it has been under Secretary Vilsack 2.0. Some may view this spending as necessary both on the left and on the right. Congress can have that debate. Increasingly, Section 5 is seen and used as a slush fund for any administration to pursue political pet projects entirely unrelated to directly supporting farmers which is what the mission is for the CCC. For example, this administration is using the CCC to redefine the farm safety net. Secretary Vilsack recently said, quote, "I didn't wait for Congress to start," end quotes. Biden's climate-smart agriculture program instead tapping the CCC to bring about a program that has spent more on the middleman than the producers. The CCC will have $30 billion. This is not like this is an appropriations fight. There is a fund that is replenished every year automatically. The $30 billion will be there. These dollars could be instead used by Congress to make decisions that meet the tenets of the Commodity Credit Corporation's charter. And let me be clear, I'm not alone. The ranking member and his team have gone along with more than 120 bipartisan markers in this bill, but in 2 years brought few ideas on how to pay for them. I get it's tough, it's hard, it's a challenge. The Senate has found $5 billion basically at this point, despite working on it for some time. However, less than 2 months ago, the ranking member and his team did publicly signal their willingness to tap the CCC for, quote, tens of billions of dollars that could be reinvested in a bipartisan farm bill. Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack has said to me personally and publicly he's open to using the CCC authority to supplement farm bill funding, including specifically defining how the authority could be used to augment programs like ARC and PLC. And we ran the traps on these rough concepts with CBO. They end up increasing spending on CBO scorecards versus providing us resources. And what I've been pursuing with the Budget Committee is similar nature, but I'm looking to make it happen within the confines of our roles, utilizing our oversight responsibilities in partnership with the Budget Committee and with transparency. And this would result in this body being able to set policy and spending priorities versus the whims of any given administration, and that's what we'll do in this bill. And my time has expired. And so one last call, I guess, for anyone that would like to speak. Seeing none, let me go back here. So hearing no further conversation, the question is on amendment, Mr. Bishop's amendment number 45. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking for a
Hold
vote.
on a second. I got to get the rest of the verbal in. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ranking member is recognized.
I'm asking for a roll.
The noes have it. The noes have it.
All right. Thank you.
No freebies. Noes.
Thank you all. God bless you all. Oh, now I call for a roll call.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Austin Scott. No. Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford. No. Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins. No. Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird votes no. Mr. Mann.
No.
Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Feenstra.
No.
Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamek. Mrs. Kamek. Mr. Finstad.
No.
Mr. Finstad votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Jackson of Texas.
No.
Mr. Jackson of Texas votes no. Mr. Molinaro.
No.
Mr. Molinaro votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz. Mr. Langworthy.
No.
Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Duarte.
No.
Mr. Duarte votes no. Mr. Nunn.
No.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford votes no. Mr. Van Orden.
No.
Mr. Van Orden votes no. Ms. Chavez de Reamer.
No.
Ms. Chavez de Reamer votes no. Mr. Miller of Ohio.
No.
Mr. Miller of Ohio votes no. Mr. David Scott?
I vote yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. David Scott votes yes. Mr. Costa?
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger?
Aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes?
Aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown votes aye. Ms. Davids?
Aye.
Ms. Davids votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Ms. Caravello?
Aye.
Ms. Caravello votes aye. Ms. Salinas?
Aye.
Ms. Salinas votes aye. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez?
Yes.
Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Takuda?
Aye.
Ms. Takuda votes aye. Ms. Budzinski? Aye. Ms. Budzinski votes aye. Mr. Sorensen?
Aye.
Mr. Sorensen votes aye. Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Jackson of Illinois?
Aye, please.
Mr. Jackson of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Kazar? Mr. Kazar votes yes. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? No. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz? Mr. Chairman? Chairman votes no. Ms. De La Cruz is not recorded. No. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 29.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask to call up Amendment 30.
right, it appears that the amendment has been distributed. Mr. Johnson has offered amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 30, offered by Mr. Johnson.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
So, Mr. Chairman, the 1996 Farm Bill gave producers the freedom to farm. That was a long time ago, though, and we're still using that same base acre system to drive so many calculations within Title I. And what we know is that a lot has changed since 1996. I think we're going 15 million more acres of corn. I think we're going 25 million more acres of soybeans. And bad data does not give us the best end product out of these Title I programs. What the amendment before the body would do today is simply update all of the base acre calculations to properly reflect what people are actually growing. I think better data would give us better output. I would tell you a number of us have discussed this, Mr. Chairman. I get the sense that an offer and withdraw might ultimately be the best outcome. But of course, we did want to give some folks an opportunity to share their thoughts, given the fact that this will be a journey and that, we know this is, listen, there's a few steps yet to go on this Farm Bill, and we want to keep some of these concepts in the discussion. With that, I would yield.
I'll take the liberty of recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Blazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to voice my support for Mr. Johnson's amendment. Not only is it a start on the path toward more equitable farm safety net programs, it also brings us back to the heart of these programs, which is to support our farmers. In my opinion, funneling money to unplanted acres is not in the best interest of the farmer or the taxpayer. Some of the commodities which already benefit from the most from Title I commodity programs are the very same commodities that underplant their base acres. Regardless of who gets what out of the ARC, the ARC and PLC programs, I think we can all agree that a mandatory base acre update ensures that farmers are paid for the acres that they plant on. This will save valuable taxpayer money and will allow it to be redirected to where it is needed most. Additionally, this would effectively remove the limit on the new allowed base acres. By ensuring that existing base acres are accurate, we open access to Title I programs for small, new, and beginning farmers. I wish my colleague, Mr. Johnson, was bringing this for a vote because it's a very much needed update to ensure the future strength of the farm safety net. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Let me just say I'd like to thank the gentleman for raising this issue before the committee. I know there are some areas of the country that could benefit from a full base update, but also had to be mindful of those who stand to lose significantly from a mandatory base update. The base update provision in the Farm, Food, and National Security Act carefully threads the needle to help significantly expand the safety net to those who are currently underbased without penalizing producers who have availed themselves of the planting flexibility that has been a hallmark of Title I since the 1996 Farm Bill. And the amendment is withdrawn. Other members,
Mr. Chair.
Well, from Minnesota, Congresswoman Craig, you have a.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 56.
Number 56, and the clerk will distribute the amendment. report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 56, offered by Ms. Craig.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I promise not to take that much time. One of my priorities this Farm Bill has been supporting young and beginning farmers. The agricultural sector is facing a significant shift. The age of the average farmer continues to rise, and there are fewer people being drawn to the industry. According to the 2022 Census of Agriculture, the total number of farms is down nationwide. We've lost 142,000 farms in the past 5 years, almost double the rate of decline seen between the 2017 and 2012 census. The disappearance of family farms is a decades-long trend that Congress must help reverse. We can only do that by making sure that there are fewer barriers for the next generation. My amendment seeks to do just that. This Farm Bill currently provides for the opportunity for owners of farms to acquire more base acres. My amendment gears this opportunity toward beginning farmers by mandating all available acres for the update be allocated to them first. Additionally, this amendment allows for beginning farmers to acquire base acres even if they rent instead of owning the farm. In my opinion, we've got to do a better job at helping new farmers build successful operations, and that starts with strengthening the farm safety net to make sure we're preparing the next generation of family farmers. Providing young and beginning farmers the flexibility and the support they need to be successful in this industry is how we uplift our rural communities, protect our agriculture supply chain, and continue this nation's history of being an agricultural leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Yes, I want to applaud the Congress lady for her foresight in working to address this matter, and I certainly urge adoption of it. And while we appreciate the opportunity for our farmers to acquire new base acres, the approach taken in the bill could be improved to benefit beginning farmers, because many beginning farmers rent land instead of own land, and the bill's approach would deny them any opportunity to acquire base acreage, but could cause their rents to increase if the landowners add more base to their properties. It's a good amendment, and I urge a yes vote.
Ranking member yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ms. Kamick, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I want to point out to our members on the committee that we have fought long and hard, not just in the last couple of years on this particular piece of legislation, but in previous farm bills, to secure a voluntary base update. And while I agree with my colleague from the great state of Minnesota that we need to do as much as we possibly can to encourage and incentivize our young and beginning farmers, this is an issue that has impacted family operations for many, many years. And the base text, as it currently stands, I believe meets the moment, hits the mark, and really doing this at this point in time would put people at such a disadvantage that I feel that this would be detrimental. So I will be voting against this. I encourage my colleagues to do so as well. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
The young lady yields back. Anyone else, any other member seeks to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I will add my comments. You know, I would like to thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, and I share her concern on making sure beginning farmers have access to all the tools that they need for risk management. Under the existing formula, there is an historic addition of new base. Young and beginning farmers would already have opportunity for new base, making Title I safety net programs accessible to them for the first time in history. The problem with limiting this update to first give acres to current beginning farmers is that it ignores the fact that there has not been an opportunity to add base acres literally in decades. And many producers without base today were beginning farmers when they purchased their land and they should have fair access to base as well. And for that reason, I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same. One last call. No other members seeking to speak on the amendment. All those hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. Hearing no further conversation, the
Mr.
question
Chairman,
is on.
I seek recognition to speak about the title in lieu of offering the amendment. If I could move to strike the last word.
Well, is it on this amendment?
On the title.
On the title?
Yes.
Under Title I?
Yes.
But is it on this specific amendment? Is it on?
It's on the title,
Okay.
not the specific amendment.
Okay. Well, let's see, we need to close this one out first.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'll come right back to you. Okay. Hearing no further conversation on this specific amendment, question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman? Never mind.
That's not the. That's not the. Angie, that's not the first time I've heard that. There you go. Okay. So we will move on under title. Hold on a second. Gentlelady from Ohio seeks recognition under Title I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I can even get into the substance of what is in Title I, I must point out that the resources needed to deliver what is promised in this text simply do not exist. As a result, CBO estimates that this title alone would add about $45 billion to the deficit over the next decade. To my colleagues across the aisle who tout themselves as the party of fiscal responsibility, I challenge you to reconcile this stance with your actions. One of my biggest concerns when it comes to this title and the rest of the bill is that it picks winners and losers. There are significant differences in the reference price increases and expected payments per base acre across commodities. Southern commodities receive significantly more than other regions like the Midwest. The equity issue in this title do not end there. Another provision I am concerned about is the farms that did not plant covered commodities between 2019 and 23 are excluded from adding new base layers under this bill. This not only makes it harder for smaller farmers to compete, but leaves behind disadvantaged farmers and those who recently began growing or may want to begin growing covered commodities. The USDA released their Census of Agriculture data last week, and it showed that we have lost more than 4,000 black farmers between 2017 and 2022. And it is because of provisions like that that we will continue to lose more if we don't reverse course. Another example of the bias towards certain commodities in this farm bill is the PLC price floor rate of corn. This is problematic for several reasons. It treats corn differently compared to most other commodities by limiting the maximum payment based on the new floor price instead of the marketing loan. The result is corn is being forced to contribute some of its baseline funding to pay for increased corn reference prices, while most other commodities don't. This is a burden that will be felt by almost thousands of farmers in Ohio and countless others throughout the Midwest. Mr. Chairman, I too am disappointed that we did not get the opportunity to consider this title and work through some of these policy challenges at the subcommittee level, as I am sure Subcommittee Chairman Scott and I could have come to some common ground on some of these concerns. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I just seek to engage in a quick colloquy with the chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. During 2023, we had 28 disasters exceeding $1 billion plus that struck the U.S. coast to coast. Total crop and rangeland losses from the 23 disasters at nearly $22 billion. Nearly $12 billion of those losses were covered by existing RMA programs as of February 24. Nearly $10 billion losses were not insured through RMA, but existed outside the policy's coverage or did not qualify under an existing risk management program. So drought, excessive heat, and wildfires alone account for about $17 billion in total crop losses. $4 billion was linked to excessive flooding, precipitation, or hurricane, and a little over $1 billion was caused by hailstorms. It's important to note these estimates do not include infrastructure damage, livestock losses, complete horticulture crop losses, or timber losses associated with the selected events. States such as Florida have had commodity-specific block grants in the past to aid producers in disaster. The reality is there's a great need for disaster assistance across states and across commodities, which is why we're dedicated to working on disaster programs that aid all producers experiencing revenue loss, crop loss, and quality loss from natural disasters. I think we would acknowledge the USDA's implementation of ERP has been somewhat challenging. For example, the 2021 implementation of ERP took a phased approach, leaving many California producers, for example, waiting until phase 2 kicked in to be able to apply and receive funds. So in 22, many more states grew frustrated because of the factoring and reduced payments being received. So in reality, the 22 program was not well funded as it was in 2020 and 2021. So the block grants are not the answer, the only answer, as they only add an additional layer and serve only one region or one commodity's needs. Historically, eligibility for such block grants were tied back to qualifying for the WIP program anyway. So if the federal government is going to provide meaningful ad hoc assistance for producers, it's in our best interest to keep and improve the program before us so that producers have a consistent, predictable framework. That way they know what assistance is before them when a disaster happens. So I'm concerned that the urgency to assemble a disaster package has not been adequately met by Congress. I believe that 8467 makes great strides in strengthening crop insurance and other producer safety nets. We've done good work on that this year. But USDA disaster programs are still necessary overall. So it's critical that our producers have a consistent and standing framework for the ERP rather than a current year-to-year ad hoc program, which could cause confusion and even more delay in implementation. So, Mr. Chairman, what I ask is that we continue to work together to bridge this gap, enabling disaster programs to be effective and long-term for farmers, ranchers, and rural municipalities. Is that agreeable?
Yeah, I want to thank the gentleman from California for raising this important issue. Unfortunately, I was unable to include the Agriculture Emergency Relief Act of 2023 for several reasons. Creating new authorizations without offsetting cuts would violate floor protocols. And there's a concern that a new standing disaster program would disincentivize producers from participating in the existing coverages, such as crop insurance. And the revenue model in that bill, which codifies the ERP program, has been a nightmare for FSA staff to implement and has raised concerns with producers over tax and revenue information that they have to share. So instead of codifying this program, there are a few changes in the underlying bill intended to address some of these issues. First, the Farm Food and National Security Act creates a waiver from the means test for operations that derive at least 75% of their income from farming, meaning that many of these operations will now be eligible to participate in the non-insured crop disaster assistance program. Next, within crop insurance, it establishes the first ever specialty crop advisory committee at RMA, which will help ensure new insurance products are made available for underserved commodities. And the maximum coverage level for whole farm revenue protection insurance is increased to 90%. And finally, we direct RMA to undergo numerous research and development priorities, such as smoke exposure for wine grapes. So taken together, I believe these changes will result in better risk management tools for producers affected by disaster. But I commit to continue to work with the gentleman from California going forward to ensure we hit the mark. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Very good. The gentlelady from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 51.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Thank you. It appears that the amendment has been distributed to all members on the committee, and Congresswoman Davids has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
This is amendment number 51, offered by Ms. Davids.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment which would increase the funding available to the Farm Service Agency and specifically the funding available for county office staffing. I constantly hear from Kansas producers about the critical need for them to better access FSA programs. Current FSA staff are working hard to implement critical Farm Bill programs, but they're overworked and need additional resources to better serve rural communities. Increasing FSA capacity would allow our farmers, ranchers, and producers to have an easier time accessing disaster assistance programs, the Conservation Reserve Program, the Grassland Reserve Program, commodity programs, the Farm Loan Program, and so much more. FSA administers an enormous number of federal programs in rural America, and we must ensure that they have the resources they need to serve our constituents. Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can work together to address this issue and deliver for our farmers. If I can receive your commitment to work together on this issue, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Door is always open. I look forward to working with you. I would have to oppose this amendment just because the $50 million in the underlying text as it is should be sufficient for implementation, given that there's no major overhaul of Title I programs. Any additional resources can be provided by the Appropriations Committee. So I appreciate the amendment being offered and withdrawn.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other members any other amendments under Title I? Any other amendments to be offered under Title I? No. Oh, keep moving, huh? Okay, I can take a hint. All right, very good. The Title I is thereby completed. And we'll move on to Title II. And is there any further debate or amendments to Title II?
Mr. Chairman, I have an...
Ms. Hayes. No. Title II.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 49.
Congresswoman Davids has Title 49. The clerk will distribute the amendment. We're making progress here. Going from 1 to 2. Thank you.
Sir.
Seeing the amendment's been distributed, Ms. Davids has offered the amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 49, offered by Ms. Davids.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady and the sponsor of the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm offering this amendment, which would direct the Natural Resources Conservation Service to conduct a study on the benefits of winter wheat as a cover crop when brought through to harvest. And dependent on the outcome of that study, potentially allow for winter wheat to be classified both as a cash and cover crop. I'm proud to represent the wheat state. And in the 2023 crop year, Kansas farmers planted 8.1 million acres of winter wheat. Given the unique conditions our farmers face, winter wheat can serve as an effective cover crop, offering significant ecological benefits such as erosion control, water conservation, temperature regulation, weed suppression, and improved soil health. If indicated in the proposed study, this dual classification would support Kansas farmers and lead to increased use of cover cropping and its conservation benefits. Mr. Chairman, I hope we can work together to address this issue and support wheat growers. If I can receive your commitment to continue working together on this issue, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Well, Ms. Davis, I appreciate your amendment on behalf of wheat growers and certainly commit to work with you as we go forward on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I yield back. I'm sorry, I withdraw my amendment, and I yield back.
Very good. Thank you. Amendment is withdrawn, and we're going to move on. I think Mr. Vasquez has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 11.
Number 11. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Yeah, I want to speak.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, you got your mic on.
The amendment being distributed to all members. Mr. Vasquez has offered an amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Mr. Vasquez.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And now recognize distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I want to emphasize the importance of restoring the climate guardrails, which I will call the conservation guardrails, from the Inflation Reduction Act and the Farm Bill. It's a common sense proposal that meets the modern needs of farmers and ranchers and empowers them to continue being the stewards of our lands and our natural resources. Indeed, this set of voluntary, and let me say that again, voluntary programs not only increase the sustainability and resiliency of our farms, our rural communities, and our working lands, but are oversubscribed and in high demand. My amendment puts the power back into the hands of producers and restores the critical climate guardrails set forth by the IRA while still increasing the conservation title baseline. This updated amendment would ensure that USDA is prioritizing climate-smart practices for decades to come. Specifically, this amendment creates a funding baseline for these practices in EQIP, CSP, RCPP, and ACEP. The updated language simply ensures that whenever we pass the Farm Bill into law, the amount we're spending on climate-smart agriculture will be the floor for what is spent moving forward. By ensuring that USDA cannot spend less than what they are right now on climate-smart ag, we will ensure that our farmers and ranchers have the resources needed to combat climate change. This includes USDA's efforts to fund climate-smart agriculture and forestry practices in both the IRA and Farm Bill so that we're taking a comprehensive look at conservation spending and fully capturing these vital investments. In August 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act invested nearly $20 billion in climate-smart conservation practices that are now being attempted to be clawed back by our Republican colleagues. In New Mexico, we deeply understand the importance of these investments. Farmers and ranchers here contend with shorter growing seasons, less water, invasive species, and a changing climate. Climate-smart practices ensure that upstart farmers don't have to choose between their bottom line and conservation programs. Programs like EQIP help improve soil health, increasing yield and protecting crops from extreme weather, something New Mexico farmers can witness firsthand. I just recently spoke with Zach, a pig farmer from New Mexico who uses EQIP to help with waste management and ensures that his lands are going to be healthy and his farm will be healthy for the future generations that he's looking to pass down his farm to. He talked to my office about how critical EQIP is for him to run his farm. Attacks on conservation funding jeopardize his future, and farmers like Zach shouldn't have to choose between what works best for their land and what we choose in the Farm Bill today to make sure that they can pass on their farm to the next generation. In New Mexico, water scarcity and drought are persistent challenges. Every county in the state is currently facing a drought designation. Conservation programs are among the best tools to help producers balance agricultural use with conservation. Last year alone, the EQIP and Conservation Stewardship Program application requests far exceeded available funding. Farmers and ranchers are eager to adopt climate-smart practices, but need more funds. We can't let these opportunities slip away. In fact, the president of the New Mexico Farm Bureau just wrote an op-ed in the Albuquerque Journal urging a bipartisan agreement on supporting funding for these conservation programs that are so critical to farmers like him and others in my state. At a time when climate-related pressures are mounting, it's vital that Congress provides the necessary resources to help producers remain resilient without sacrificing their profit. We must retain the climate-smart guardrails included in the IRA to ensure that our agricultural practices continue supporting our families, farmers, economy, and environment. Now, I can say this firsthand from visiting with folks all across this very vast district, bigger than the state of Pennsylvania, from places like Catron County, Reserve, Lordsburg, Deming, that this is not a partisan issue. Farmers and ranchers, and particularly ranchers who benefit the most, cattle growers in my district who benefit the most from these programs, are urging me to urge my Republican colleagues to keep this money in the Farm Bill. So today, I urge all of us to act in a bipartisan way, to vote yes on this amendment and ensure the longevity of our farms, land, and livelihood. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And this amendment is a good amendment from my friend, Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico, because it will right a major wrong in this Farm Bill. We've discussed it a little earlier. This amendment restores the funding ratio and climate focus that was originally in the IRA. And our farmers need this, they appreciate it, they've expressed love for this climate funding because it helps them. And to be able to fight against climate change, we stress over and over that they can't make it without the climate and the soil. Those are the two pieces of what God provided us on this planet that produce our survival. And we need to be careful and make sure that our farmers who are out there taking the risk and they're affected by the climate change, they have to go to back-to-back floods and fires and droughts and hurricanes after hurricanes. We all know that. And we need to restore this funding with the IRA, and our farmers are clear. They don't want a government check. What they want is to be able to earn a living from their own hard work. And I got to thank Mr. Vasquez for the amendment, and I urge all my colleagues on the floor to support its package, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Costa for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to speak to divine intervention, but I do believe this is a good amendment for a lot of reasons. The sideboards obviously reflect the need for the funding that is provided in the President's Inflation Reduction Act. And let's, obviously we're struggling with this, but this is the dilemma that we face. And this, in the fourth Farm Bill, these programs are oversubscribed. And they're good programs, they're voluntary programs, Conservation Reserve Improvement Act, the CALS Act that I've introduced, the efforts to provide in the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. You know, the baseline funding will be dramatically impacted if we don't adjust this and allow this to be included in these sideboards. You know, the list goes on and on. Conservation Innovation Grants includes agroforestry and other efforts in terms of not only organic initiatives, but efforts certainly by the California Farm Bureau and Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance. So there are just a whole host of important programs that have worked in production agriculture on a regional basis throughout the country. And we know the climate's going to continue to change. And in fact, we need to have all the tools available for public-private partnerships, and this allows that. So I would wholeheartedly support the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mrs. Hayes for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear constantly from farmers in my district that they struggle to access conservation assistance from the Department of Agriculture. The programs offered by the Natural Resources Conservation Services are incredibly popular with farmers, and as a result, are consistently oversubscribed. My constituents know that this funding is out there, but it has often run out by the time they can even apply for it. House Democrats responded to this need by providing record investments with the Inflation Reduction Act, but even then, those programs remain oversubscribed. Climate smart farming is smart farming. In fiscal year 2023, applications for climate smart funding totaled $2.8 billion, but only $850 million was made available. While I am glad to see much of this funding from the IRA rolled into the baseline of this Farm Bill, removing the climate guardrails further limits access to these programs. Regrettably, this bill does nothing to more closely align the requirements of these conservation programs with the goal of environmental quality or conservation. For example, the bill maintains an arbitrary requirement that states spend half of their funds from the EQIP on livestock operations, even if livestock accounts for less than half of their agricultural production. Between 2019 and 2023, Connecticut farmers renewed more than 30% of their total acres under the Conservation Stewardship Program, which is one of the best tools we have to support holistic conservation systems on farms. However, only 51% of applicants to CSP were awarded contracts last year, leaving many who want to use this program unserved. In advance of this markup, I have had constituents reach out to me to share how important climate smart funding is to their farms, and I would like to share that with you. Adama Farms is a direct market organic farm in Falls Village, Connecticut, and has used NRCS conservation programs to invest in diversification, cover cropping, and reduce tillage. They have also used EQIP grants and technical assistance for a high tunnel, deer fencing, and erosion control, and have used CSP payments to improve pollinator habitats and restore wetlands. These projects have allowed them to adapt to the effects of extreme weather and increase regional food security in Connecticut's 5th District. Beaver Tides Farms raises pastured livestock and honeybees. Their frequent rotating of animal pasture improves soil health and allows greenhouse gases to cycle through the soil rather than contribute to climate change. Climate Smart funding would help them to invest in permanent fencing that would make this system less labor intensive and as a result more financially stable. Hunger Reaper Farm is an ecological direct market vegetable farm in Morris, Connecticut. This farm has seen great benefits from EQIP, using program funds to construct 2 high tunnels that allow them to protect crops from disease, pests, and maximize their yields. They have also signed up for CSP, which incentivizes them to implement conservation practices they would otherwise not be able to do. This program really helps small farmers. Climate smart practices are not just important for the health of our planet, but for the financial health of farms across the country. By removing the requirements that these funds be spent on climate smart practices, farms in my district are put at risk. This amendment would help to protect my farmers and your farmers, while the underlining bill would not. I thank my colleague from New Mexico for introducing this critical amendment and encourage every member on this committee to support its passage. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of the Conservative Climate Caucus, I fully acknowledge the effects of ongoing climate crisis and want to work collaboratively to find pragmatic solutions to address it. However, I do not believe that these sideboards are the right way to accomplish that. A one-size-fits-all approach to conservation is misguided and ineffective. Conservation practices that may work well in the Midwest or the South may not necessarily work in Oregon. I believe that our farmers and ranchers truly are the best stewards of their land, and it is important for public policy to reflect that fact. When it comes to conservation practices, regionally and locally led projects will always be more beneficial and impactful than what bureaucrats in D.C. will tell farmers to do. Currently in Oregon, 58% of the NRCS-approved conservation practices being utilized would not qualify for the climate smart funding from the IRA, which means over half of the good work our producers are voluntarily implementing into their practices is deemed not good enough by this administration. By removing these sideboards, we are not writing a blank check. Instead, we are simply opening up these dollars to be utilized in programs that the NRCS has already recognized as valuable conservation practices that make improvements to the environment. Some ineligible practices that I would like to highlight relevant to my district include the use of prescribed fire, creating fuel breaks, and brush management. The only option available to prevent wildfires under the IRA is prescribed grazing, which often works in tandem with some of these aforementioned practices. The flexibility to use a combination of these practices is what is needed to help prevent dangerous wildfires and in turn protect our climate from further damage. In closing, it is abundantly clear that farmers and ranchers need the flexibility to do what they know is right for their land, which is why I cannot support this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Ms. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I spent 2 decades of my life earning the trust of the people in my district as the meteorologist at 13 WREX in Rockford and WQAD News 8 in Moline. Back in 2008, I took the risk. I started talking about how the environment of the earth and our climate was heating up. This was never a political issue to me. It was a science issue, and through the communication of science, I earned the trust of our farmers. A lot of times what I say is, we don't have a silver bullet to solve climate change, but we got silver buckshot. Let's go and analyze what works today. This isn't the farmer's fault, and the solution shouldn't ever be bogged down in politics. Let's keep the climate guardrails in this legislation so that we can examine what works, what doesn't work, and in the end, what our constituents can do to make the smartest decisions for their agriculture production. Delaying this for 5 years is not an option, and I urge and encourage my colleagues to vote for the amendment offered by my colleague from New Mexico. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Congresswoman Salinas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Congressman Vasquez's amendment before us today. I think folks recognize that Oregon has seen such devastating changes from climate change, everything from our 2020 Labor Day fires. We've seen ice storms, heat domes, freezing of asparagus crops, devastation of our wine grapes. And I think our growers are sincere about finding solutions and meeting the challenge halfway. And with that, I've been talking to them constantly about all of the important programs under the Inflation Reduction Act and the sideboards that it includes. And just recently, I had one of the undersecretaries out to announce a number of different voluntary programs that my growers have asked to be a part of. $449,000 for Bountiful Farms Nursery for photovoltaics, almost $100,000 for WHCC A2A LLC Winery, $34,500 for TNP Farms LLC, $77,000 for Quandary Vineyards, $316,994 for Brooks Tree Farm. These are all folks who want to be part of the climate solution and add revenue streams, add energy to their own farming so that they can reduce their energy costs and sell it back to the grid. This is called ecosystem services, and our growers are excited about it in Oregon, but they're oversubscribed. Even on a voluntary capacity, people still want more of this. So now is not the time to be opening this up to other uses. We need more, and I think I commend Congressman Vasquez for bringing this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Young lady yields back. Now recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. You know, we've heard time and time again that all conservation practices are climate smart. Taking the climate focus off of Inflation Reduction Act money is deeply misguided because it's just not true. Not all conservation practices are climate smart. Most conservation practices are certainly good, but some are better for the climate than others. Take it from me. I led a letter joined by Mr. McGovern that highlighted how even some practices that are considered climate smart come with considerable environmental and social risks. The practices that we worry about are mostly taken advantage of by industrialized livestock farms. They prop up a form of agriculture that harms low-income communities of color in my state, which I'll remind you is the birthplace of the environmental justice movement. They're also ludicrously expensive and funnel money away from small farmers who are implementing proven, even low-tech practices that fight climate change. Extending the so-called livestock set-aside to billions in new mandatory conservation dollars would be antithetical to what our inherent or intent with the IRA was. My point is that farmers want to be a part of the climate solution, and we need to maintain the integrity of this funding so that it can reach as many farmers as possible. And that's essential because the conservation programs that the IRA funded were oversubscribed. According to the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, my state, North Carolina, ranked dead last in fiscal years 2022 and 2023 for the percentage of applications awarded contracts through the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, number 52 after Oklahoma and Mississippi, and well after the Pacific Basin and Puerto Rico. Dead last, dead last. That's a disservice to my state's farmers and underscores why this IRA funding and its attention to climate are so needed. So I can't support this title as written. It continues to underserve farmers, and until that changes, there will continue to be underserved farmers. And I would recommend a vote against it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The young lady yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's critical that we protect the IRA climate smart agriculture funding that my colleagues and I fought for in the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm open to rolling them into the conservation title baseline, but they've got to have the climate smart sideboards to protect the original intention of that funding. These dollars are important to farmers in my district and the state of Minnesota. In 2023, Minnesota received $9.9 million in IRA funding for 77,000 acres. 47% of Minnesota's IRA applications were rejected due to insufficient funding last year. We need to be protecting funding for these chronically oversubscribed and underfunded programs that our farmers want to voluntarily participate in. Our farmers are some of the best stewards of the environment we have. We should be continuing to support and allow them to use these voluntary incentive-based conservation programs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As the ranking member of the Conservation, Research, and Biotechnology Subcommittee, I would like to speak to the importance of the IRA climate-directed spending and also the ongoing Chesapeake Bay conservation efforts. I support the amendment being put forward to protect the IRA climate sideboards because these measures are designed to significantly reduce carbon emissions, promote the adoption of renewable energy sources on a voluntary basis, and drive innovation in technologies that are frankly creating the jobs of the future. In Virginia, with our diverse environment from the Chesapeake Bay to the Appalachian Mountains, these initiatives are protecting our natural landscapes. They're improving air quality and water quality, and they're bringing new energy jobs. They are also allowing producers across the 7th District and across our Commonwealth to be able to utilize the voluntary programs that help them lower input costs and raise their bottom line. So I strongly oppose any efforts to undermine these provisions, which are so popular with the producers across our Commonwealth and across the country. Producers in my district participate in these voluntary conservation and technical assistance programs because they are good for their farm and they are good for the Commonwealth. And they do their part to be stewards of the land that is their livelihood. Relatedly, for Title II, I am disappointed that this bill fails to include key provisions and protections for the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay is the largest estuary in the United States, supporting more than 3,600 species of plants and animals, and its watershed provides drinking water to more than 18 million Americans. The Bay is also under severe threat from pollution, much of which stems from agricultural runoff. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment from farms and urban areas flow into the Bay, creating dead zones that devastate marine life and disrupt local economies. This bill eliminates the Clean Lakes, Estuaries, and Rivers Initiative and its extension, the Clear 30 program, which specifically support Chesapeake Bay conservation efforts. This initiative focuses on improving water quality by incentivizing farmers to implement conservation practices that reduce sediment and nutrient runoff. The Clear 30 program, a long-term commitment under this initiative, currently allows landowners to enroll in a 30-year contract to provide enduring environmental benefits and economic support to farmers in the Chesapeake Bay watershed and the Great Lakes region. That's why I am proud to help lead a bill that would address these pressing issues head-on. These practices are not just about reducing pollution. They're about enhancing the sustainability and the productivity of our agricultural lands. By adopting conservation techniques, farmers can improve soil health, increase crop yields, and reduce the need for costly chemical inputs. This enhances the resilience of our food systems and helps protect our nation's food security. The economic vitality of Virginia is tied to the health of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. The Bay supports commercial and recreational fisheries that generate billions of dollars annually and provide tens of thousands of jobs. Tourism, boating, and other recreational activities further contribute to our economy. By investing in the Bay's restoration, we're not only safeguarding these industries, we are fostering new economic opportunities in conservation and sustainable agriculture. Importantly, we must recognize that provisions that enhance existing conservation programs within the Farm Bill, such as the Environmental Quality Incentive Programs and the Conservation Stewardship Program, must target resources specifically at the Chesapeake Bay watershed. While unfortunately this Farm Bill does not include provisions designed to support the Bay, I was pleased to see that the Senate Farm Bill draft includes language to assist producers in implementing conservation activities on agricultural land in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. I hope to see this language in the final conferenced bill, and I urge my colleagues to take seriously the importance of the Bay, not only to our region, but to the country as a whole. It is the country's largest estuary, and it is the third largest in the world. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Now recognize Dr. Caraveo for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colorado ranks 5th in the nation for vulnerability to extreme temperatures. Colorado also ranks 10th nationwide for the annual loss of farmland value due to climate change. This impacts the livelihood of our farmers, jeopardizing crop yields and farmland value. The data also shows that the IRA Climate Smart funding for FY 2023 was significantly overprescribed, and only 43% of valid applications in Colorado were awarded. These numbers make it clear that supporting voluntary climate-smart agricultural programs for our farmers, who are some of the first to feel the immediate impacts of climate change, should remain a priority of this committee. These are practices our farmers already want to incorporate into their operations. In Colorado, the IRA funds 9 of Colorado's top 15 conservation practices, including prescribed grazing, nutrient management, forest stand improvement, conservation crop rotation, wood residue treatment, and conservation tillage. Farmers and ranchers in Colorado have used this funding across the spectrum of possibilities, from building drought-resistant soil through planting cover crops and adopting a more diverse crop rotation to updating irrigation infrastructure on ranches for grass-fed beef. Like other policies I've mentioned, removing the climate guardrails from this funding is another provision that must be revisited as we go back to the negotiating table should we wish to make this farm bill bipartisan and signed into law. So I very much thank my neighbor to the south, Mr. Vasquez, for introducing this amendment. And with that, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez is recognized for the balance of time.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Caraveo. Conservation, let's talk about that. That is the wise use of natural resources. That is using what you have to leave something behind for the next generation. That's what I was taught by my grandfather and by my family. I was also taught that some of the greatest conservationists in the world are hunters and anglers. Now, I hunt and I fish. Do we have any upland bird hunters here? I'm sure we have a few. Big game hunters? Well, you need the habitat to be able to hunt quail or chukar or pheasant. You need the grasslands to be able to hunt pronghorn, turkey, or mule deer. Now, in the West, in federal lands that are managed by the BLM, chances are you're going to be on a federal lease. You're going to be on a grazing allotment. And that applies to places like New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, California. That's where I hunt. And this couldn't happen if we didn't have these grants to make sure that in my state, the #1 use of prescribed grazing means that we have cows, cattle that are rotating so that we can have healthy grasslands, so that we can save those riparian areas to keep those, to keep the wildlife corridors in place. You know, the top 5 uses in my state, should this amendment pass, are prescribed grazing, use of body conditioning scoring for livestock, brush management, pumping plants, and incorporating wildlife refuge areas, which are also places that I enjoy hunting in. So when we talk about conservation and what it means to all of us, not just the grazers, not just for the folks that are trying to improve water systems, but to the lifestyle of people all across this country in the West who consider themselves conservationists, these programs make that happen. That's why when I talk to those folks, when they need to repair water, when they need to convert an old windmill into a solar windmill, into a solar water, they talk to me about these programs and they say, Gabe, we cannot get through the NRCS application process. We've been denied for 4 years in a row. So please consider that as you're making this decision today, is that not only is this good for ranchers and farmers, but it is good for conservationists, hunters and anglers and wildlife habitat all across the West so that we can pass on those traditions and enjoy that heritage. That is what this funding does. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge again a yes vote on this and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlemen, yields back. All time being used. Dr. Caraveo is now recognized. Congressman Bacon for 5 minutes.
I'll take 1 minute. Just under the IRA, there's various things that weren't eligible for funding, but we fixed this in the Title II. So for example, the contour, orchard, and other perennial crops, this will now be eligible under Title II. Field operations emission reduction, now it's eligible. The CPS 378 under the pond, it's now eligible for support. The water sediment and control basin, it's now eligible. It wasn't under the IRA. The water well, it's now eligible. Wetland wildlife habitat management, it is now eligible under this Title II. And finally, my colleague talked about hunting. Under the IRA, the upland wildlife habitat management is not eligible, but under Title II it is. So I think you've actually broadened out areas that will receive conservation support, and with that I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek to speak on the amendment? Mr. Lamalfa is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to follow up with Mr. Bacon was talking about. So these are very important programs that are ruled ineligible under. Now let's talk about IRA for a minute. This is one-time money. This money will run out, and so whatever programs people might be involved in that, if they're mid-program, if they're mid-project, and the money isn't somehow supplemented later on when IRA runs out, they're going to be left holding the bag. But think about what Mr. Bacon just said. Wetland wildlife habitat management. That's a pretty big thing in the conservation world, right? The upland wildlife habitat. Water sediment and control basins in order to keep sediment from escaping to where we don't want it. So we have some really good things that are ineligible under the current IRA climate smart policy. That and the whole idea that every crop is not adaptable to these practices. You know, certain things, no-till doesn't fly. And so that means these crops are going to be at a competitive disadvantage with other neighboring crops, other types of crops that can adapt to this. So I think we need to have more flexibility, as it was before the boatloads of IRA money came in. The conservation practice programs we had were already oversubscribed. They don't need to be competing with climate smart once this IRA money runs out, especially for something that not everybody can use and has a lot of restrictions on it to other good practices. So I'm concerned that not making more things eligible, as is being sought here, is a giant mistake as we continue this folly of chasing climate anyway. As I remind you, CO2 is only 0.04% of our atmosphere, and we're contorting everything to chase a little bit of CO2. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield some of his time?
I'm sorry, who was seeking?
I was asking the gentleman to yield some of his time.
I'll yield you 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Those are great arguments, and I agree, Mr. Lamalfa, that those are amazing programs. However, they are not the programs that are in the greatest need. They are not the programs that are highly popular and that are undersubscribed. These are the programs that would have the largest landscape scale benefit, and that's why the administration chose to make this one-time investment in these programs, because the greatest need for climate resilience in this country lies in these programs. Thank you so much, Mr. Lamalfa, and thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
All time expired. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I will close this out with my remarks. I thank the gentleman for his amendment. As you're all aware, I've been willing to negotiate on this subject. Early discussions, drafts, had about 60% of the IRA conservation funding going into the Farm Bill conservation title, 40% outside of that title. When that wasn't good enough, we came back and integrated all IRA conservation funding into the Farm Bill title, conservation title, increasing the long-term spending on conservation programs by 25%. Single largest increase in conservation spending since the Republican-led 2002 Farm Bill. This funding is not just for the 4 short years of the IRA, but for the 10 years and beyond. When that wasn't good enough, I told the ranking member I was open to discussing some type of sideboards, and we were unfortunately met with silence at that point. So I acknowledge the gentleman's willingness to work towards a solution with an amendment, and I assume he views as a compromise. Unfortunately, the back of the napkin math shows that his amendment leaves producers with even less flexibility than the IRA itself. Had this been brought to the committee before the 11th hour, there would have been some room for compromise, and I understand it is not the fault of the gentleman offering the amendment. To be clear, this is a political argument, not a mechanical one. So-called climate-smart practices can get just as much funding under this amendment as they can under the base text. Because of the incredible investment in these programs, there is more than enough money for these practices. I will also say we're not taking into consideration the great work that this committee did in passing the Sustains Act. The Sustains Act, and USDA needs to get that implemented. It creates a public-private partnership, and there is a lot of folks in the private industry that are interested in making contributions to USDA that would specifically fund additional conservation programs. It's really exciting. I would hope USDA would get its act together and get that implemented, since it's been some time since that was signed into law by President Biden. So there's more than enough money for these practices. I'm willing to bring NRCS up here and swear them in and ask them. It is a blatant misrepresentation to state that this bill restricts farmers from receiving the climate-smart funding they so deserve. But it is another when the Secretary says it, and he knows better. Nothing, not one single word in this draft restricts climate-smart practices. Our locally led conservation system works. States determine what practices they prioritize with help from local work groups, conservation experts, and each state technical committee. In addition, that state technical committee can decide which practices receives higher cost share. My bill explicitly allows greenhouse gas reducing practices to receive the high cost share. So if the state of Maine wanted to spend every dollar on climate smart practices, they can. But if the state of Colorado wanted to spend money on practices that save water, they can do that instead. You know, it's the brilliance of our system to let states decide what natural resources they want to address. Instead of celebrating this long, historic, long-term investment, we're arguing about sideboards that will have limiting effects on the ground. And the more that we argue about this, the more this stretches out. Fact is, every dollar Secretary Vilsack pushes out the door right now will not be there to roll into the baseline. What was $20 billion is now down to at least $14 billion at this point. And so we should be celebrating that EQIP will have over $3 billion a year in our bill. You know, and under the Sustains Act, who knows what someone, private partnership would want to invest there additionally. Not to mention the number one practice in EQIP is cover crops, a practice that is climate smart and became the number one practice, not just because of government mandates, because that's what farmers wanted. Now, I take a backseat to no one on conservation. I was chair of the Conservation Subcommittee and author of the Sustains Act, which passed out of this committee and went on to become law. I held one of the very first, chaired one of the very first soil health hearings. And I've championed innovative programs and authorities such as RCPP and the Sustains Act. Like many of you, I care deeply about the efficacy of these programs. This amendment really is a solution in search of a problem, and I would just ask that you please vote no. With no other additional, let me get the right words here. Let's see. Having no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
The ranking member has asked for a recorded vote, and a recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas?
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Austin Scott? Mr. Austin Scott? Mr. Crawford? No. Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins? No. Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon? No. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Bost? No. Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird? No. Mr. Baird votes no. Mr. Mann? No. Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller? No. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamek? No. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Finstad? No. Mr. Finstad votes no. Mr. Rose? No. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Jackson of Texas? Mr. Jackson of Texas votes no. Mr. Molinaro? No. Mr. Molinaro votes no. Ms. De La Cruz?
Too late.
Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Duarte? Mr. Duarte? Mr. Nunn? No. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford votes no. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden votes no. Ms. Chavez de Reamer? No. Ms. Chavez de Reamer votes no. Mr. Miller of Ohio? Mr. David Scott?
Yes.
Mr. David Scott votes yes. Mr. Costa?
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger?
Aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes?
Aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Brown? Yes. Ms. Brown votes aye. Ms. Davids?
Aye.
Ms. Davids votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Yes.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Ms. Caraveo?
Aye.
Ms. Caraveo votes aye. Ms. Salinas?
Aye.
Ms. Salinas votes aye. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez?
Yes.
Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Takuda?
Aye.
Ms. Takuda votes aye. Ms. Budzinski?
Yes.
Ms. Budzinski votes yes. Mr. Sorensen? Aye. Mr. Sorensen votes aye. Mr. Vasquez? Aye. Mr. Vasquez votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kazar?
Yes.
Mr. Kazar votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Aye. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Yes. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Craig? Aye. Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Austin Scott?
No.
Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Duarte?
No.
Mr. Duarte votes no. Mr. Miller?
No.
Mr. Miller votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further debate or amendments to title? Well, there is. Actually, he recognized Mr. Lamalfa has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Lamalfa, which amendment do you?
Number 52, I believe.
He wasn't ready.
Sure. I think Mr. Rose has an amendment at the desk, number 58.
You're surprising everybody.
Yeah.
Chairman.
What's that?
You got it.
Chairman.
Mr. Lamalfa does have an amendment at the desk, and I believe it's amendment number 52. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will circulate the amendment. Here's what I got here. CRP.
The CRP stuff, but
It's not listed there.
No, we're going to bring it in. It was a late hearing. So, we need. You need the amendment, Mr. Lamar.
Hey, you want your amendment?
You want one?
I'll just listen carefully to what you say.
Would you like a copy of your amendment?
I'm good, thank you.
Is it, all members have the amendment in front of them. Mr. Lamalfa has offered amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 52, offered by Mr. Lamalfa.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment having to do with EQIP as applied to rice lands and other wetland. So rice producers are unique in their dual role as food providers and environmental custodians. The flooded rice fields of California, as well as other states that have rice, create crucial wetland habitats, which have a great diversity of wetland species, migratory birds, and endangered species. Rice producers have been at the forefront of innovative conservation practices through productive partnerships have led to the creation of many wildlife-friendly farming practices, like we've been talking about previously, that benefit both agriculture and biodiversity. Title II programs should be a win-win for agriculture. That's why we need them to be voluntary. That's why we need them to be focused and not oversubscribed. So understandably, we're working with our team and the stakeholders that our amendment at this time needs more work, isn't quite ready for prime time. So we will continue to work on that. I appreciate the time of colleagues and committee members and staff. And Mr. Chairman, we would like to withdraw this amendment at this time, but be able to keep working on the recognition of rice lands and how good they are for these conservation practices, whether it's in California or even Arkansas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from California for his commitment to conservation. It is important to recognize the positive nexus between production agriculture and wildlife habitat. And I look forward to working with the gentleman to address the issue as we continue this process. Are there any other amendments under Title II? All right, seeing none, we will move on. And we will open up Title III. Are there any?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rouser.
I have two amendments at the desk directly related. The first, number 53.
Amendment number 53 by Mr. Rouser. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
I'm going to withdraw this amendment, so I don't know if we need to take the extra time to distribute it. I can explain it.
If you'd like to go ahead and speak on it, then the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is the amendment version of H.R. 4547, which is sponsored by our friend and colleague Garrett Graves. I'm a co-sponsor, as well as a number of others. And for decades, consumers across our country have been subject to a flood of shrimp from various foreign nations. Those countries are subsidizing shrimp farming operations that simply do not produce shrimp to our health standards. It is well known that imported shrimp are regularly found to be contaminated with banned antibiotics and chemicals deemed unsafe for human consumption here in the United States. And unfortunately, we test less than 1% of shrimp imported into this country. Exporting countries know this and flood our markets. And as a result, our domestic industry is being squeezed out of the market by illegal foreign shrimp shutting down generational shrimping businesses because we are not allocating sufficient resources to uphold our own laws. So this amendment would do a number of different things to rectify this, in addition to granting USDA authority to purchase surplus domestic shrimp to ensure that our own industry can continue to compete while we work to level the playing field, among other things. So I understand the language of this amendment has some jurisdictional issues, so I agree to withdraw it, but I also would like a commitment from the chairman to continue to work on this and address this issue as we move forward.
I look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman on the subject of this amendment.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. I think Mr. Rouser has another amendment.
That's right. Amendment number 53.
Well, that was the last one.
Oh, pardon me. 54.
Amendment number 54, Congressman Rouser. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
No, Mr. Boss, this one is for adoption. Okay. So this amendment, real quickly, while it's being distributed, is very simple. The amendment would require a GAO study report on policy solutions to address illegal shrimp imports and related inspections, as well as policy solutions to promote and protect the domestic shrimp industry. It's that simple, that easy. I encourage adoption. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there anyone wish to speak on a minute? 54. Seeing no one wishing to speak on the amendment, I will take my time. I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. The domestic shrimp industry needs our help to protect them from illegal and unsafe foreign shrimp imports. This amendment directs GAO to conduct a report on the policy solutions to address competitive issues with foreign imports, as well as options to otherwise support the domestic industry. I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. So, does anyone else seek to comment on the amendment? Having no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
We know.
All right. Allergic to seafood, huh? All right. Any other amendments under Title III?
We're going to Title IV.
Yeah, any other amendments under Title III? Seeing no, we will consider Title III. Title III?
Chairman, just seeking to speak briefly on Title III.
Mr. Kaser, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for my comments here briefly, we have, and I want to note in this Farm Bill, some contradictory international food policies that I believe leave people unnecessarily hungry around the world. And I think it's important to just note briefly. On the one hand, there are people in countries like Cuba, just off of our coast, who would love to purchase American-grown and raised food. They're hungry, they're desperate, but because of U.S. policy, we won't send our own American food there for purchase if it's bought with credit. So our policy leaves people hungry. On the other hand, there's other countries with hunger crises where they have lots of capacity to grow their own food with our help. But in these cases, the proposed policy in the Farm Bill is, no, you need to make sure the majority of your food is grown by us, even if you can grow plenty of it yourself. And so this policy makes our international food program less effective. In fact, Catholic Relief Services has sent a note to this committee saying that U.S. commodities are necessary but are insufficient for our Food for Peace program. And you've seen concerns from groups like Save the Children and Oxfam opposing what is in this Farm Bill of requiring that the majority of food in things like the Food for Peace program come from the United States. We need to have a workable program. We recognize that over the last few years, oftentimes it's 30 or 40% of the food is coming from U.S. commodities, but we should really be tailoring our policies based on the countries, making sure that we're actually executing what we want, which is food aid policies that prioritize both the well-being of American farmers and workers and support stability and food security. So I know that actually there are plenty of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, including Republican colleagues, that support allowing U.S. farmers to sell food to places like Cuba on credit. I know that there are both Republicans and Democrats that understand the importance of food aid programs actually meeting people's needs. And so I see this as an area for us to improve the bill once we get to a farm bill that actually could make it to the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize under Title III, Mr. McGovern.
Move to strike that last word. Mr. Chair, I won't take my full 5 minutes, but I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Kazar. You know, one of the problems is that we didn't have very much discussion on this title leading up to this farm bill, and the proposal that is in this bill would roll back 20 years of considered bipartisan improvements to Food for Peace Title II, the largest U.S. international food aid program authorized in the Farm Bill. You know, U.S. commodities are central to Food for Peace and have been since the program was established 70 years ago. But this Farm Bill would establish a 50% floor for U.S. food purchases and ocean freight, which would seriously compromise Food for Peace humanitarian programs. A 50% floor is significantly higher than the current commodity and ocean freight levels, and would squeeze funding needed to get food beyond foreign ports, safely warehoused, and to the right people, especially those in remote rural places where need is often the highest. And such a floor would severely limit resources for program monitoring and oversight and end programs that help families be self-reliant, leaving more people vulnerable to hunger and malnutrition. It would also result in Food for Peace programs reaching 2.3 million fewer people at a time of increasing hunger and need for resilience programs. So giving up on programs that break the cycle of hunger by building resilience, in my opinion, is short-sighted and sets the stage for increased spending on humanitarian needs in the future. Ready-to-use therapeutic foods, RUTFs, are life-saving and a critical treatment for children with severe and acute malnutrition. However, this bill mandates USAID to spend a particular amount on procurement of RUTF instead of leaving decisions about which tools to use to program implementers based on the specific context on the ground. I think it's a dangerous precedent to kind of earmark funds for specific commodities within Food for Peace or any humanitarian account. RUTF is most effective at preventing relapse when it is complemented with funding to prevent malnutrition in the first place. So this earmark would limit the funds available for these complementary investments. And I don't have an amendment, but I just thought I wanted to say that for the record. I yield back.
Anyone else have any comments to make on Title III?
No, I thought we were
still on 3.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Mr. McGovern and Mr. Kazar as well. And notably, the commodity floor that is discussed or that is provided for in this bill would really truly upend the way that we deliver aid, recognizing the unbelievable value of U.S. commodities in providing aid globally. I do find it questionable that we would pursue a policy that would create complete or increased dependency for those who need or require our aid, particularly in the context of the conversations we've had related to SNAP dollars. I find it confusing that we're talking about SNAP as a temporary program, but yet we would be keep creating, in some cases, almost a generational need for U.S. commodities by moving aid that we provide to those experiencing famine and hunger in the direction of making them rely on U.S. commodities rather than a mix of emergency food provisions as well as USAID programs that help on the ground growth and development of locally grown food sources. And so with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Any other comments, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be associated with those comments of
Mr. Cassar as well, that since the previous administration labeled Cuba as a terrorist state, which there was no need for, no evidence of, 500,000 people have had to flee the island because of hunger. This can help deal with a lot of refugee and migration issues in our hemisphere. And I think this should not be, food should not be weaponized. It should be used for peace, as Mr. Govern has stated. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Illinois. Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Congressman Bacon.
Yeah, I'll speak for about 1 minute. I want to just praise that this is a huge thing for Nebraska, the almost doubling for trade. We're an export state. We export beef, pork, corn, soybeans. And one of the #1 issues you talk to our producers is we have an administration that's not doing enough on trade right now or promoting trade, but you're stepping in that gap. So this is one of the highlights, and we appreciate it.
Very good. Any other comments or amendments on Title III? Seeing none, it's closed. We're going to move on to Title IV. Are there any amendments to Title IV? Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Soto has an amendment.
Number 12.
Number 12. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Okay, great. Okay, and do we have there's supposedly a colloquy with Mr. Boss in this title.
Jen said so, yeah.
But I didn't see it here. Oh, wait a minute. Nope.
Yes, sir. Mr. has acknowledged he will participate, so Mr. Bost will start to yield the balance of his time to Mr. Colvin, and then we can say, thank you.
Okay, I can do that on script. Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. With the amendment mostly distributed.
Yep.
All right, I believe the amendment has been distributed, and Mr. Soto has offered his amendment, which is amendment number 12 under Title IV. And Mr. Soto, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment would set out the process for Puerto Rico to transition from the NAP program to the SNAP program that all states get to enjoy. This dates back to 1982 when the NAP program was developed. It's a limited block grant program. My family's native island of Puerto Rico is a territory, and there's over 3.2 million people who live there. And so this has been a real challenge to combating hunger on the island, also to promote their domestic agriculture industry. I do want to recognize, Chairman, your efforts in that you doubled the block grant, and so I'm very pleased about that. We know we still have to work through the Thrifty Food Program issues that have been the subject of this hearing to get us into the black, because right now it'd be a $200 million cut. But I view the block grant increases that you put together as a very positive development and want to thank you for doing that as we continue with our negotiations with the House and the Senate. At this time, I would move to withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman moves withdrawal. I just want to say, I want to thank the gentleman for discussing Puerto Rico's transition, eventual transition, I believe, from NAP to SNAP. I had the privilege and opportunity to spend some time there with a listening tour. Was able to observe a new workforce development program that they had I don't know if it was coincidence or not, but it was day one when I showed up. But it was good. It was going, and I think they're going the right direction. Having had conversations with USDA, the USDA doesn't believe that they're ready, for full SNAP at this point. But I think with the investments we're making, we'll. The fact that the Farm Bill increases Nutrition Assistance Program block grant to Puerto Rico by $50 million annually, adjusted for inflation, and will encourage, by way of report language, that both USDA and Puerto Rico continue to formulate a financially and operationally viable pathway towards a transition from block grant to SNAP. I think this transition actually is good for those American citizens in Puerto Rico. So thank you for your interest in that area. And the amendment is withdrawn. Other amendments under Title IV.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm looking.
Right here.
Oh, Mr. Boss.
Mr. Chairman, in lieu of an amendment, I would like to engage in a colloquy with you on something that's out there.
Very good. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The SNAP retailers play a vital role in our communities. They ensure that SNAP participants not only have access to nutritious food, but also a variety of shopping opportunities to choose from, ranging from convenience stores and local grocers and supermarket chains. And under current regulations, eligible SNAP retailers must meet one of two criteria. Either their inventory includes a minimum of 36 staple foods that fall into certain categories, or at least 50% of their store total gross retail sales must be from staple foods. USDA partnerships with local retailers for SNAP is incredibly important. And as new retail opportunities are coming into innovation, including vending machines that will have the right type food in them, I believe we should continue to evaluate SNAP retailer grocers. This way that we can ensure that SNAP participants can continue to have access to healthy, nutritious options at varying locations. And with that, I would like to yield to my good friend from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Bost. I think this is an innovative concept worth considering. I think anything that adds more access, provided it's within the fresh nutrition dietary guidelines, I think it would provide access to many needy families and amplify the choices that they could have to be able to have access to more food and more food options. So I think it's an innovative concept to look at vending machines and to look how they might be able to be yet another option for food distribution in various capacities.
And with that, I yield back.
Well, I appreciate both my friends here with your comments and your input. Obviously, this Farm Bill is one that was based on innovation and among science technology, and looking over the horizon. I appreciate your vision as we go forward here. So, thank you. Other amendments. Mrs. Hayes has an amendment at the desk. I believe it's amendment number 19.
It's amendment 19.
Excellent. When the clerk will distribute the amendment. Jim, you betcha. This will be a big one. We'll get a new sheet.
Yeah, I'm afraid you have to.
Through Title IV. I'm going to jump out to Title V. You can slip over.
I understand.
I appreciate it.
Make a nice day now, a little quicker now, so we don't have to wait as long.
Will do. We're glad to do it. Move off. Mrs. Hayes has offered amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 19, offered by Mrs. Hayes.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you. This amendment strikes the Thrifty Food Plan cost neutrality provisions and Section 4105 and 4111, which aim to privatize the SNAP workforce. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is the most effective anti-hunger initiative in this country. The Thrifty Food Plan is used to determine the amount of benefits a SNAP recipient receives. The bipartisan 2018 Farm Bill directed the USDA to regularly reevaluate the Thrifty Food Plan SNAP benefits to adjust as food prices, dietary guidance, and other scientific standards shifted over time. It was a hard-fought effort, but a necessary effort. The 2021 revaluation was the first in the history of the SNAP program and increased the purchasing power of the plan by 21%. This led to a $1.40 per person per day increase in average SNAP benefits, or about a 70-cent per person per meal increase. The update lifted over 2 million SNAP participants above the poverty line, including more than 1 million children. Unfortunately, today we are considering a farm bill that would reverse the decision to continually reevaluate benefits to help American families. This farm bill includes a provision that would direct the Secretary of Agriculture to, quote, not increase the Thrifty Food Plan based on a reevaluation, end quote. This farm bill would cut SNAP benefits by roughly $30 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. My amendment would strike the cost neutrality portion of this legislation, ensuring the Secretary can conduct a reevaluation of the Thrifty Food Plan. The cost neutrality provision would impact every SNAP participant in future years. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, under this bill, the average per-person SNAP benefit would be about $7 less per month over the 2027 through 2031 period, and increase to $15 less per person per month in 2032 and 2033. This would cut benefits for nearly 6 million older adults, 4 million people with disabilities, and nearly 17 million children, including 5 million children under the age of 5. Additionally, my amendment would strike Section 4105, which would allow for a state to hire for-profit contractors to screen SNAP beneficiaries for employment and training referrals after merit staff has already reviewed an applicant for benefit determination. The amendment also strikes Section 4111, which would dismantle long-standing federal merit staff requirements that protect program integrity. Merit employees are hired based on competence and knowledge to administer SNAP without fear or bias, political influence, or management retaliation. Their broad knowledge of program complexities helps to make sure eligible families receive SNAP and can put food on their table. These harmful provisions would infuse privatization into the SNAP program and erode the government-wide standard of merit staffing. According to the USDA, in 2023, over 42 million people rely on SNAP, and 41% of these households have children. SNAP benefits are modest, averaging only $6.20 per person per day, or about $2 per meal. I would challenge anyone in here to tell me where you can eat for $2 per meal. SNAP benefits average only about $6.20 a day. Hunger is a policy choice. We cannot abandon these families. I urge bipartisan support of this legislation, and I ask unanimous consent to enter a letter in the record from Bread for the World with their support of continuing programs to ensure that we can feed hungry children.
Without objection, be added to the Farm Bill record.
Thank you. I urge bipartisan support on this amendment, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to also thank our ranking member of the Nutrition Subcommittee for doing an excellent job in bringing this terrible, terrible situation to the forefront. And I'm hopeful and prayerful that you all will accept this amendment, because there's absolutely no way you're going to get a farm bill unless we take care of this business, which is the heart of the matter. SNAP has always been that Achilles heel that we have to suffer through at every farm bill. And Ms. Hayes has done an excellent job, but I want to just take a moment here, Chairman, and try to explain how important this amendment is. It will strike the section cutting the Thrifty Food Program and the portion allowing for the private contractors to take government union jobs when the SNAP offices are behind. You all are coming at this SNAP program from every direction you can, taking food away from the people who need it the most, our veterans, our children. It is about as mean as you can be. This amendment is terrible. First, this bill strips a provision the Republicans have been trying to do for a long time. Let's tell the truth. To allow contract workers to take the jobs of federal employees. How many of y'all know that is what our Republican friends are doing? Then it incentivizes them to do the work poorly as to keep contractors doing this work. They have to keep underperforming the need. And why would a worker do well if doing well meant that they were going to be out of a job? This is the definition of a perverse incentive. Why are we trying to strangle the SNAP program when, as I said before, and many of my colleagues have even recognized it and are experts, at a time when we need these programs? Do you all know the world is looking at us and they're seeing how we treat our most needy? We're facing all kinds of challenges here, and it is weakening our nation's standing in the world. When you do not take care of your weak links, the chain falls apart. You got to take care of those people who are there. Also, there are unintended consequences to this cut, like the $100 million in TFAP money that won't go to food banks if it is successful. The $500 million in cuts to summer EPT that will be cut from families with school-aged children. How mean can you be? Who benefits from these children going to bed hungry? Who benefits by those families buying less food at local grocery stores or convenience stores? Those stores are going to close. You go into some of these communities, and it is happening. They're laying off workers. And then you're trying to cut the marketplace for our farmers. They're the ones that grow this food. They're the ones we buy the food from. You're really squeezing this apple so greatly. And the grocery stores will lay off workers. The SNAP cuts affect everybody's bottom line. Convenience stores and gas stations will be fewer and fewer in number. And most importantly, farmers will have fewer customers to buy their goods. You're aiming these cuts and you're hurting so many different people all along the line. And why is this? Why has this always been the effort of this committee by our Republicans? To murder SNAP. We will not have it. You want a farm bill? We've got to take care of this program.
Expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand opposed to this amendment. What is really cruel is when a family needs SNAP and they have to wait 3 months, because half of the states right now are not able to process the SNAP applications timely. So a family comes in, they need SNAP, and they have to wait 2 or 3 months. Half of our states are in this situation. So what we're saying is, and it's not a study, these things go up and down, we don't want to privatize these workers. We're telling the states, if you need help to augment during a time of, of high ops tempo, you can temporarily bring in contractors, get through the mountain of applications, and you can then go back to normal. So this is intended to help speed the processing for those states who are struggling. And it's not meant to be permanent. It's to help augment the state while they're doing their job. So what is cruel? What's cruel is making a family wait for 3 months to get SNAP. And that's what's going on in over half our states. So that's the intention here. And I knew the concerns on the labor side. So I worked with colleagues across the aisle to write in labor protections that every state has to work within its labor laws in how they execute this program. And that's our intent. We're hoping to speed up the processing. That's my goal. I yield.
Gentleman Gio, now to recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I believe it was Maya Angelou who said, when people show you who they are, believe them. And candidly, the nutrition provisions in the chairman's bill are mean-spirited, malicious, and misguided. The Republicans on this committee are proposing holding this thrifty food plan cost neutral. But let me be clear, no matter how you talk about it, this is a cut to SNAP benefits. The long-term impact of this provision, as predicted by the Congressional Budget Office, is a $30 billion cut to the program. Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said that this budget gimmick is not a cut to benefits. I would challenge you to answer the question then, where is this $30 billion coming from? And Mr. Chairman, why is the language that cuts money from SNAP, which is addressed in the nutrition title, buried in the final section of the bill? This seems like a half-baked attempt to save face for a policy that we all know is unpopular. It is important to call out that most of the money that is being cut from SNAP is being moved outside of the nutrition title, most likely to Titles 1 and 11, to fund the promises that the chairman has made to his large commodity friends. As ranking members of the subcommittee that has jurisdiction over these titles, I want to make it abundantly clear that I do not support funding other priorities in this bill by taking food away from hungry individuals. This is a cheap attempt from my Republican colleagues to pit farmers against the families they feed. Going beyond the funding cuts to SNAP, there are also many other harmful provisions in this title, starting with the very first section where the chairman's bill amends the purpose of the SNAP program. Republicans want to change the purpose of SNAP from an anti-hunger program to a program centered around eliminating diet-related disease and lowering health care costs. Now, if my Republican colleagues care so much about health, then why do they gut the dietary guidelines process in the very same section? The hypocrisy is glaringly evident, but the intention is even more unmistakable. Republicans are determined to weaken the SNAP program by any means necessary. And with that, I yield my time to Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes is recognized for the balance of the time.
Thank you. I would just like to say, in response to the comment about employees, I would have welcomed a conversation to work together on this issue. I actually have a bill, the SNAP Administrator Retention Act, which would allow states to receive 100% of the administrative and personnel costs associated with hiring and retaining the merit staff who carry out SNAP programs and aligning the wages of those state SNAP administrators with federal wages. So to your point, there is a backlog, and we need to have more qualified employees to do this work, but the answer is not to take federal jobs away from people. The answer is by hiring contractors. The answer is to make sure that we are training and hiring people who will hold these jobs permanently and process these applications quickly. No one asked to work with me on that, because I would have welcomed coming to the table to find a solution to this problem. With that, I yield back to Ms. Brown.
Ms. Brown is yielded back 1:15.
I yield to the ranking member if he has any additional comments.
No, go ahead.
Generally yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to point out to the public who may be watching this that when they're talking about potential SNAP cuts, pay attention to the dates that are being talked about. Potential reductions in 2027 and 2028. Potential reductions in 2032 and 2033. The Farm Bill is a 5-year authorization. It's a 5-year authorization. The Farm Bill doesn't carry to 2032 and 2033. There will be an additional Farm Bill between now and then. The challenge, candidly, for the committee in getting its work done, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, is that we have a 5-year authorization with a 10-year score. Now, that's a congressional problem that I think creates challenges with getting the policy right. But I just want to say, as a whole, when you look at the score, 82% of the score of what CBO says we're going to spend is going to SNAP benefits. 82%. And so if you want it to move from 82% to 85 or 87 or 90%, then you have to reduce the amount that's going into the other sections of the bill. What's going into crop insurance, what's going into commodity support of what we call the Farm Bill, it is called the Farm Bill, is 10% now. It's 10%. And then there's conservation and other things that make up a little less than 10%. And then 82% goes to SNAP or some other type of benefit. There's a challenge with writing a 5-year bill, a 5-year authorization that has a 10-year score. I would just ask the citizens to pay attention to the dates they're giving you on where the potential cuts are. Potential reduction 2027, potential reduction 2028, not a guaranteed reduction, a potential reduction. But then when you start talking about 2032 and 2033, we're in 2024 today. The authorization of this bill is going to stop long before any cut in 32 and 33 is. And so, I mean, there's not the ill will that I think is being portrayed in what we're trying to do to get to a piece of legislation that supports production agriculture. And we all saw what happened when something happens to the volume of food, right? We all saw what happened with eggs. Right? Everybody remember what happened to the price of eggs? I certainly remember what happened to the price of eggs. If you don't take care of production agriculture, the cost of groceries is going to go up for everybody inside the United States of America. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to hurt the people that are on SNAP more than it's going to hurt everybody else. And so I don't think we should be pitting farmers and the support that they need to take the risk to put the food in the ground or the seed, the inputs in the ground that we all need so that we have the groceries on the shelves at the grocery store against the people who need assistance, in many cases through no fault of their own, purchasing the commodities to eat.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will, because I respect you, Ms. Hayes.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So it sounds like you are agreeing with us that there is a potential increase in 2027.
Actually, it's a potential A potential cut.
A cut in 2027.
A potential cut.
Which is 3 years from today, which is well within this Farm Bill timeline.
Yes, ma'am. Would you agree with me that you're quoting, though, also the
No, I'm
bigger
quoting
numbers?
you.
Ma'am? The bigger numbers you quoted were 2032 and 2033.
No, sir, I quoted the exact same numbers you quoted, that the first 3 years, there was zero increase according to the CBO, with the first cut taking effect in 2027 to 2032,
Potential.
and then increasing to $15 a month by 2032. And to your latter point, if you just let me finish, to your latter point, I think we are supporting agricultural producers and farmers by providing customers for the food that they're producing.
I have 40 seconds left. Let me ask you this question. 82% is currently going to SNAP. What percentage do you think should go to SNAP benefits? 82 is not enough from your standpoint. Should it be 85?
That's not what I said.
Should it be 90?
I think you and I approach this problem very differently. I think we should be asking a very different question if 82%, if 82% of Farm Bill funding is required to feed hungry, low-income, poor people in this country. We have a different problem.
And a lot of it's got to do with inflation. A lot of it has to do with inflation at the grocery store.
May I?
Gentleman's time has expired.
May I say something?
We're going to have to state a protocol. Maybe somebody can yield to you.
All right.
I recognize Dr. Caraveo from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo my colleagues' concerns with this provision, which ultimately erodes SNAP benefits over the years by requiring future updates to ignore dietary guidance, data on consumption patterns, and the actual cost of food. This $30 billion in future cuts to SNAP represents a $380 million cut to benefits coming to Colorado that support hungry families and local economies. I've told my story on this dais many times at this point because of Republicans forcing Democrats again and again to be on the defensive for a program responsible for feeding nearly 55,000 individuals in my district. As a practicing pediatrician, SNAP was oftentimes the only way I knew that my patients during important stages of their childhood development would have access to healthy and nutritious foods. If we want a farm bill that is able to pass into law with the bipartisan levels it requires past this committee, it is necessary that we take this back to the negotiating table and remove this provision. Thank you, sir, and I yield back.
May she yield a minute to me?
Absolutely. We'd like to.
Yes, I will yield back to the ranking member.
You know, my good friend, Austin Scott, whom I affectionately call my cousin, we served in the legislature. Let me explain to you about this 82%. Do you know that the increase in veterans are our fastest growing group that are requiring the needs of SNAP? All you have to do, roll through Atlanta, look at the tents, look at the people in the streets, the unemployment level. Why do you think it's growing so? This is a problem. Hunger is a problem of soaring magnitude. That's exactly why this whole issue of food and hunger in the United States of America is called an issue of supreme national security. So when you keep throwing out 82%, you got to understand the growth of the size of the problem. And what we've got to do, as I've said, the chairman and I have had series of talks over the last couple of years of the need to get with our leadership.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
More funding applied to agriculture and our food supply because we're growing. Look at what's coming across the damn border.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. 100%.
What I'm saying is, wherever it's coming from, we got a growing population. And until we realize that, you're hurting the wrong people.
With respect, Mr. Chairman, if I may have a second to answer, it means that we have to grow more tons of food.
Penalty's time has expired. We'll try to get some yield to you for a response. But we're going to go to Mr. Molinaro is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, this bill increases SNAP benefits. This bill institutionalizes the $256 billion President Biden added to the program without authorization to do so. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wish to suggest that we should spend more, as they, I believe, they do, that's one thing. But this bill does not reduce SNAP benefits. It doesn't reduce SNAP benefits next year, the year after that, or the year after that. And further, even to my colleague Mr. Scott's point, it doesn't even reduce SNAP benefits in 2027. The assumption that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are making is that absent the president following the constitutional requirement to let Congress appropriate funds, that absent that, somehow this magically reduces benefits. Okay. It doesn't. This bill, having administered food stamps for the last 12 years, this bill increases SNAP benefits, and over the course of the 5 years of this legislation, does so by over $6 billion. Further, this Congress, or excuse me, this committee, with bipartisan support, expands access to food stamps, SNAP, to formerly incarcerated, to increases funding to food banks, and by the way, increases aid and SNAP benefits to families when their student children still work part-time, all the way to the age of 21. Why would we extend it to age of 21? Because those children with disabilities may have a part-time job, can remain in school. We expand the benefit to ensure that families with the individuals with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities have the right and the ability to access SNAP services. This bill prevents future administrations. Let's just, roll the dice here. Okay, sure, we want Congress to exercise its authority to appropriate funds. Perhaps my colleagues are okay with the president circumventing that to add dollars. I would guess they would not necessarily embrace a future president circumventing congressional authority and decreasing funds. This protects against that. This allows Congress to retain its authority to increase maximum SNAP benefits, which, by the way, it did during COVID and the Great Recession. This legislation is meant to meet the needs of our most vulnerable. And again, having lived on and grown up on food stamps, having administered food stamps, what it also seeks to do, building off of the success of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, is hold states accountable for being more efficient and effective in making sure dollars get to our most vulnerable. One of the biggest challenges that those who struggle with in poverty have is that that many of these programs function in silos. Food stamps here, TANF over there, Medicaid over there, and we send the most vulnerable through a maze, a labyrinth of bureaucratic mess administered by the states. This bill actually, building on the FRA, suggests that we ought to unify that effort, wrap around services to support those who need SNAP benefits in order to grow from dependency to independence, and to hold states accountable instead of processing payments, hold states accountable to empower people. To my colleague, Ms. Hayes, I just would offer, I wish that this was a bifurcated amendment. I've expressed my support for ensuring our government employees have more resources to do their jobs. But let's be honest, the federal government can't circumvent state labor laws. And while I have a great deal of respect and support my friends in CSEA, and I wish that there were more capacity to expand enrollment and employment in order to better process SNAP benefits, we still have a situation where states like New York are engaged in $900 million in erroneous payments. Again, $900 million in erroneous payments to people, by the way, who are already benefiting. Those $900 million could support 175,000 families in the state of New York if only the state did its job better. This bill, again, seeks to support those most vulnerable, something I believe in. SNAP is a powerful tool we ought to embrace, and I call colleagues on both sides to understand that. But at the same time, demand states are more effective and more efficient in helping our most vulnerable find their way to independence and support. And it expands benefits to some of our most vulnerable, those with disabilities who have been left on the sideline, excluded from the workforce, instead allowing them to enter the workforce and transition from dependence to independence. I commend the work. I hope we can work from this point forward, but this bill does not cut SNAP benefits, and it is dishonest to say so.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman yields back. Now recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in support of Representative Hayes' amendment. $30 billion, $30 billion with a B. Now that money is not coming out of thin air. That money is coming out of the pockets of hardworking families. It's coming out of children's mouths. And that's the reality of how any new programs or funding included in this title that claim to expand SNAP or improve our country's food security or research, trade, or horticulture efforts. That's the reality of what it would mean to require that the Thrifty Food Plan, the backbone of SNAP, be reevaluated without allowing any accompanying increases in program costs. That's unscientific, it's pointless, and it's cruel. Many of the food banks and other folks in my district who are involved in feeding people stand to benefit from the small increases in non-SNAP programs included in today's text. But they will be the first to tell you that cuts to SNAP like this one are unacceptable. SNAP cuts just make their jobs harder. And so we hear this all the time from my partners in my Adams Hunger Initiative in Greater Charlotte. And it's not just SNAP that will suffer. It's TFAP and Puerto Rico's nutrition program that will suffer from the thrifty changes as well. It will cut benefits by more than $500 million in the summer EBT program, or Sunbucks, which for the first time this year will benefit almost 1 million children in North Carolina who are out of school for the summer. And it means billions fewer dollars passing through retailers or going towards our specialty crop and dairy farmers. Other changes to SNAP include invasive measures like on the tracks customers' purchasing patterns, on the race of SNAP retailers who are penalized for trafficking. They include erroneous regulations on top of perfectly fine existing ones, ones that burden state governments with correcting minuscule errors, the creation of a new Office of Program Integrity, on top of all of the quality control infrastructure that already exists. This additional and redundant focus on fraud, waste, and abuse in SNAP, that's the waste. And I'm all in favor of wearing a good piece of headgear, you know that. But I'm concerned whoever wrote this needs to take their tinfoil hat off. Paradoxically, this bill would prioritize the SNAP workforce despite private contractors consistently being terrible administrators of SNAP and other anti-poverty programs, introducing new inefficiencies and hampering program quality, undermining the work of state-level merit staff would threaten transparency, efficiency, and customer service. Even the changes to SNAP's purpose that this bill highlights to be designed to prevent chronic disease, disability, premature death, health costs, and military unreadiness are asking a program that was only designed to feed people, to fix problems that it had nothing to do with. This bill sets the stage for even more bad faith attacks on the program for not satisfying goals that it was never supposed to. The majority will try to spin the inclusion of long overdue changes to SNAP that improve access for those with drug felony convictions, employment and training program participants, and elderly people. But important expansions in SNAP do not justify an enormous contradiction that will cause people to suffer. It seems like we're penalizing families for not earning enough to keep food on their tables. We can't penalize the poor. And how is that American? If we're going to make changes, then we should be focused on how to reduce the number of people who require those services in the first place. So expanding SNAP should be the starting point for our conversations about the program, not the collateral for deep and inexcusable cuts. $30 billion does not come out of thin air. It comes from 17 million children living in SNAP households, 5 million young children, 6 million older adults, 4 million disabled people. And I'm opposed to defunding SNAP and the way this bill primes it for more defunding down the road. And for these reasons, I support the gentlelady's amendment. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Finstad. Mr. Finstad for 5 minutes. Mr. Van Orden, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am enjoying thoroughly this spirited debate, and I think some of my Democrat colleagues accidentally said the quiet part out loud and kind of let it slip by. So I'd like to revisit this. It's my understanding, I'm a freshman, that the SNAP programs are not a jobs program for federal workers. Please correct me if I'm wrong. There are provisions in here that I think are incredibly important to make sure that previously incarcerated people can get job training so we can break the cycle of recidivism and creating a permanent underclass of prisoners in this nation, which I think is shameful. But when we're talking about making sure that we can maintain government worker roles in the place of feeding hungry children, I think you guys are way off base. So,
would the gentleman yield?
I will not. We want people to be involved in these programs that are in need. As I said earlier, we were raised on food stamps until my mom could get her feet underneath her. And we were a hungry child. I went to bed hungry. And I remember that, and I'll never forget it. And I said earlier also, 94% of all tillable land is represented by Republicans. Ms. Crockett, my colleague from Texas, rightly so pointed out that more SNAP benefits are used in rural America than in urban America. So to say that we're not trying to help these people is wrong. But you can't utilize a program unless you get enrolled in a program. And if the federal government workers that apparently my Democrat colleagues are so concerned about protecting their jobs are incapable of getting people enrolled in a program within 3 months, then we need to have contractors to fill that gap. Because a child cannot go 3 months without eating. 3 months is enough time for a formerly incarcerated person to fall back into their former behavior patterns and get arrested again and wind up in jail again, which we want to stop. So the last thing that I would like to say to the esteemed ranking member of this committee is that when he brought up that if people do a poor job and they're incentivized by that, why would they keep doing the job? And I would like to point out the fact that we're members of Congress, and the vast majority of the American population believes that's exactly what we're doing. And so when we're sitting here talking about things, and I think in a way that is actually mean-spirited, we're not doing the American public justice. So I got in the Agriculture Committee to help Americans grow tomatoes to eat, not to throw at each other. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sorensen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shop at the Jewel Osco grocery store at City Line Plaza in Moline, Illinois. It's my neighborhood store. I've seen how much food cost has gone up just in the past couple of years. And I talk with my neighbors when I'm pushing my own shopping cart at that store. I hear from them. I hear the need from them. The cost and the connection of fresh food to our communities and our neighbors, it makes it harder to live back home. It's why I'm working to lower the costs for working families. We all need to prioritize lowering the costs for people, not take the funding out of the things that actually work. We need to lift people out of poverty from the bottom up and the middle out. Instead, some want to yank the money out of the hands of working families, kids, seniors, and veterans when there is more of a need today than there was in the 2018 Farm Bill. Folks at Bread for the World, the Northern Illinois Food Bank, the Riverbend Food Bank, they all tell me that they wonder how they're going to make do with the added need if people can't afford Jewel Osco. So let's just do what's right. Let's add the Congresswoman's amendment. Let's vote on it. Let's add it to our markup today so that we can have a successful bipartisan outcome. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the gentleman from New Mexico.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, I'm here today not to speak on my behalf, but on Eva's behalf. Because you know who doesn't have a voice in Congress? You know who can't get a job? You know who can't control the decisions of their parents or their caregivers? It's people like Eva, who write us letters, and they say, please help preserve SNAP. Please help make sure that other kids like me don't go hungry. That's an important thing for us to realize as we think about our own children who don't have to fear for going hungry, who aren't going to bed with headaches or tummy aches, who are going to school the next morning with a good breakfast. There's kids like Eva who may not know where their first or their next meal is coming from. And so it's critically important that in this committee, we think about not just our own families, but the families of people like Eva and her who took the time today to write me this letter so that we could be the voice for kids like Eva. It's just incredibly important because we want to have a healthy nation. And for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that want to make sure that we preserve all life in this country, it's not just about birth, folks. It's about making sure that we take care of our kids once they're here. That's critically important. So let's make that promise to our children in this country, and let's make sure that kids like Eva have a fighting chance to be members of Congress, to be nurses, to be doctors, to be lawyers, to be whatever they want. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that I haven't been quiet at all on this topic. I've been saying it out loud every day to anyone who would listen. I've been extremely vocal about it. And the reason why I addressed the language about contract workers is because that is included in the text. So now is the time to address it. I also would like to say, to the point about erroneous payments, the payment error rate is not a measure of fraud. The error rate is a measure of accuracy in calculating complicated SNAP benefits. And it's important to note that any errors are required to be corrected. Overpayments must be paid by the beneficiary, and underpayments must be corrected by the state. I want anyone who is abusing this program to be held to account because it means that children are not eating. It means that people with disabilities are not eating. So we also want to protect the integrity of the program. And I also want to add, these numbers are not Democrat assessments. It is the CBO, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, who put out a chart that has category by category by category of what these cuts will cost. And it says 0, 0, 0, and then in year 2027, those numbers start to increase. So these aren't Democrats just making up numbers. This isn't Democrats just trying to be oppositional. We are taking the information from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. I'll say it again, if they are wrong, I am happy to revisit this. I am happy to sit down and look at it again. But these numbers say that there is a $30 billion cut to SNAP. That is not a Democrat number. That is not a Republican number. That's just a number. With that, I yield back.
All right, I'm going to give you the order. I've got Mr. Johnson. All right, then I've got Mr. Costa, Mr. McGovern, Ms. Spanberger, Ms. Crockett, Mr. Jackson. That's the order. I'm just giving you a heads up on the order. All right, Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it is indicative of how much the Article I power of Congress has atrophied that we think just having us do our job is somehow cruel.
Who did I need to ask?
The Constitution tells us that we have the power of the purse. The idea that we would periodically assess what the right funding of SNAP is not cruel. That's actually our job. And so, Mr. Chairman, if we could, I'd want to engage in a little bit of colloquy with you because I want to make sure my understanding of the base text is appropriate. When I hear cut, I think that a number goes down. And so I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, in the base text, if a family situation doesn't change, because my understanding is inflation is locked in this bill. So for this family, are their benefits going to be cut, or actually will the nominal benefit go up next year?
My understanding is that they increase.
Okay, so what about the year after that? Will that benefit be cut, or will it nominally increase?
Increase.
Okay, so what about the year after that, Mr. Chairman? Will the benefit go down, or will the benefit go up?
Up.
I don't know, gang. Maybe I'm just a simple country kid from South Dakota, but I think when we use words like cut, when we say to people that SNAP benefits would be cut, we lead them to the inaccurate assumption that the actual check, that the actual benefit, rather, on the EBT card to a family will go down next year or the year after that, and it will not. This base text locks in inflationary increases. And I would associate myself with the comments of Mr. Molinaro. SNAP is a powerful tool, and I would suspect that more than half of this room has had to rely on that incredibly powerful program at some point in their lives. And we can stand up and we can all try to compare who had the tougher upbringing, but we know that this program matters. And we have heard colleagues on both sides of this aisle talk about nutrition in terms that show that they care. And I would just ask that we try to refrain from assuming the worst motivations of people who are trying to design the right programs that balance the many varied and critically important interests of this country. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Costa for 5 minutes. Ms. Chavez-Raymer, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. At the beginning of this hearing, I forget when that was, but somewhere around 11 o'clock, we had a chance to speak, and I talked about with a great deal of pride, the enormous agricultural productivity of California and the importance of this bill to California agriculture, but to our nation's agriculture as well. And we shared many of the similar thoughts that this is food is a national security issue, and the importance of doing a bipartisan farm bill. Let me make it locally because I have a real dichotomy. The 21st Congressional District that I represent, with over 233,000 households, 67,000 of them plus rely on SNAP. 58% of those households have children. 34% have elderly people. Out of those households, 43% are disabled. And the household poverty rate is 20%. It's a very interesting dichotomy. Incredible agricultural wealth on one end, but yet about 25% of my constituency rely on SNAP. And my neighboring congressional districts have a similar number, Congressman Valadao and others, and mine ranks 6th in the nation. So when we have this conversation, and by the way, I speak in support of the amendment of my colleague here from Connecticut, but I think it's fitting and appropriate that the committee have what is really a divide here between the philosophical and political views of how this program's administered and how we try to improve the quality for all of our citizens in this country. Because clearly that's what we're talking about, and we can agree to disagree. I also said this morning that when we complete this hearing, we'll have those issues that we know that we agree on, and a lot of these programs that we support that are oversubscribed and that we want to improve for American farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women. And I also said we would know what areas we have disagreements in. Well, guess what? We've now figured that out, although I think most of us knew what that was before. Clearly, the Inflation Reduction Act, and we had a discussion on that, and we voted on that just a little bit ago. The Commodity Credit Corporation, and we had a disagreement on that, and we voted on that. And now we're having the debate, which is entirely fitting, on SNAP and the Thrifty Food Plan adjustments. And when we finish this and we vote on this amendment, of which I am supporting, we're going to still have to deal with the realization that if we want to produce a farm bill, we're going to have to figure out what is the art of the political compromise to produce a bipartisan farm bill. Because if we can't figure that out, and this is our responsibility, then we're not going to have a farm bill. It's that simple. So I think we have to put ourselves focused with a lot of the good comments that have been made here by my colleagues on where we go forward to help the over 25% of my constituents that are reliant on food stamps, on SNAP, the Women and Infants and Children's Program, our kids that for some of them the best meal they get during the day is a school lunch or school breakfast program. Not directly involved in this, but clearly a part of the USDA's budget. So when we look at these nation's commitments toward trying to have programs that reflect our needs of our people, our constituents, but at the same time have fiscal responsibility, this is the challenge. This is the dilemma. There are a whole host of these programs that are really good for California agriculture, but they're oversubscribed. And so we're going to have to figure out here in the next month and the next 2 months if we're going to produce a bipartisan farm bill. That's what's at stake. And I respect the views, even though we may differ with my colleagues on this, but this is the fourth farm bill that I've dealt with. And guess what? The debate hasn't changed a lot, certainly not on nutrition. There have been the differences that we speak of today, and my colleagues, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Scott and Mr. Lucas and the chairman, we've all had this discussion before. We've worked it out. I hope that with the good efforts on the part of all of us, we finish the action tonight. We'll be committed to figuring out how we reach this compromise. I return the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reiterate probably what has been said a lot today, but I want to make sure that I recognize Oregonians as well. 1 in 6 Oregonians are enrolled in SNAP. And growing up in a working-class family, it really is never lost on me or really probably anybody in this room how critical this program is for families, especially for their children. But today, I am going to oppose this amendment because I want to be clear that this farm bill does not cut SNAP.
Thank you.
I would ask that my Democratic colleagues and everyone concerned about the SNAP program look at how much the program has grown since the 2018 Farm Bill. The modifications made to the Thrifty Food Plan will seek to keep it cost neutral and still allow for annual inflationary increases, as was mentioned. This means that Oregonians and all Americans will see zero reduction to their current benefits under this bill. Not a single person who needs this program and is eligible for this program will be denied access. Further, it is important to point out that decades-long needed changes found in this Farm Bill allow for increased access by opening up eligibility to former nonviolent drug felons, those being released from prison, and also low-income college students, just to name a few. I also oppose this amendment because it strikes the provisions on SNAP staffing flexibility, a marker bill, which I was proud to co-lead. The current language will help states reduce SNAP backlogs and modernize their programs without jeopardizing the jobs of current employees. No one who is currently employed in the administration of SNAP benefits would lose their job as a result of this change. Instead, their workload would be better managed during the high-volume application times. Families and individuals who are hungry should not have to wait for their benefits simply because the state doesn't have enough hands on deck to process the applications. I'm supporting the chairman's mark today because I understand that the improvements in streamlining it seeks to accomplish will help keep feeding hungry people while also cracking down on fraud, waste, and abuse of the program. This farm bill will ensure taxpayer dollars are saved and reinvested by reducing the margin of error for erroneous payments. This bill allows recipients to keep more of their hard-earned money by increasing their earned income deduction. Every dollar counts for these families. It is expensive to live day to day, week to week, month to month. And when you are in a vulnerable situation, it's even more expensive. I do not believe that this amendment will meet those needs and make it any easier. And with that, Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to my colleague, Mr. Van Orden.
Mr. Van Orden is recognized for the balance of the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring something up to address what the ranking member said earlier about the United States military being the largest increase proportionately of people that are using SNAP benefits, and that's correct. But the issue does not reside in this committee. It actually resides over in the House Armed Services Committee. They just passed an $883 billion NDAA markup yesterday, and included in that NDAA is a 15% targeted pay raise for E1 to E4. Those are the folks that are using this program more than other members of the military. So I think we're going to see a commensurate reduction in the amount of military folks that are using these benefits. And to reiterate, it's incredibly important that people have access to these programs, including my brothers and sisters wearing a uniform protecting our freedoms today. There is nothing in this bill that is going to prevent that. This amendment, however, will strike the ability for contract workers to make sure that our military members get enrolled in a timely manner, and that's why I strongly oppose this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Generally yields back the balance of time. Now recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I said at the beginning of this hearing in my opening remarks, I don't think we share the same values. And listening to this debate, I feel even more strongly about that statement. You know, I'm somebody who believes that food ought to be viewed as a fundamental human right for every single person in this country. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 44 million Americans who are food insecure or hungry. I'm ashamed of that fact. I'm ashamed that Representative Hayes has to even bring this amendment. I mean, we ought to be able to solve this problem. I mean, hunger is a political condition, right? We have the resources, we have the food, we know what to do, we have everything but the political will. And every time we come to it's Farm Bill time, you know, we look, my Republican friends look for savings in the SNAP program. You know, this is a $30 billion cut. That's not me saying it, it's CBO. And it starts in 2027, Mr. Scott. So, I mean, the bottom line is these aren't made-up numbers. This is real. And if there's a future Congress that comes along and wants to change this, guess what? We're going to have to find $30 billion to put back into the program. And Mr. Molinaro said, well, you know, yeah, they can't increase it under the Thrifty Food Program, but here's the good news, no future administration can decrease it. Not true. I mean, I'm actually looking at the language here. It says the Secretary shall not increase the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan based on a reevaluation or update under this paragraph. There's nothing in here that says that a president can't decrease it. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm hoping that your candidate for president doesn't become president, because he's someone who I worry would cut this program just because he could. All right? And there's nothing in this bill that would prevent him from doing that. Look, only in Washington and only in this current Congress would a $30 billion savings be viewed as inconsequential. But this bill as written will increase hunger. And no amount of spin and no amount of denial and no amount of indignation will change that fact. And here's another place we disagree, I think. I mean, Mr. Johnson of South Dakota basically says this is not a cut. But basically the benefit right now is on average of about $2 per person per meal. That's it. I don't think that that's adequate. Maybe my friends do. Go out and try to live on that kind of allowance. That is why all of our food banks, including your food banks and your food pantries, are seeing an uptick in people coming looking for food. You know, during the pandemic, in addition to the upgrade in the Thrifty Food Plan, additional emergency benefits were provided. And guess what? actually hunger started going down in this country. Then the emergency benefits ran out, and now we see hunger going up again. I mean, I don't know, but it seems to me we ought to be doing something about that. We had one hearing on SNAP. I don't recall a single hearing on this proposal here. I don't recall a hearing on, what we can do better to try to tackle the issue of hunger and food insecurity in this country. Everybody talks about savings. You know what? Think of the costs of hunger in this country, the avoidable medical costs, people who don't have access to food or nutritious food. You know what? They end up with chronic diseases that our medical system has to take care of. Think about young kids who go to school on an empty stomach. They don't learn. Think of the long-term cost of that. Think of the cost of workers who go without food on a regular basis in terms of lost productivity. So to think you're saving the system, this government money, by nickel and diming the SNAP program, you don't understand how all this works. Look, I heard that this was that when the Secretary Vilsack increased the Thrifty Food Plan allowance for SNAP, it was somehow a power grab. Well, I mean, I was around in 2018 when the Republicans ran this committee and had the House of Representatives. You're the guys who actually put in the Farm Bill specifically directing USDA to reevaluate the Thrifty Food Program to account for modern food prices, food composition, consumption patterns, and dietary guidelines. I mean, you Republicans asked for this, and Secretary Vilsack delivered. And that meant that for the first time in nearly 50 years, USDA did that. And that meant that SNAP benefits were being calculated based on an estimate of a frugal diet in 1962 up until that point. Mr. Chairman, you and I were 3 years old then. Look, support the Hayes Amendment. I mean, this is outrageous. You should not be doing this.
Time's expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Congresswoman Spanberger, for 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I have a Republican going back and forth. Represent Ms. Dela Cruz for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an important topic, and I'd like to yield my time to my colleague, Mr. Molinaro.
Mr. Molinaro is recognized.
I just thank my colleague. Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you might engage in a bit of a colloquy here. I'd like to offer just to you, sir, a question. Mr. McGovern referenced the section of the bill that establishes firmly that a secretary cannot circumvent the constitutional authority of Congress, which is kind of odd we'd have to say that, but nevertheless, not circumvent the constitutional authority of Congress and increase benefits, but there's nothing in the bill that establishes that one can't circumvent the Constitution and reduce SNAP benefits. Mr. Chairman, is it correct to suggest that the base text of the bill establishes the base amount, and therefore we cannot, nor can a president, reduce spending because we establish after, by the way, I think I'm correct, after accounting for the $256 billion increase that was enabled by the president, the base text then establishes a base under which no president can reduce SNAP benefits. Is that correct?
Well, the Thrifty Food Plan, after it was created, has been updated 2, potentially 3 times since that. The most recent time, prior to this, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is right. I mean, we did put into the Farm Bill that it was time to do these Thrifty Food Plan update. I guess we assumed it would be done consistent with the methods that have been utilized in the past in terms of being cost neutral. Now, that doesn't mean benefits don't go up, because it maintains the primary driver of, there's 2 variables that really determine whether an individual or a family can afford to get supplemental nutrition. This is supplemental. This is not meant to feed someone in whole, in its entirety, is your income. And you're right, it is a shame how many people are living in poverty today, and how many more because of the past 3 years, because of the inflation that we've had and the cost of food and the cost of everything else. This proposal maintains the cost of living adjustment, because that's the other variable, what your income is, and quite frankly, what inflation, the cost of living has done to accessing food. Without that provision, you know, the abuse that we saw, and it was deemed to be not legal, you know, not by me, but by, I think it was the Congressional Budget Office that determined that what's that? GAO, I'm sorry, GAO. That it was not illegal what the Biden administration did, and it specifically was one person in USDA that did this. You know, because of that abuse, you know, it's past precedent. I am concerned as someone who truly wholeheartedly supports these nutritional programs. That's why in the chairman's mark you see for the first time ever, you know, individuals who were incarcerated because of drug felonies now will be eligible for nutritional support. You kill this administration passes, that goes away because there's no funding for it. Individual adult children who are aged 18 to 21, the way the current law is now, any income they're involved in secondary education yet, but any income that they would have 18 to 21 counts against the eligibility for the families for their SNAP eligibility. All that goes away. But yeah, I mean, the past precedent by this administration would certainly put it in a position of where under Article 1, the legislative branch is going to turn a blind eye to that kind of rogue, maverick action. We let it go this time, and quite frankly, that's not to say some hard-right administration in the future, which I would not want to see, could come in and arbitrarily cut benefits based on practice. That's a long-winded.
That's the longest yes I have heard but I appreciate the yes, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't hear
the base.
I didn't hear the yes.
Well, yeah, explain the bloody thing, yes.
Of course.
Go ahead.
The base language of this bill establishes the basement, the lowest level of funding for SNAP, and then prescribes cost of living increases moving forward. That's the answer. That's the protection. And SNAP benefits don't get cut. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now we recognize Mrs. Dela Cruz's time has expired. I recognize Mrs. Spanberger for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this conversation's been interesting and frankly, I think a bit sad.
Yes.
The conversation, and it was the gentleman from South Dakota who said that, you know, maybe estimates would be half this room use SNAP. I would say that there's something just unbelievably wrong if the reality is that we would assume half of this room would have used SNAP. He made the comment about we could sit here all day and talk about who had the tougher upbringing as we talk about SNAP. I'll join that conversation. I grew up in a lovely middle-class home, in a lovely middle-class neighborhood, with parents who had struggled in their childhood. I never worried about food. We always had food on the table, and that is now the experience of my children. And so I don't understand how we can have a conversation where people choose to validate their opinion on this by saying, once upon a time I used these programs, because I'll be very clear, I never used these programs. This is not part of my story or my experience. I, as a child, never went to bed hungry. But the idea that there is a child, little Eva, or anyone else in this country who does, is enough for me to say that these programs matter. And it isn't a democratic assessment of what these changes in this bill would be. It's the CBO, the nonpartisan CBO. They are the ones that say this bill would result in a nearly $30 billion cut to SNAP over the next decade. They are the ones who, when that breakdown occurs, that is a $580 million dollar cut to SNAP benefits for Virginians. The prohibition on thrifty food plan increases would result in cuts to summer EBT, which students rely on in the summer months. And the prohibition on thrifty food plan increases would impact the Emergency Food Assistance Program known as TFAP, which food banks across my district and arguably everyone's rely on to distribute food. The cuts in this bill would make the jobs harder of those who want to help our community, the food banks, the nonprofit leaders. And the challenges they face day to day are immeasurable. And we are endeavoring, if this amendment doesn't pass, to make that job harder. That is why, in my state, the Virginia Federation of Food Banks said any restrictions on future SNAP benefits and benefit increases will threaten our role as the emergency food system, and they will only place more people in a position to depend on us month to month. And that's what we all say we don't want. We don't want people to have to depend on this program month after month after month. And we could be doing good, useful things to make this program stronger, and I know Mr. Nunn's going to mention it in the future. But we could actually make it so that people who do use SNAP benefits could buy hot food right now. If a SNAP recipient, participant walks into a grocery store, they cannot buy a rotisserie chicken because it's hot. They cannot buy a cold sandwich and put it in the microwave at a convenience store because it's hot. And somehow the prohibition on hot foods makes this program, I don't know, doesn't work. But if you can buy a rotisserie chicken and you can bring it home and you can feed your children chicken, and then you can make chicken soup, and then you can make bone broth, and then you can make chicken salad, like that's how you make an economic and delicious and healthy food for your kids. And so we should be talking about how to make this program better, how to make it so that families who are hungry can buy a hot rotisserie chicken and feed it to their kids. And we shouldn't be looking at other ways to create undue burdens on families, the families who this program are meant to help. And so changing this outdated policy is probably a far better use of our time than debating what is laid out by CBO, which is what is in this bill is an almost $30 billion cut to SNAP. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the gentlelady from Connecticut's amendment to make this bill better. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I have been listening to everyone that had something to say. And the interesting thing, if the public pays attention, is that when my Republican colleagues speak about SNAP, these are the things that I've heard. It's not a cut. It's cost neutral, potential cuts, an increase in benefits. But every time you listen to the Democrats speak, they say the exact same thing. And the information that they're relying on is called data. And the data came from the nonpartisan CBO. The only information that we have before us to make a determination of how we will proceed is data from the CBO. This is what we're supposed to rely upon. I don't know where all of these different iterations about what's going to happen is coming from, but the data says $30 billion. That's what the data says, not what the Democrats say, but what the data says. Now, to think about, and I absolutely understand my colleagues. And honestly, I just wish we could be honest and say, listen, you know what? We don't have a budget that is balanced. Instead, we're in tremendous debt. I think the Democrats will agree with that. I mean, I think they would agree with that. We're in tremendous debt. I would rather my Republican colleagues say we're in tremendous debt, and instead of rolling back the Trump tax cuts and making sure that rich folk pay their part so that this country can do better because the most vulnerable are now going to eat. And we're not talking about eating the steak dinners that we eat. I'm talking about very basic food. And one thing that no one wants to talk about is the fact that in this particular title, there's this issue about SNAP choice. Now, my colleague from Virginia kind of started to go into it. But basically what happens is if you are poor in this country, then the federal government, you know, the people that love small government, the federal government is going to tell you things like you can't have hot food. That's a problem.
They're going to tell you things like, you know what, if it's not nutritious foods as they define it, then it's a problem. I just want to invite some of my colleagues to my district. Now, I can't talk about what happens in rural America and the access or lack thereof that they have to nutritious foods. But unfortunately, sometimes the only food that you have access to in, say, a food desert like mine may be from the corner store, or it may be from the subpar grocery store that doesn't even have fresh foods available. Or if it is fresh, it's fresh only in name. We need to make sure that people get something into their bodies, and I appreciate every single one of my colleagues talking about children. Children. I don't know why we're debating whether or not children should have access to food. I don't know why we're debating, and deciding we're going to fix all of the world's problems at the expense of people that are struggling, especially when so many members in this chamber have struggled. We're not talking about the fact that we continually increase the defense budget. And when we increase the defense budget, one thing we've not gotten is for them to actually give us an accurate accounting. They can't get one. But you know what? We will put more and more and more and more money into defense, but then you want to nickel and dime people that are only getting $6 a day. And so another thing that's not talked about a lot is that when you're talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, I don't want anybody to perpetrate a fraud on us either. But that is not defined the same way as, you know what, the person down at the office ended up giving me an overpayment for 50 cents. Those are different things. That's not fraud. That is someone making a mistake. And to sit up there and hold people accountable because someone made a human error mistake is in error. This is very simple. I don't know why it's such a big debate as to whether or not, or the idea, let me just make sure I hit this before my time runs out. I used to live in Texarkana, Texas. And for those that don't know, Texarkana is at the border of Texas and Arkansas. You're put in a situation where if you decide to go to the grocery store on the Texas side, which the grocery stores on the Texas side are better, but nevertheless, if you get your benefits in Arkansas, you can't go buy the groceries in Texas. How does that make sense? Like, this is micromanaging to no level, about $6 a day. We need to get it together. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Jackson for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And I'm not the sort of person that likes to argue. I'd like to not fix the blame on people, but really fix the problem. I think we should also reframe some of this conversation. First of all, what does malnutrition cost the United States? Currently is costing over $15 billion. This program that we are having, and I appreciate for the most part this discussion, but we're talking about the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. $2 does not buy a meal. This is simply assistance granted to 42 million people. Because of the way our economy works or does not work, they are not making this. This helps to fight off 8 common diseases that are associated with malnutrition that we end up having to pay over $15 billion. I'd also want to reframe the conversation when we talk about this $30 billion, once again, which is less than 2% of this farm bill that we are discussing for the most vulnerable people. In our food sector, we generate roughly $2 trillion in revenue, $2 trillion. And the way the grocery industry works with the multiplier and the accelerator effects of their economy, this is a baseline that the grocery industry tells you they need to process these food. This is not a nonprofit. It expands the entire economy. That $2 trillion part of our economy generates over $130 billion to the bottom line. We're the largest exporter of food around the world. So I wanted to keep it in context and to show some persons just how ridiculous this is, that we're really attacking what goes into a disabled person, a child, and a needy family. And we are a rich nation that can afford to do this, and it benefits our economy. I'd like to be associated with this legislation on behalf of the Honorable Representative Jahana Hayes, and we can do better, ladies and gentlemen. I yield back to the Honorable Jahana Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes is recognized for the balance of the time.
Thank you. I just want to say that, as Mr. McGovern mentioned, in the 2018 Farm Bill, it was the Republican majority who asked for a revaluation of the Thrifty Food Plan. Before 2021, the revaluation had been held cost neutral, only adjusting for inflation for about 50 years. Before the Thrifty Food Plan revaluation, the maximum SNAP benefits did not cover the cost of a modest price meal in 96% of U.S. counties, falling short by about $40 per person per month on average. As a result of the 2021 revaluation, USDA found that the cost of a nutritious, cost-effective diet was 21% higher than the Thrifty Food Plan at the time. My question is, if we don't like the way, if the Republican majority doesn't like the way that revaluation was implemented, then why is the next step to say we want to strip it and not have it done again? Why aren't we having a conversation about putting language in here that describes how we would like the revaluation done? That's something that we could have a conversation about. But to now say we're going to rip it away because we don't want benefits to increase is wrong. I'm open to that discussion. I also want to just respond to my colleague from Oregon, because you are right. Since the 2018 Farm Bill, participation in the program has gone up. But that's the way the program is supposed to work. When unemployment increases, as it did during the pandemic, SNAP participation and benefits go up. This is how the program was designed. It is not a flaw. We had a pandemic. People were hungry. The government responded and fed people. It worked. The system worked exactly like it was designed to do. We had people in luxury cars lined up outside of food banks going down the highway. People who had never experienced hunger in their life for the first time fell on hard times as a result of the pandemic, and the system worked the way it was supposed to. It did what it does. I don't understand it. So instead of saying now we want to strike these things, why aren't we having a conversation about how we can fix them, how we can address the things that you see as problematic, not to pull it away at a moment where, to your point, inflation is up and people are hungry. And I'm going to yield back before you gavel me out.
Yield back. The gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I do feel the need to talk about this issue because, as well, you came to the district very early on, and thank you so much. And you heard from some of the food banks and food pantries at that hearing that we held in Oregon in, I think it was June of last year. And after that meeting, I continued to hear from my food banks and food pantries, so much so that I visited the Woodburn Food Pantry, the Independence Food Pantry, the Marion Polk Food Share, the Wilsonville Food Pantry, and then Marion Polk asked me to come back 2 times. Woodburn also asked me to come back twice, because what they were seeing on the ground is dire need that is up 10, 20, 30% from what they were seeing during COVID. And their numbers were continuing to increase, and all they kept asking me for was not to cut $100 million from the Emergency Food Assistance Program, as we're proposing to do today, but to actually increase, because they are seeing such dire need from people who are just trying to make ends meet and need to feed their families. So what did I do in response? I actually put a bill out that would increase TFAP by $500 million. That bill was not included in the underlying farm bill that we're looking at today, but I support Ms. Hayes' amendment because all I keep hearing is that folks in my district are trying to make ends meet, and this is a way, and we are squabbling over $6 a day to help them. 718,600 Oregon residents who rely on it. 42,000 households just in my district. More than 54% of SNAP participants in Oregon are in families with children. And more than 41% of SNAP participants in Oregon are in families with members who are older adults or with people who have disabilities. These households are food insecure. I would much rather be having a conversation about how we end hunger today, but instead we are talking about taking $30 billion, which will ultimately lead to 2 days fewer per month of food for people in dire need. With that, I will yield any remaining time to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, if she so desires.
Thank you. I don't know how many times I have to speak on this issue, but I'm willing to do it because I don't understand why we keep going after people who are hungry in this country. When we had to compromise on the debt ceiling, the hard line, the ask, was food. We compromised on that. That was last year, May, June. When we came back to the table in September to pass the appropriations bill, the hard line was food. Now here we are today talking about a markup on a farm bill, and once again, the hard line is food. I just want to help people. That's why I'm here. You know, we talk about, everybody's talking about how they grew up with it. I just want to help people. And this program is designed in such a way that we are helping to feed people, which, as Mr. McGovern says all the time, is something that we should be able to do in the United States of America. I held a special order last night, and everybody knows, well, most of you know, that I came to Congress from the classroom. And while we are sitting here debating, I can tell you what happens the day after a long weekend, the Tuesday after a holiday weekend. This next week, when we have Monday off for Memorial Day, you'll have kids in classrooms all over the country with their head on their desks because they haven't had a meal since they left school on Friday. You'll have kids who are asking, can they take what's left on the share table from the after-school program because they have a brother or sister at home that they know has not eaten. We have the ability to fix that. And as my colleague, Ms. Crockett, said, we never have this kind of debate when we're talking about defense spending. We never have this kind of debate when we're increasing those programs. But today, once again, over and over and over again, when we are trying to find pennies in the ashtray, we go after the most vulnerable, most marginalized communities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that we can get back to the table and work on correcting the language that my Republican colleagues have a problem with, but making sure that we preserve these programs and not continually try to strip them away. And with that, I yield back to Ms. Salinas.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
All time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Congresswoman Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I remember the hearing that we had around the nutrition assistance programs last year, and I actually, the thing that I remember the most was how difficult it was to make it through the hearing because of how hard these topics are for all of us, and how I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that we are not imputing motivation on one another. And I just want to say that I associate myself, I think she's not even in here, with Congresswoman Spanberger's remarks, and appreciate Congresswoman Hayes for introducing this amendment, and we'll be voting in support of it and would urge others to as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish, other than me, to speak on the amendment? Mr. Davis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak in support of the amendment. I would like to thank the amendment sponsor, Representative Hayes, for bringing it forward. I sit back and listen, and what I hear is actually passion on both sides here. What What I also hear is compassion on both sides, that some of us have had shared experiences, some of us acknowledge, what's taking place. The common denominator here that I believe we have all acknowledged is that there are many people, many Americans who are struggling. They're finding it difficult to even eat. We can debate the numbers all that we want, but at the end of the day, Americans are hurting. Americans are hungry. One of the things that was really important to me, and somewhat shared this earlier, in eastern North Carolina, so often people in our part of the state just feel totally left out, forgotten. And one of the things I said, I just want to make sure when I come here that I'm speaking up and sharing the voices of people in eastern North Carolina. One of the things that we recognized early on is that, this is indeed a major issue, and I began to reach out. I just share some of the comments, and these are constituents, people in eastern North Carolina. Due to rising costs, I have to negotiate between buying groceries and medication. The cost of living is growing, but my paycheck isn't. My rent increases, same with gas and food, but not my salary. We can't afford medication, food, gas, rent, or bills. Being able to afford the basic necessities, food, clothing, shelter, and the basis for everything else, you cannot cure the other problems unless people are fed, clothed, and housed. These are what my constituents are sharing, and I believe this is a great depiction. I just want to share. It's interesting we're having this conversation. I'm very committed to making sure, as I indicated earlier, is that our farmers who are hurting because of cost as well, that they're able to keep their operations open. But the truth be known, even a lot of the farmers I talk to and deal with, they would never want us to have and be in this situation. They get tired of having to go through this all the time. They want us to be at a place where we can move forward. They can do what they do best, feed, grow, clothe the American people, beyond. So I would simply say, as I think about compassion, let's figure out how our compassion as a common denominator can drive our passion to figure this out. This is still the start, as we said before, making no attack right now, but I truly believe we can figure this out for the greater good of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek to speak on this amendment? No. You don't have to, Salud, if you don't want to. It's up to you. Well, let me take my 5 minutes here. And I'll start with the first part. Staffing flexibility at the option of the state, that component that this amendment would strike. This amendment, the underlying bill allows for efficient referrals to appropriate providers, ensuring that SNAP recipients are evaluated and referred based on skill set and aptitude, and that is imperative to their success. And in times of crisis, and that's what this is, some of you talked about this like this would be institutionalized and there would be a replacement, supplanting. And that's just not true. It's in times of crisis when processing backs up. Staffing flexibility is also essential to timely benefit determinations. I can't imagine there anybody in this room that doesn't want the bureaucracy to move faster when somebody's in need from a nutrition perspective, quite frankly, from a hunger perspective, from a poverty perspective, to have more timely benefit determinations. In February 2024, the Agriculture Department cited 47 states and territories as not complying with program requirements to process applications within the bounds of the law. The department also cited numerous states for payment errors, including overpayments and underpayments. And my intention the rest of this congressional cycle is that we will hold these states accountable for implementing under the law as it is. I don't think that's been done to any significant degree in the past. We will do that. Current restrictions on state management of SNAP administration and outmoded program requirements limit the ability of states to effectively manage SNAP caseloads. It's a dereliction of duty and a disservice to families in need. Section 4111 is a no-cost complementary option to states in crisis. From where I sit, not getting the benefits because of inadequacies at the state and the county level is a crisis. This section, taking into consideration suggestions from Mr. Bishop of Georgia, is an option that does not supplant current staff, does not threaten people who are unionized or non-unionized, people that are employed currently in this position. And it certainly does not override collective bargaining agreements. In fact, I believe if you oppose this provision, you're actually contributing to further denying access to people in a timely manner. Now, for the Thrifty Food Plan, for more than 40 years, updates to the Thrifty Food Plan, which determines the amount of SNAP benefits a typical family of 4 receives, were cost neutral. In 2021, President Biden unilaterally, and I would say and unlawfully and intentionally updated the Thrifty Food Plan to no longer be cost neutral, resulting in a $256 billion addition to the Farm Bill baseline over a 10-year window. You know, President Biden increased the benefit by $256 billion, all of which is retained in this bill. This bill, in its simplest form, says that any future increases beyond inflation, must be decided by Congress. The Constitution tells us we control the purse strings, so let's start doing so, whether in this instances or in the unilateral discretionary authorities acted upon related to the CCC. I encourage my friends on the Democratic side of the aisle, don't think you have, the ownership on compassion and dedication to families who are struggling in poverty and struggling for proper nutrition. You heard I would say, testimony of the members on this side of the aisle. I'm certainly among those who believe strongly in this program. I seek to do no harm on this program. You may claim that this was science-based and you can't unilaterally increase SNAP. However, the Deputy Undersecretary of FNS, supported by Secretary Vilsack, did just that. And by the way, TFAP in this proposal will be adjusted by inflation, by the cost of food. More support will be coming under this inflation for our food banks, food pantries, all run mostly by volunteers. This committee's proposal would prevent a future administration from once again circumventing Congress. It cannot be said enough, this proposal reasserts Congress as the only entity able to increase SNAP benefits beyond inflation. That's our job. That's the oath we took. Now, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same, as hampering access to families currently waiting for benefits and promoting, even applauding, executive overreach is not something this committee should entertain. And my time has expired. Looks like all time has expired. Let's see. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Austin Scott. No. Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. No. Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Veenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamick? No. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Finstad? Mr. Finstad votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Jackson of Texas? No. Mr. Jackson of Texas votes no. Mr. Molinaro? No. Mr. Molinaro votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? No. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Duarte? No. Oh. Mr. Duarte votes no. Mr. Nunn? No. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford votes no. Mr. Van Orden? No. Mr. Van Orden votes no. Ms. Chavez DeReamer? Ms. Chavez DeReamer votes no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller votes no. Mr. David Scott?
You're up. Aye.
Mr. David Scott votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa, aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Ms. Adams? Aye. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger?
Aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes?
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Brown? Aye. Ms. Brown votes aye. Ms. Davids?
Aye.
Ms. Davids votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Yes.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Ms. Caravello? Aye. Ms. Caravello votes aye. Ms. Salinas? Aye. Ms. Salinas votes aye. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez? Yes. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Takuda? Aye. Ms. Takuda votes aye. Ms. Budzinski? Ms. Budzinski votes aye. Mr. Sorensen? Aye. Mr. Sorensen votes aye. Mr. Vasquez? Aye. Mr. Vasquez votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kassar? Aye. Mr. Kassar votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Aye. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Soto? Aye. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report. No, I wish. There's one more. Yeah, well, there's one more here, but it's going to be offered and withdrawn. Okay. We're doing okay. For getting, for the start and the interruption with votes. I remember going a whole lot later. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 29.
The amendment is not approved, not agreed to. I recognize Mr. Nunn has an amendment under Title 4, amendment number 44. And the clerk will distribute the amendment. And Mr. Nunn, if you want to.
Do you mind if I go?
Mr. Nunn is recognized for Amendment 44 to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the amendment is being distributed, I will start on Amendment 44, the Hot Foods Act. 1 in 9 Iowans and 1 in 6 children are experiencing food insecurity in my state. In my district alone, more than 85,000 Iowans are experiencing food insecurity, including nearly 30,000. Now, this is not unique to my district. This is a reflection of what's happening across the United States today, in a place where we grow and produce some of the best foods in the world. During a recent stop on my 21-county tour, I met a working single mother on SNAP. And after a 12-hour shift working doubles, she shared how difficult it was for her to ensure that her kids get the food they need. The nearest grocery store is nearly an hour away by the time she gets home. And local convenience stores didn't have very many nutritious frozen food options available for her as a SNAP recipient. So when struggling working parents need to put a meal on the table for their kids, they shouldn't be punished with access to only frozen foods, unprepared foods in remote rural areas of Iowa or in urban deserts across Iowa either. But unfortunately, outdated provisions limit SNAP purchases to only cold foods designed for take-home preparation, not prepared meals, such as a rotisserie chicken, a hot sandwich, or even something as urgent as chicken and noodle hot soup. This limits working parents' ability to provide healthy meals for their families when their shopping options are few and far between. The only exception to this is an outmoded limitation. During a natural disaster, SNAP retailers can request to have a waiver to allow for the sale of hot and prepared meals for those who need it the most. And just this week, I returned from Greenfield, Iowa yesterday. In my district, it experienced a devastating, destructive, and sadly, a very deadly tornado. As community members grapple with the loss of their homes, their vehicles, and in fact, their very kitchen to be able to prepare a meal, those in need will have to wait for this waiver to be able to use their nutrition benefits for a hot and healthy meal. Children deserve better, and families deserve better. That is why I'm very proud to join with Reps. Mingus, Fitzpatrick, Gabarino, and Representative Spanberger, who spoke so eloquently on this issue earlier tonight, to champion legislation to make necessary changes to the SNAP program to allow beneficiaries to purchase hot, nutritious meals for their families. This straightforward proposal, which wouldn't increase any cost, wasn't included in the base text we're considering today, which is why I'm now offering this solution as an amendment. Mr. Chairman, I would request unanimous consent to submit 2 letters of support for this amendment to the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One from Casey's General Store and the other from the National Association of Convenience Stores. These, in many cases, are the only place where a family working a double shift can even get access to food, let alone what might qualify for SNAP. Granting working parents flexibility rather than restricting their options can make a difference in how we help families and help these kids. Hot and prepared foods helps families make healthy choices and ultimately helps those in rural America as well as in the food deserts of urban America. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense reform bill to help millions of people across the country best use SNAP in a way that helps them and saves money. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nunn, thank you for bringing this amendment. As I said earlier, Mr. Crockett from Texas and I have another bill coming up later expanding the choices for families. This includes frozen foods and canned vegetables. Look, we need to create, I think, greater access for foods. Not all the choices are going to be the healthiest. Look, I had a grocer in our office yesterday, nice guy from back in Independence, Missouri, and he used to be in our viewing area, and we had a discussion about this. And I'm like, why do grocery stores not want prepared foods? And well, it's not a cost benefit for them to have. You go in and you see a rotisserie chicken there. They cannot sell it if it's hot, but they'll sell it to you if it's cold. And some places are selling prepared pizzas, and some convenience stores are doing this now to SNAP recipients. They'll sell it to you cold. Once the transaction takes place, they go and heat it up for you. Well, that's disingenuous. I'm for your amendment. I think it's time that we bring a little common sense. And look, I love our grocers, I really do, but we are not going to have SNAP recipients eating Nutrisystem. That's not the point. I think this is a step in the right direction to give options to people, families that are in a hurry, single parents who've got to feed their children as best they can in the moment. And I'm going to vote for this. So thank you. I yield back.
I just want to thank Congressman Nunn for what I consider to be a really compelling story related to why this amendment is important, why this bill is important. And during the entirety of this conversation, I'm really grateful for what you conveyed as a desire to make the system a bit better for families, for working mothers. And so I just want to say thank you to you for putting this forward, and I intend to support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Generally yields back. Ms. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate in the base text we authorize a study as to the efficacy of expanding benefits to hot meals. However, certainly I support Mr. Nunn's amendment. I'm grateful that he's brought it forward, and I certainly would hope that we could find a way to provide greater opportunity for those on and making use of SNAP benefits. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Congresswoman Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nunn, I want to offer my support for your amendment. I want to talk about the benefits of hot turkey, because you brought up turkey a little bit ago, and I want to use it as the opportunity to maybe correct the record a little bit for my good friend and constituent National Turkey Federation Chair John Zimmerman. It was Minnesota, not Iowa, that had the most turkeys. Something like 39 million versus 12 million, and my phone blew up when you gave your numbers, so I am correcting the record, and now we can have your hot turkey. Thank you.
Generally yields back. Ms. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment for some very simple reasons. Being a latchkey kid, there was times when we did have food that we ate it cold. And it's 2024 in the United States of America right now. And what's the difference between having a hungry child being able to go home from school and pick up a rotisserie chicken or a raw chicken? What's the difference? Kid's gonna eat. That's what this is about. And we need to put aside a lot of these silly arguments that we've been having this evening, just to the tone, and really think about these kids. So right now, currently, they can do emergency block grants for hot foods now. But what I don't think a lot of people acknowledge is that there are children in the United States of America that are living in a permanent state of emergency. And their moms and dads are working as hard as they can, and this economy is bad. We can discuss the reasons for that, but it's bad, and things are getting more expensive, and things are getting harder for American citizens. And there's a couple things we can do on this committee that are good and righteous and pure. And allowing a child on a cold Wisconsin day to go into one of our quick trips and get a hot cup of soup to warm them up on their way home, that's good and it's righteous and it's pure. Amen. And I strongly support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do so also. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to associate myself with the comments of all of my colleagues. I think in this day and age, we need to be looking for ways to make life easier on working parents. You know, it is 2024, as my colleague, Mr. Van Orten, said. And if we can, make life easier for these parents that are already, working multiple jobs in this really tough economy, we need to do that. And we have the power to do that here in this committee, and this is going to help and change lives, whether it's, prepared foods coming out of a grocery store or a convenience store or a deli, that we can make their lives better. We should do that. So I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Duarte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I fully support the intent and the flexibility that this amendment would grant to families. I do want to be cautious because the Thrifty Food Plan has criterion as to how it reevaluates the benefit level of our SNAP program. And that includes the range of food choices that it includes. And I just want to make sure that we're not blowing budgets here without properly accounting for them by including this amendment and having to trim this farm bill elsewhere for lack of taking a careful look at how this would affect the finances of the Thrifty Food Plan and under the reevaluation. So I respect it. I like it. It sounds good. My heart is warmed. I don't want to do something here that is going to cause us to have problems later in the farm bill. I will yield to my friend Zach Nunn for as long as he likes.
I want to thank my colleague from California. I think you're absolutely right. And I want to say how much I appreciate not only the heartfelt element of this, but that there needs to be modernization with how that we proceed forward. I fully recognize our chairman has put together a good bill, and as opposed to putting it in front of everyone tonight, I hope that we can work collectively together to be able to address this as we move forward with this bill onto the floor. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would withdraw the amendment at this time. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there any other amendments under Title 4? Seeing none, move on to Title 5. Any amendments under Title 5? Come here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lucas has an amendment under Title 5. It is amendment number
9.
Amendment number 9. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
By unanimous consent, I ask to proceed with my explanation, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the gentleman, Mr. Lucas, is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In August of last year, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau finalized its rule implementing small business lending data collection as directed under Section 1071 of Dodd-Frank. The final CFPB rule requires covered financial institutions to collect and report 81 different data fields. This is greatly expanded from the 13 statutorily mandated data points included in Dodd-Frank. This rule creates an incredible compliance burden that will disproportionately fall on smaller lenders, driving capital away from regions of our country that need it the most. The cost of compliance is staggering. Industry experts estimate an initial compliance cost of $6.87 billion, with an additional annual cost of $1.95 billion for banks alone. The costs associated with this regulation will not only hurt small business lenders, it will also negatively affect the small businesses that rely, on these banks for their capital. This rule harms, not helps, small business across the country by harming institutions that support them. That is why I'm pleased to see that Section 5503 of the Chairman's Mark provides relief for the Farm Credit System, while also allowing for important data points to be collected by their regulator, the Farm Credit Administration. I recognize that my amendment falls outside of the committee's jurisdiction, and for that reason, I plan to withdraw this amendment after debate on it has concluded. I thank the chairman and his staff for working with me to find a way to provide relief for all entities from this burdensome rule, and I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Feenstra, Mr. Feenstra want to speak on this amendment?
Yes, please.
Please do. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you, Representative Lucas, for bringing this important issue forward. Our community banks continue to be burdened by this one-size-fits-all regulation. The CFPB's 1071 rule represents federal bureaucracy at its worst. This misguided rule would require lenders to collect and report excessive amounts of information and inundate business owners with mountains of paperwork. You know what that means? That means they have to hire more employees to get this done. From small businesses getting an operating loan to a young couple looking to buy a home, this rule affects every single person in rural America. This rule harms banks, harms small businesses, and harms families. And I look forward to working with you to make sure that this rule gets changed as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Finstead, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for offering this amendment. The CFPB's small business lending data collection rule is an egregious form of regulatory overreach that will make it more difficult for ag lenders of all shapes and sizes to provide needed financing to their customers while limiting the availability of credit in rural areas. And I want to take this time to thank the chairman for including my bipartisan legislation, the Farm Credit Administration Independent Authority Act, in the Farm Bill to prevent this rule from impacting the farm credit system, whose regulator, the Farm Credit Administration, is under the jurisdiction of the House Ag Committee. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Lucas, and each of my colleagues here to oppose this harmful rule in all its forms. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yield back. Recognize Mr. Rose for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of both the House Financial Services Committee and House Agriculture Committee, I want to ensure my fellow members of this committee that they are fully aware of the implications of the CFPB's 1071 rulemaking. As the agriculture industry continues to evolve technologically, equipment leasing services are an important tool for farmers to stay up to date on key technology without paying the high cost of buying brand new. However, the CFPB's 1071 rulemaking would force equipment leasing companies to ask their customers about their race, gender, sexuality, and not the important questions that determine, frankly, creditworthiness. Now, as someone proud to be from Middle Tennessee, I know that if you walked into an equipment leasing firm and got asked these questions, the customer would be confused and ask, what does this have to do with me leasing farm equipment? The truth is that these small businesses do not have the employees to meet the unrealistic expectations the CFPB has unduly placed on them. However, if the equipment leasing companies cannot collect this information being requested by the CFPB from farmers and other consumers, the CFPB will punish them for failing to supply accurate data. So let's get this straight. Washington puts an unworkable mandate on a small business, and when they can't meet that mandate, they are penalized. This is nonsensical and ridiculous, but frankly on par for Washington. Additionally, these firms would be required to hold on to the data for 3 years after they have submitted it to the CFPB. So they not only have to pay increased cost in digital storage, but pay for the cybersecurity to protect consumers' personal information. Today, we have heard from members on both sides of the aisle discuss the importance of farming and how this committee needs to support the industry and ensure that the backbone of America remains in good standing. Supporting this amendment does just that. Leaving 1071 in place will only serve to hurt farmers and not help them, which is opposite of the goals of the Farm Bill. The amendment offered by the former chairman of the committee would strip the CFPB's burdensome and unnecessary 1071 rulemaking, and I would urge colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
When yields back, any other members wish to speak on this withdrawn amendment?
Mr. Chairman, if there are no additional requests for time to debate, I ask for unanimous consent that my amendment, amendment number 9, be withdrawn.
Without objection. Were there any other amendments to Title V? Hearing none, Title V is now closed, and we'll move on to Title VI.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to move to have speakers speak for 3 minutes instead of 5 going forward.
Is there any objections? 2 minutes. Seeing no objections, how many minutes did you say?
There's no more amendments. No more amendments.
All right. Well, we will stay with 5 minutes and use up as much time as what you like.
Mr. Chairman.
Up to 5 minutes. Okay, so we're going to move on to Title VI. Are there amendments for Title VI?
Mr. Chair, can we just vote on this? And
let's call for
a vote.
You call for a recorded vote. All right, we will call a recorded vote. And recorded vote is to limit all forthgoing amendment debate to, Ms. Sluckin, what did you say? 3 minutes. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
Mr. Austin Scott. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Desjardins.
Yes.
Let's see. I can't see him. Okay. Mr. LaMalfa.
Yes.
Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Bacon.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird votes aye. Mr. Mann.
Yes.
Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Finstad.
Yes.
Mr. Finstad votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Jackson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mrs. De La Cruz? Yes. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Duarte? Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes yes. Mr. Alford? Aye. Mr. Alford votes aye. Mr. Van Orden?
A very enthusiastic yes.
Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Chavez de Reamer? Ms. Chavez de Reamer votes aye. Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Miller votes aye. Mr. David Scott? No. Mr. David Scott votes no. Mr. Costa? Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern? No. Mr. McGovern votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Spanberger?
Aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes?
No.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Brown? No. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Davids?
No.
Ms. Davids votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Ms. Caraveo?
Aye.
Ms. Caraveo votes aye. Ms. Salinas? Aye. Ms. Salinas votes aye. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez? Yes. Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Takuda? Aye. Ms. Takuda votes aye. Ms. Budzinski? Ms. Budzinski votes aye. Mr. Sorensen?
No.
Mr. Sorensen votes no. Mr. Vasquez? Aye. Mr. Vasquez votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kassar? Mr. Kassar votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Austin Scott? Mr. Austin Scott votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Desjardins? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Duarte? Mr. Chairman? Chairman votes aye.
Yeah. This one's pretty easy to figure out. Time is it? Not too bad.
25.
I think we'll go pretty quick.
35 minutes we beat NDA.
Really?
I only went till 10.
Wow.
You're really cut out for this work. You don't get anywhere near as irritated as most of the rest of us.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas are 41, the nays are 10.
The motion passes. Time for debate will be reduced to 3 minutes. We're going to move on to Title 6.
Mr. Chairman,
And
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Rouser has amendment number 13 at the
correct.
desk. The amendment will be distributed, and Mr. Rouser will be recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your indulgence, I'll go ahead.
Hold on a second. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Okay.
Amendment number 13, offered by Mr. Rouser.
Thank you. This amendment, Mr. Rouser's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would increase the 10% set aside for water quality testing within the Rural Decentralized Water Systems Program from 10% set aside to a 25% set aside. The underlying changes, and I greatly appreciate the work that's been done on this, the underlying changes to the Rural Decentralized Water Systems Program in the base bill, which incorporates language from the bill Ms. Pingree and I introduced, the Healthy H2O Act, to allow for the testing of well water contamination to better address its treatment.
That's the only one.
The changes to this important USDA rural development program are critical to rural communities across southeastern North Carolina, as well as, I might add, rural areas all around the country that continue to experience contamination of private water systems by unregulated contaminants such as PFAS, PFOS, and Gen X. So I appreciate the chairman's work to increase the eligibility level to those earning up to 80% of median household income for making renters eligible for water quality testing. and ensuring standards for testing and treatment fit the needs of these challenges. The first step, of course, to treating our rural communities' water systems is by ensuring they have accurate data for the quality of their drinking water. Unfortunately, a 10% set-aside does not accurately reflect the community's needs. It's important to note that although this program is authorized at $20 million, it only ever receives around $5 million in appropriations. That equates to a $500,000 appropriation for water quality testing, which is completely inadequate. With a 10% set aside, any increase in appropriation will only result in negligible increases in water quality testing funds. So while I believe this shortfall should be addressed, I understand there's some jurisdictional issues, and I am willing to withdraw this amendment with a commitment from the chairman to continue working on ways to strengthen the water quality testing provisions of the program and ensure it can be fully utilized by rural communities that continue to deal with groundwater contamination.
Well, I thank the gentleman. I thank Representative Rouser for his dedication to ensure rural communities have necessary resources to both test and treat contaminated groundwater through the Rural Decentralized Water System Program. And as the Farm Bill process moves forward, it's important Congress explore innovative approaches to meeting the ongoing need for water quality testing across rural America, and I certainly pledge my support to work with you on that. Does anyone else seek?
I thank the chairman.
Excuse me. Anyone else seek to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, we'll move on. Are there any other additional amendments under Title VI? Hearing none, Title VI is now, go ahead.
I just want
Ms. Crock is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak really quickly about something that actually is not in the title but should be, and that's the Co-op Act. We have a serious problem with food deserts in this country. I spoke about the food deserts before as a big concern of mine. Urban, rural, it doesn't matter. According to the most recent national data from the USDA, in 2017, nearly 20 million Americans live in a food desert. That means a low-income, census-tracked more than 1 mile from a grocery store in urban areas and more than 10 miles away in rural communities. If you don't have regular access to healthy food, you feel it in every aspect of your life. But I'm not telling people who have experienced or are experiencing this anything they don't already know. What I want is for the people in this room to understand the urgency of this issue. People living in food deserts are 30% more likely to suffer from obesity. They have a statistically significant greater likelihood of developing chronic illness. Altogether, Americans living in food deserts have a 14% higher all-cause hospitalization rate. This is a lot of statistics to say. The prevalence of food deserts is killing people. So if this is such a huge problem, why does it persist? It's a reversed Goldilocks situation. Large supermarkets generally don't open in food deserts since they are, by definition, predominantly low income and can't support the supermarket's business model. But smaller local grocery stores that would be fine in the area of struggle to access the capital needed to construct the facility. There are lots of approaches you could take to make more funding available to local grocery stores in food deserts, and I'm supportive of using as many tools as we can, but the approach I specifically want to talk about as laid out in the Co-op Act that I drafted focuses on the unique opportunity local food co-ops provide. Co-ops enable local communities to invest in and support each other. They have a long history in underserved communities, both rural and urban, of empowering the community to thrive despite their lack of traditional resources. Their profit is distributed among the members of the community. By their very nature, they are fundamentally community-oriented, being formed by neighbors to help one another, collectively supporting the entire community. So in my mind, they are great candidates for community facilities loans. The Community Facilities Loan and Loan Guarantee Program is meant to support essential nonprofit community facilities that serve a public purpose. While not nonprofits, co-ops keep all of their profits in the community and definitely serve a public purpose. And if anyone thinks providing food in a food desert is not an essential function, please speak up. Too often we neglect the opportunities for our co-ops and what they can provide. I know there have been issues in the past with the USDA not understanding their ownership structure and that leading to them not being considered for programs they absolutely should have been considered for. Okay, I guess that's my time. That's,
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first learned that I would become ranking member for the Rural Development Subcommittee, I knew it would be important to bring my constituents to the table for this important title of the Farm Bill. I have the pleasure of representing vital pieces of rural Colorado like Fort Lupton and Kersey. These are small communities that have critical needs but have historically not gotten their fair share of funding or help from the federal government. I was pleased to work across the aisle with several of my colleagues on provisions that have been included here and focus on areas such as supporting substance abuse and behavioral health programs, providing more opportunities for rural improvements or investments, improving the long-term viability of healthcare facilities, and strengthening rural cooperative development. That being said, this title still does not have any mandatory dollars for rural development programs, nor an increase in authorization of appropriations. We can see how inadequate this is when we compare it to the released Senate framework, which contains $700 million in mandatory money for rural priorities such as clean drinking water, PFAS containment and treatment, rural hospitals, community mental health care, or rural child care. Again, I do appreciate Chairs Thompson and Johnson for including several of our policy proposals, but we need to make sure we continue to work towards a final rural development title that reflects the needs of rural Colorado and America. And I look forward to doing just that with the majority party. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I recognize Mrs. Hayes for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I yield my time to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Crockett.
thank you so much.
Crockett is recognized.
Thank you. So continuing on with what I was saying before, there are more key advantages to using the Community Facilities Program. Year after year, it remains underutilized with billions of dollars left over. To put a finer point on it, while Americans are dying from the long-term health effects of living in food deserts, we have a program that is supposed to provide loans to essential community facilities that has billions of dollars left unspent each year. We have to act. That is why my Co-op Act would make sure grocery store co-ops in food deserts are eligible for community facilities loans and loan guarantees. This will allow local residents to access the startup capital they need to do the initial facility construction and pay it back as they serve their community. Because contrary to misconceptions I know some in this building hold, data shows that the rate of loan default for co-ops is actually lower than traditional businesses. And this makes sense. Co-ops are community-centered facilities run by and for their neighbors. When times are tough, folks pitch in and help the entire community out. This is the exact kind of locally driven work we should be supporting. I'm proud to say that it is supported by a wide range of organizations, from the National Co-op Grocers to CoBank and many others. I had hoped to offer this as an amendment today, but my Republican colleagues decided that this wasn't going to be a bipartisan farm bill. So I hope the Senate is able to take up this language, or we can, at a bare minimum, work on report language that clarifies co-op eligibility at USDA. With that, I yield. It's your time.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Seeing no other debate or amendments to Title VI, Title VI is now closed. Are there amendments for Title VII? And I believe Mr. Nunn has Amendment 34 under Title VII.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw this amendment.
Okay. So be it. Amendment number 34 has been withdrawn. We'll move on to any other amendments or colloquy under Title VII. Hearing none, Title VII is now closed. We'll move on to Title VIII. Does any members have amendments under Title VIII? Mr. Costa has. Mr. Costa has an amendment at the desk, and it's amendment number
No, Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to submit two letters of support from Fresno County and from Tulare County in support of the Save Our Sequoias Act for the record.
Without objection, they'll be added to the Farm Bill record. Mr. LaMalfa, I believe you have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 29 under Title 8.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Don't want that job.
Didn't mean to curve for that. Too many 1 minutes, right, GT?
The clerk will distribute the amendment, and Mr. LaMalfa is recognized to explain his amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, as you know, we're extremely interested in advancing better forest policy, especially in our western states, as we've suffered so much devastating wildfire. And the interaction between our forests, our trees, our foliage, and utility lines has been the cause of quite a few fires in the West, and some very devastating ones. In my own district, known as the Camp Fire, 85 people lost their lives. Most of a town of Paradise and some neighboring areas lost completely. And other large fires, one known as the Dixie Fire, 1 million acres burned in Northern California. So the tools we need include more categorical exclusions. Some of the reforms in the bill include acreage sizes for up to 10,000 acres for categorical exclusion, reducing litigation, increasing grazing as a land management tool and a fuel reduction, which is extremely important. Grazing works. Protecting the use of fire retardant. Believe it or not, that was in peril there to be able to use fire retardant from our aircraft, and encourage the Forest Service to increase the pace and scale with which they do thinning and other projects of forest treatment much faster, as the number of board feet growing each year in our forests far outstrips the number that we're harvesting. These will make a meaningful difference in combating the wildfire crisis, helping to save the habitat, water quality, wildlife, and the incredible amount of smoke that we get from them. So we have much more work we need to do. There shouldn't be hoop after hoop to jump through for an environmental assessment or impact statements from a NEPA study to conduct necessary management simply in the vicinity of electric lines in that right-of-way. Especially we know the alternative can be a catastrophic wildfire. When trees and foliage come in contact with power lines, at least two bad things happen. Power outages to the people that are waiting for that electricity, and the fire itself. Trees in the right-of-way serve as potential sources of ignition. The longer we wait to clear those trees, the more at risk you are of having a dead tree, a hazardous tree, falling into a power line, which has happened time and again. By reducing the wait times for active forest management because of permitting, because of delay and bureaucracy, we can protect our residents and the wildlife and the forest lands themselves that we all treasure. By reducing these lengthy wait times to do effective management in the buffer zone near power line right-of-ways, we are allowing for improved fire protection of homes, building, wildlife, and the forest itself. We've received technical assistance from the Forest Service on this and have implemented their feedback. So with that, I offer this amendment and ask for your aye vote.
Any other members wish to speak? His amendment, as he knows all too well, fighting wildfire, improving wildfire resiliency are urgent and critically important to the communities located in or near the National Forest System lands. I had the privilege of traveling with him and visiting Paradise, California in his district, where over 80 people lost their lives. I think his amendment will save lives in the future. We're not going to stop fires. We're hoping to reduce the frequency and the intensity, but a lot with what he's proposed in this amendment. There were people who were blocked actually from escaping and burned to death trying to get out of those communities. You know, with some of the worst wildfires in history occurring just over the last decade, the West truly is facing a wildfire and forest health crisis. Building on the last two farm bills, the 2024 Farm Bill provides a variety of new tools and authorities to encourage Forest Service to better manage our forests, confront these major challenges head on, and protect communities. This amendment is another critical tool in the toolbox for the Forest Service to help encourage more common sense management and prevent devastating wildfires like the ones that have occurred in my friend's here's district. I support this amendment and urge members to vote yes. Any other individuals wish to speak on this? If not, we will. Hold on a second. Back up. Apologize for the delay. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Okay. Moving on, recognize Mr. Johnson, amendment number 31. Mr. Johnson has an amendment at the desk. We'll ask the clerk to distribute that amendment. And while that's occurring, I ask Mr. Johnson to proceed with the 3 minutes of explaining his amendment.
Some of you know that before I came to Congress, I was the co-owner of a broadband engineering and consulting firm. We did exclusively rural broadband projects. We did in about 40 states, so many of yours. And it was pretty clear how big an issue siting could be. Now, this is not news to any of us. We talk a lot about this. Secretary Buttigieg and I have talked about in T&I how the same road project that you can get done in Italy or in France in 2 years takes us 7 years to get done in America. The same energy project you can get done in 2 years in Australia or Canada takes us 7 years to get done in this country. The problem is there's no silver bullet. Everybody always imagines that there's just one massive thing we can do to help with siting, and it's not really like that. We're going to need lots, dozens of tweaks on the margins to help us get closer to the target. That's what this amendment does. So in national forests, if you've got already existing telecommunications infrastructure, if you're going to take that telecommunications infrastructure and replace it with new stuff, we shouldn't have to do a full environmental or historical preservation review. It's already been done in those areas for the already existing infrastructure. Listen, I get it. We need to be good stewards of the environment. We need to be good stewards of our historical resources. Those reviews are particularly important the first time we go in and disturb a national forest area. The Forest Act, Mr. Chairman, is just a good faith attempt to, on the margins, try to streamline these things. I would note lots of telecommunications providers have reached out, including Centricom, who talks about how this imposes millions of dollars of additional regulatory requirements on them, dollars that could otherwise go to deploying rural broadband. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
And the gentleman yields back. Any members wish to speak on this amendment? Any members wish to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the opportunity to do that. I commend Representative Johnson for demonstrating leadership on broadband policy and permitting reform by offering this amendment. This Farm Bill takes significant steps to enhance our rural broadband programs. However, the lengthy permitting process on federal lands has prevented broadband access despite the availability of billions of dollars to improve broadband deployment. Now, I appreciate his efforts to cut bureaucratic red tape from making it harder to deploy broadband in rural America. Specifically, this amendment simplifies the permitting process for broadband infrastructure on national forest system lands, and I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there any additional comments or on this amendment? If not, Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Very good. Any additional amendments under Title 7? I think is where we were. 8.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's seeking recognition? Mr. Van Orden is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Van Orden has an amendment at the desk. The amendment number, Mr. Van Orden?
It would be number 8, sir.
Number 8, and the clerk will distribute the amendment. Oh, it wasn't even blocked. Oh, it got pulled.
Still wants.
While the clerk is distributing the amendment, Ms. Van Orden, why don't you go and proceed with?
Yes, sir. This is a very
your-
simple amendment here in the
That's right.
in this markup. We've been talking about a lot of macro things, and I want to get down to the micro level here for just a minute. In the state of Wisconsin, we have a business that is the largest harvester and fabricator of sphagnum moss long fiber, which is a key component to, and it's indispensable to the horticultural industry. Due to a simple administrative error between the federal government and the state of Wisconsin, we have the potentiality of losing the ability to have this market. And I want to make sure that this remains intact. And so I'm asking everyone's support of this very simple amendment to make sure that this key industry in the state of Wisconsin and for the United States of America can remain vital and vibrant. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on this amendment? If not, let me weigh in here. I thank the gentleman for raising this issue on behalf of constituent to support the release of reversionary interest for a parcel of state forest land, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Does any other member wish to be recognized on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments to be offered under Title 8? Not, we'll consider Title 8 is closed. Amendment under Title 8? Colloquy?
General conversation?
No, okay. Very good. Then we're going to move on to Title 8.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
No, it's not necessary. You recognize.
Okay, thank you.
For 3
you know, one of the things I want to make sure that we think about as we look to the future of forest management in this country, especially as we've seen record wildfires in the West, is the adequate staffing of forest staff all across our national forests. Now, for those of you that have national forests in your district, you know how hard it is to keep professional staff in your district before they move up to the next position, which causes an inconsistency, which causes a lack of trust in our small rural communities, and causes some of the bad decisions that sometimes we often see with things like travel management plans, with things like forest management plans. We need consistency in the Forest Service at all of our national forests. In particular, I want to talk about prescribed fire burns. Now, in New Mexico, we had the largest ever wildfire because of a failed prescribed burn from Forest Service employees that were not there long enough to understand the climate of New Mexico during a certain time that is now costing the federal government $4 billion in compensatory damages because we cannot keep Forest Service employees long enough at one specific forest unit, and it is an issue, and it's going to continue to be an issue. So when we talk about what the funding levels look like for the forestry title moving forward, these have to be career opportunities. These have to be career jobs. I get it. Everybody's trying to look for the next job when you are in these positions in the Forest Service, but for small rural communities that depend on trust and building relationships with folks, we have to make sure that as we look to the forestry title in the next Farm Bill, that we are looking at consistency and permanency so that folks that want to live in a place like Reserve, New Mexico, or that want to live in a place like Silver City, New Mexico, have a career opportunity. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see catastrophic wildfires, mismanagement of our national forests. So that's one of the things that I just want to encourage our committee to think about moving into the future, that funding for the forestry title is incredibly important to making sure that we have qualified staff that is going to manage our forests, that is going to allow us to have that trust that we need to prevent forest fires like the ones that we are seeing from prescribed burns that are actually caused by the federal government. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I thank the gentleman. Actually, with the gentleman yield, really appreciate.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I would agree with you. We need those qualified, especially the foresters that really know how to manage these forests. The Farm Bill, the Farm, Food, and National Security Bill has given the Forest Service direct hire authority for Job Corps to help address this workforce challenge. Also, good work within the bill on prescribed fires as well. And I'll yield back to you. And I think the time has expired. Is any other comments or amendments under Title 8? Seeing none, we'll consider Title 8 is now closed, and we'll move on to Title 9. And I believe we have a number of bills here, starting with Amendment number 4 from Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford has an amendment number 4, and the clerks will distribute that amendment. And Mr. Alford, while that is occurring, if you want to use your 3 minutes to describe your amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very excited to see critical improvements to the Bio-Preferred program based off my bipartisan bill with Rep. Angie Craig right down here with us. The Biomanufacturing and Jobs Act included in Title IX, the energy title of the Farm Bill. Our amendment would further add under the energy title definitions for essential bio-based product terminology and national uniform labeling standards to ensure the success and growth of the bio-based products industry. Bio-based materials are made from agricultural feedstocks like corn and soybeans and play a vital role in our economy, supporting nearly 20,000 jobs in Missouri alone and contributing more than $489 billion in annual economic value nationwide. Unfortunately, these are numerous terms used in the labeling and marketing of bio-based products that contribute to confusion among our consumers and our business customers. To prevent inaccurate marketing and to boost consumer confidence, it is very important to provide the marketplace with nationally uniform definitions for bio-based product labeling. Strengthening the U.S. bio-based products market is also about U.S. global competitiveness. Other countries like China have prioritized investments in their bioeconomy, and the United States is at risk, really, at losing its leadership role in this growing critical sector. Now, Mr. Chairman, now is the time to make strategic policy changes to put the U.S. back on track as the global ag bioeconomy leader. Establishing nationally uniform definitions for core terms used in bio-based product labeling will provide the consistency and clarity that the marketplace needs right now to make significant investments in bioproducts, production capacity, and continues to grow this vital sector. Our amendment grants USDA the authority to define these terms with public input. And in doing so, Mr. Chairman, Congress can mitigate a significant risk to the ag-based manufacturing sector and pave the way for increased economic opportunities for farmers and rural communities. Nationally uniform bioeconomy terminology is not only a low-cost policy option, but also one with the potential to yield substantial benefits for our rural communities and the broader economy.
it is essential that we take this critical step to support the growth of the bio-based products industry, bolster U.S. national security, and ensure a prosperous future for all Americans. I appreciate the efforts that were taken to address this issue in the Chairman's mark. I ask that you work with us to improve certainty around nationally uniform bioeconomy terminology as this progress moves forward. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
John.
Mr. Chairman.
John.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, Rouser here. I'd like to speak on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to lend my support to this amendment. I'm quite proud that the bio-based industry in my home state of North Carolina ranks third in the nation in terms of economic contributions, directly supporting more than 200,000 jobs and more than $22 billion to the state's economy. There are many terms commonly used to market products in the bioeconomy, but many of these terms are not well known to the general public, are used inappropriately, and generally are not well defined. This lack of clear, harmonized terminology creates confusion in the marketplace. Mr. Alford's amendment addresses that by setting national uniform standards. This effort is about more than preventing consumer confusion, though. Standardization establishes rules enabling a level playing field to be established. It's a true guarantee of quality, fostering consumer confidence in bio-based products, unlocking market opportunities in the U.S. and abroad. So this, when you boil it down, is a no-cost policy with great potential to significantly grow our domestic bio-based products industry, delivering economic opportunities to agricultural producers and rural communities alike. So I encourage adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson is recognized.
When a sector doesn't have uniform and consistent labeling, consumers are confused, the marketplace can be muddled, and it empowers bad actors. This is a good amendment. It moves us in the right direction. I yield.
Van Orden is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I speak in strong support of this amendment. All of the above for fuel means all of the above. And America's heartland has the capability of producing renewable fuels that can be used across the entire spectrum of industries. And I'm very thankful for my friend, Mr. Alford, for introducing this. And again, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Baird is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to lend my support to Mr. Alford's amendment because I think this technology is going to really blossom in the future and it's going to be supportive of our rural communities. So I just want to lend my support.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Baird yields back. Congresswoman Craig is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just add my support to my colleague's amendment and also expand my comments a little bit to support and grow our markets, many other markets for our farmers. I'm a little bit concerned that the bill we have in front of us today doesn't go far enough in supporting domestic markets for our producers through biofuels and bio-based manufacturing. I know in the days before this markup, the majority introduced a draft that attempted to speed up the sunset of the high-blend biofuel infrastructure programs passed by the last Congress to support domestic biofuels markets, something that I know many of my Republican colleagues have joined me in supporting on this committee. Additionally, the sustainable aviation fuels market offers tremendous growth opportunities for Minnesota farmers and biofuels producers and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to decarbonize the aviation sector. I will continue to encourage and also chastise the current administration for its guidance on the 40B rule. Continue to encourage them to please get 45Z right so that we can achieve our objectives and help our producers. This committee should continue to ensure biofuels are appropriately utilized in efforts to decarbonize the aviation industry. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
General yields back. Recognize Mr. Max Miller for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to support the amendment of my colleague and friend from Missouri, which would strengthen our nation's agricultural industry by creating and expanding markets for commodities through the use of bio-based products. American farmers have the opportunity to provide agricultural feedstocks to produce bio-based products and promote good-paying manufacturing jobs in our country. According to USDA's latest bioeconomy economic study, the U.S. bio-based products industry adds more than $489 billion to our economy and employs nearly 4 million people. Renewable bio-based products are made from the agricultural feedstocks like corn, soy, and other oil seeds grown by farmers in my state and across the nation. Bio-based products have a variety of functions like bioplastics, fabrics, lubricants, and drop-in chemicals for numerous consumer and industrial uses. The amendment is based on the bipartisan bicameral Biomanufacturing and Jobs Act designed to stabilize markets for family farmers. It would unleash the strongest potential for growing the U.S. bio-based products industry, offering increased economic opportunities to farmers and their rural communities. I urge support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Alford.
I so much appreciate the bipartisan support for this amendment. Mr. Chair, this is the future. It's exciting to be on the cutting edge of these capabilities from our producers, not just in Missouri, but all over America. Mr. Chair, I want to work with you to perfect the language in this so we can get it on the floor and we can get this in the Farm Bill. Until we do that, sir, I withdraw my amendment, but I look forward to a bright future for this amendment. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
I appreciate, I do have concerns creating a program to implement is that part of this? Not part of this. The committee thanks the gentleman for his interest in expanding the upon the bioproduct labeling report and the underlying bill. I look forward to working together to give this policy the attention it deserves. So, with that, is there? Let me recognize Mr. Nunn, amendment number 26, under Title 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer amendment to
just
HR.
a second. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 26, offered by Mr. Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the clerk. Ag Bio Act. Iowa, as we have talked about tonight, is the top producer of biofuels nationally, contributing more than $7.2 billion to my home state's GDP and $3.5 billion in income to Iowa households across the board. The industry supports 57,000 Iowa jobs, with nearly every other row of corn in Iowa grown, going to either food or to produce ethanol. And that's why I'm so proud to work with my friend and Democratic colleague from Illinois, Ms. Representative Nikki Baczynski. Together, we introduced the Agricultural Biorefinery Innovation and Opportunity Act, or Ag Bio, which would improve the USDA's biorefinery renewable chemical and bio-based product manufacturing assistance program to increase biofuel production and drive down energy costs for families across our country. And as a dad of 6, we maximize the use of that minivan, and this would help all of us. Currently, the USDA Biorefinery Renewable Chemical and Bio-Based Product Manufacturing Assistance Program offers loans for development, construction, and implementation of new technologies, innovations in bio-based manufacturing. However, these programs are often underutilized due to bureaucratic red tape preventing businesses from being able to access these funds. While today's legislation does make critical improvements in this Farm Bill, today I offer an amendment that would add additional support to innovation to help drive down the cost for Iowa families. This bipartisan proposal improves the USDA's Biorefinery Renewable Chemical and Bio-Based Product Manufacturing Assistance Program by creating a grant within the program for the construction and expansion of new or existing biorefineries. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to submit the following letter from our Iowa Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Negg, to be included in the record to highlight the number of industry stakeholders supporting this amendment. The biofuels industry drives Iowa's economy, but most importantly, it helps our nation's security and drives America's energy independence. And with this, Mr. Chair, I would appreciate your commitment to improving this program together.
Does the gentleman seek to withdraw his amendment at this time?
I would withdraw the amendment then.
And other members who wish to speak on the amendment? Mrs. Blazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to support my colleague, Mr. Nunn's amendment to create a grant provision for the 9003 program. Bioprocessing is an incredibly important element happening in Central and Southern Illinois initiative. Our hardworking Illinois farmers are the backbone of the economy for our entire state, and I believe we should be creating more unique and innovative opportunities for our farmers. And that starts with markets. And to create those markets, we need the infrastructure, and that's something Mr. Nunn spoke to. This grant program would help incentivize and create the creation of important infrastructure that we need in order to help our country become a leader in the bioprocessing field. From ethanol to animal feed to even textiles, bioprocessing will help bring American farmers into the future. In my district, the University of Illinois is a national leader in biomanufacturing and is the proud home to the Integrated Bioprocessing and Research Lab, where students and faculty drive world-class innovation every day. They know firsthand the importance of this sector and are continuing to work to grow and provide for our nation's farmers. I'm glad that my colleague, Mr. Nunn, has brought forward this important initiative. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Yeah, there's two more. Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Van Orden is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just about everybody on this committee at one time or another today has said that food security is national security, and that is a correct statement. I would also remind everybody that fuel security is also national security. So it's imperative that we are able as a country to not only feed our citizens, but we must fuel our economy, including our military. And having the ability to develop these technologies to a greater extent will do nothing but increase our ability to protect our nation. And I stand in strong support with my good friend, Mr. Nunn's amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this withdrawn amendment? Seeing none, thank the gentleman, and we'll move, and he has my support to be able to work with him on this issue. I'm going to recognize Mr. Johnson. He has two amendments. We'll start with, should be amendment number 32 at the desk. Yeah, the clerk will circulate the amendment and will report the title.
And if it adds to any efficiency, Mr. Chairman, I certainly wouldn't object if they also distribute 33 at the same time, if that helps them.
That's fine. But the clerk report the title of for Amendment 32.
Amendment number 32, offered by Mr. Johnson.
Very good. Mr. Johnson, if you want to proceed with your 3 minutes to describe your amendment, why it's being distributed.
Very good. So REAP is a program well known to many of you. It's a guaranteed loan and grant program that helps smaller enterprises invest in new energy projects as well as energy efficiency projects that help their business. And again, it's not for the big boys. My amendment would allow agricultural cooperatives of up to 2,500 employees to be able to access this program. Ag businesses can get really big, and we've got agricultural businesses in America that have 160,000 employees worldwide, others that have 30 or 40,000 employees. Of course, I do not seek to make them eligible for REAP. I do seek to have agricultural cooperatives, again, member-owned, eligible up to 2,500. I have been talking with Chairman and his team about this. We're going to continue the conversation. And so I don't have any intention, Mr. Chairman, of asking for a vote tonight, but would rather withdraw and continue to work with you on that.
Thank Representative Johnson for providing the opportunity for the committee to consider expanding this eligibility under REAP to agricultural cooperatives with less than 2,500 employees. And I look forward to continuing to gather information and consensus to address this issue and working with them as we move forward in the Farm Bill process. And then we will move on to Mr. Johnson's amendment number 33, which is being distributed. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 33, offered by Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you are recognized for 3 minutes to describe your amendment.
As the co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Biofuels Caucus, I'm acutely aware of the fact that biofuels get cleaner and cleaner every year. Obviously, so many of our definitions in the law are antiquated. They have a tendency to look at biofuels through one environmental lens as opposed to the modern environmental lens, which is, again, much, much cleaner than it used to be, much, much better for the environment. My amendment would just change the definition for ultra-low carbon bioethanol and zero carbon bioethanol. It would add those definitions to the Farm Bill. Again, this has been a robust conversation with your team, Mr. Chairman, and my intention is to withdraw. Of course, if there are other members who wish to speak to it, I'd be happy to hear that.
The gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Mann for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Mr. Johnson's simple amendment to define 2 new types of ethanol, ultra-low carbon bioethanol and zero carbon bioethanol. The Big First District of Kansas is home to 8 ethanol facilities and produce more than 500 million gallons a year. Outdated and overly broad fuel definitions utilizing decades-old emissions data treats all biofuels the same, regardless of the adoption of new technologies, and is harmful to the biofuel facilities in my district, throughout Kansas, and across the country. Updating 9001 to include definitions for ultra-low carbon and zero carbon bioethanol derived from ag products better informs the public and the market of the benefits that can be gained from their use. Strongly support this effort, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on this amendment? Ms. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of Mr. Johnson's amendment. We have to make sure that as these technologies advance, that they are appropriately recognized. And then we have to make sure that other parts of the government, particularly the executive branch, recognize that, and they're more readily to implement the usage of these wonderful biofuels, particularly around the year. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on this amendment? If not, let me take the liberty of just briefly, I want to thank the gentleman for raising this very important issue. Mr. Johnson has been a champion for biofuel issues throughout his time in Congress, and I look forward to continuing to work with him and the other relevant congressional committees in further defining carbon intensity, greenhouse gas emission modeling, and specific fuels. And I yield back the balance of my time. Does any other member wish to be recognized under Title where are we? Title IX. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree is recognized for, do you have an amendment to desk or just a comment?
Just a comment.
Okay, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak briefly on some of the language in Section 9012, the limitation of USDA funding for ground-mounted solar systems. I, too, am very concerned about using prime farmland for solar farms, for solar production, but I find this language overly broad, vague, and could cause a lot of confusion for farmers who are using solar power. Particularly, those are using agrivoltaics, which is dual-use solar. There's increasing research and work being done on solar capacity in farms where there are solar panels, but there are also, in our state, there's sheep grazing, there's some blueberry production, there's a variety of things going on, and that would be prohibited under this. The REAP program, as we all know, is an incredibly important program. In the last year, it's funded 711 solar projects, have an annual savings, about $15,000 for farmers in the program. And I don't want farmers to be restricted or not be able to use funding under this program. There's one solar project in my state that provides the majority of the energy to local schools in my district. Now, under this, the energy has to be used on farm, so that farmer who's leasing some land for the solar power would not be able to get that added income right now because the energy is actually going to local schools. So there's a variety of restrictions. There's bad language in here. This bill, this language would also impact the PACE and New Era programs, which are really critical to our co-ops. Almost all of us have electric co-ops in our state. They're all applying for solar energy projects right now. And I think some of them would be prohibited or would not be able to use this funding available under this language. So I hope that as we work to modify this bill and try to come to some agreements, this language can be changed, and I look forward to working with the chair and the other members on better language in this area. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I do want to share that there is shared agriculture and energy production are eligible under this bill, under the Farm, Food, and National Security Bill. Now, please recognize for 3 minutes, Dr. Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As ranking member of the Rural Development Committee, which oversees rural energy and the farm title, I too would like to express my concerns on the solar provisions under this title. This language would prohibit USDA financial assistance from being used for solar projects on farmland, as is described in the bill: prime farmland, unique farmland, and farmland. That's a lot of land. With a few exceptions for small projects, energy used on farm, or a signed letter from the counties where a project will be built. I understand that this is a highly discussed issue that deserves the committee's attention, but I am concerned about the unintended consequences of this language. By restricting USDA financial assistance, investor-owned utilities and private developers will simply develop these projects without USDA funds on private farmland. Those who do use the USDA funds to build solar are our farmers and ranchers and our rural electric cooperatives, the very folks that we should be supporting in a farm bill. Ultimately, this provision to me seems to take away choice for farmers who may desire using solar as a key income stream to be able to keep farming, and choice for almost 60% of rural cooperatives that are rural utility service borrowers and would no longer be able to use that funding for a logical energy source. I also worry about the precedent this may set for taking away more choices from farmers regarding their private land. If no solar, why not prevent leasing for cattle grazing or selling water rights? I hope that we can continue to work on this language as the bill moves forward and really understand the consequences of this provision before including it in the final bill.
Comments or amendments under Title IX? Ms. Crockett, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. There's actually an amendment that Congressman Miller had filed, and I actually wanted to speak about that. But to say the least, I joined Congressman Miller and several others on this committee in introducing this bill. I was disheartened to see that not a single provision of H.R. 5235 was included. My district is the home to multiple airlines, airports, and aviation manufacturers, from Southwest to JSX to Airbus and Safran. When I'm back home, I hear all the time about the large and fast-growing industry demand for billions and billions of dollars worth of sustainable aviation fuel. Sitting on this committee, we hear all the time about the high cost of inputs and challenging market pressures facing our farmers. That is why I was proud to author H.R. 5235, the Farm Fuselage Act that Congressman Miller and I introduced last August. There is so much money already being poured into sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, procurement, and more money projected to be invested in the years to come. If handled properly, this represents a massive opportunity for American farmers to capture a significant share of this global investment as the aviation industry transitions to SAF. But if we let things keep going as they are now, farmers will lose out in favor of recycled plastics and recaptured cooking oil, which is what is often used today. U.S.-grown bio-based feedstocks can and should be used as the source of SAF, but right now there are barriers across the industry to making this a reality. This is why the Farm to Fuselage Act updates several sections of the 2018 Farm Bill to promote farmers' ability to get paid to produce feedstock for SAF. Most critically, the bill addressed an issue faced by producers of many oilseeds that are ready and eager to grow SAF bio-based feedstocks when their fields would normally be fallow, but can't because of crop insurance, first, and second, plant rules. After working exclusively with USDA, the bill establishes a biofuel crop exception through the intermediate crop language floating around in substantially similar and fine by me, as long as it can pass muster with USDA. This exception allows us to significantly increase the amount of SAF feedstock supplied by American farmers. There are several crops whose oil byproducts make for great SAF feedstock but don't generate enough revenue to replace a main crop a farmer is planting. And with that, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other comments that any members might have? Let me just follow up on a couple of those issues, starting with the SAF, which is a really exciting opportunity. Unfortunately, there's a jurisdictional issue in terms of defining fuels, and energy and commerce has kind of weighed in pretty heavily in terms of in that space. And in terms of solar, I just want to clarify, no projects are prohibited. It does require local approval for large projects is required, but there is a pathway to do that. And for small projects, they're exempt, as are projects for on-farm use. Anything else under Title
Mr.
9?
Chair, can I just inquire really quickly? You said that there was a jurisdictional issue?
Yeah, in terms of energy and commerce, in terms of defining fuels, they feel very strongly that is in their jurisdiction. Not that in terms of feedstock, we certainly can support providing the feedstock, but the fuel itself and defining the use of the fuel is, I wish we had jurisdiction, but we don't have complete jurisdiction there. Moving on, hearing, is there any further debate or amendments to Title 9? Hearing none, Title 9 is now closed, and we're going to move on to Title 10. And do any members have?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Rouser has an amendment to desk. And
number 18.
Number 18. The clerk will circulate the amendment, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 18, offered by Mr. Rouser.
While the amendment is being circulated, I'm going to yield to recognize Mr. Rouser for 3 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds common sense language to eliminate the duplicative regulatory process for the use of pesticides, saving taxpayer money and reducing regulatory burdens on pesticide users, all while maintaining the same level of environmental protection. For background, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, or FIFRA as we know it, regulates the application and registration of pesticides. Before registering a pesticide under FIFRA, the EPA assesses a wide variety of potential human, health, and environmental effects associated with use of the product. If any potential risk is identified, the EPA evaluates and approves language on each pesticide label to ensure the directions for use and safety measures are appropriate. However, following some short-sighted court cases in 2009 and 2021, some pesticide applicators are now required to obtain and maintain further permits under federal regulations to use pesticides, even on those that have an EPA-approved label that already accounts for potential risk. Following the 2009 decision, then and now Secretary Vilsack stated that this decision, quote, will not help protect the environment, end quote. This committee, therefore, has included similar language in the 2014 and 2018 Farm Bills. Further, the House of Representatives also passed legislation on the House floor in 2017, removing these duplicative permitting requirements, garnering support from Ranking Member Scott and fellow committee members Costa and Bishop. This amendment returns pesticide regulation back to the status quo, which was effective for decades in protecting the environment before these wrong-headed court decisions. This amendment is supported by the Pesticide Policy Coalition as outlined in their Farm Bill priorities, and I ask unanimous consent to submit that letter for the record. This policy was also supported by more than 25 trade organizations when the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee passed similar legislation this past January. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. It's very appropriate and necessary to do so. I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm strongly opposed to this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. Mr. Rouser's amendment is yet another attempt to deregulate pesticide policy and strip state and local governments of their authority to have a say in chemical safety. It also looks, although it's hard to tell because the language in the amendment is so vague, that this is an attempt to undermine the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act. It looks like a brazen attempt to put corporate profit above the health of our farmers, the integrity of our ecosystems, and the safety of our drinking water. And I thought the provisions in the base text of the bill were already a big enough giveaway to pesticide manufacturers who desperately are looking for a liability shield for the products that they know are hurting people. But this amendment takes things up a notch, lowering the federal permitting floor. That is just not where we should be going on pesticide policy. We are way behind peer countries when it comes to making sure our decisions are based on sound science that helps farmers to know that the products they rely on won't have unintended consequences. Let's be real about what we're talking about here. Farmers and farm workers get hurt by pesticides when they are not properly vetted. Talk to the United Farm Workers about their members' experiences. It's haunting, and it's a failure on our part to protect the people. It is a failure on our part to not protect the people who feed us. For anyone to say there should be less scrutiny and less information available to farmers and farm workers, well, that's mind-boggling to me. I urge you all to reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Dr. Baird for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to lend my support to this amendment. It helps prevent EPA's and the Environmental Protection Agency's overreach and the patchwork that ends up from their implementation of these rules. And that's concerning to our farmers and ranchers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Johnson's recognized for 3 minutes.
I would just note, I mean, the gentleman from Massachusetts suggested that we would have less science basis in these decisions, and I would just remind the chamber that nothing in this amendment would change the underlying demands of FIFRA, that the decisions of EPA are based on foundational science-based decisions. This doesn't change that. That will always be the law of the land.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If not, let me share some thoughts on this amendment. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for offering this amendment. Any pesticide registered by the EPA has undergone through human health and environmental risk assessments, and the EPA-approved label dictating the use of these tools already incorporates measures to mitigate any potential risk to human health or the environment. As such, requiring any duplicative permitting process to use pesticides is simply bureaucratic red tape and wastes taxpayer dollars and, quite frankly, drives up the cost of food. American agriculture has been subject to burdensome regulations like these for way too long, and it's time for Congress to step in and provide relief for our farmers and ranchers. I support this common sense amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments to be offered under Title 10? We're getting to the home stretch. Any other under Title 10? If hearing none, Title 10 is now closed. Are there amendments to Title 11?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Who seeks recognition? Oh, Ms. Sorensen. Ms. Sorensen has amendment at desk number 55. The clerk will distribute the amendment and report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 55 offered by Mr. Sorensen.
As the amendment is distributed to members, Ms. Sorensen, you are recognized for 3 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In every conversation that I have with farmers in my district, I hear one thing over and over and over again, the need for stronger and more expanded crop insurance. Strengthening crop insurance isn't just about providing a safety net for family farmers. It's about keeping our agricultural economy strong and our grocery stores stocked. In Congress, I'm working and I'm focused on lowering the cost of food for my neighbors. It means recognizing the critical importance that crop insurance plays in keeping the prices down at the grocery store. For far too long, commodities that have been fortunate enough to have productive seasons have been overpaying for crop insurance. So farmers in my state of Illinois, corn farmers and especially soybean farmers, they've been paying so much more for crop insurance to subsidize the rest of the commodities like cotton, peanuts, and rice. Farmers in the Midwest should not be paying to grow southern crops. That's not fair for the farmers that I represent. In fact, in the land of Lincoln, that adds up to $142 million taken from our farm families every year. The Risk Management Agency knows there's a problem, but has taken no steps to remedy it. So during a time when farmers are being squeezed by decreasing crop prices and increasing input costs, the overpayment really matters. My amendment directs the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation to study loss ratios and then make the necessary adjustments to premiums so Midwestern farmers are no longer overpaying. I hope my colleagues believe in leveling the playing field for all American farmers. While I offer this amendment in good faith and believe in making sure farmers are equally opting into the safety net, I believe that this should be a separate amendment outside of this year's Farm Bill. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I'll be withdrawing it, and I yield back.
The gentleman is withdrawing his amendment. Any other members seek to speak on the amendment? Congresswoman Bazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to voice my support for this amendment. Apart from recognizing the overarching significance of crop insurance as an indispensable tool for our growers in Illinois, there's a growing sentiment among our farmers that their low loss ratios are not being appropriately valued. Since 2020, Illinois soybean farmers registered a loss ratio of 0.2, while corn farmers recorded a 0.19. Nationally, these figures stand significantly higher, with soybean farmers at 0.56 and corn farmers at 0.65 over the same period. Illinois farmers feel that they are disproportionately contributing to the crop insurance program, particularly when compared to regions experiencing high loss ratios. Over the same time frame, some states have reported soybean loss ratios as high as 1.80 and corn loss ratios at 1.17 and beyond. The Risk Management Agency has previously undertaken third-party independent studies on premium rates and the rating process of commodities. These studies have revealed disparities in loss ratios across commodities and states, prompting adjustments in premium support. In order to ensure that loss ratios are not being skewed in any one direction or another based on regional differences, this study is extremely important to ensure equity for our safety net programs. Thank you very much, Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady here yields back. Mr. Mann's recognized for 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the gentleman for introducing this and for withdrawing it. You know, we've got to continue to look at and reform crop insurance. And when I think about the Farm Bill and the safety net today and all the listening sessions we did in Kansas and Texas and all over the country, repeatedly I think what anyone that was listening to this, for our producers said, is crop insurance is incredibly important. And, you know, I would argue that crop insurance is the most successful public-private partnership in the history of America. And it's also the most cost-effective way to deliver a robust, constant food supply. It's the best thing that man has ever devised to stabilize agriculture markets. We got to, though, make sure that we're continuing to improve it. We got to make sure that we're looking at all aspects of it. We got to make sure that it works for all commodities, and I appreciate you. And I think this committee, it's incumbent on us to look at any and all ideas on how to strengthen, buttress, understand, and keep improving this tremendous product, which is crop insurance. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Very good. Anyone else? Mr. Costa, recognized for 3 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the chair and the efforts of the committee at most of the field hearings. The issue of crop insurance continued to come up and up on a regional basis. The fact that you were able to include looking at new policies as it relates to insurance due to trade losses, I think is an important addition. Plus, in addition to that, the robust efforts to provide inflationary adjustments also is very important. Specialty crops throughout the country and certainly in California really appreciate the improvements that have been made, and I hope that we'll be open as we look to a conference committee later on to maintaining what's in here and maybe looking at some additional improvements that can be made. And I also will say, because I missed out previously, but those specialty crops also improve the previous, appreciate the previous amendment on the pesticide conformity registration, which is also very important as well. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson is recognized for 3 minutes. No? Okay. Mr. That's true, but Mr. Just kidding, Dusty. Mr. Van Orden is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that everybody understands how incredibly important crop insurance is. The average farmer is going to borrow more money in a single growing season than most Americans will borrow in their entire life. And we're all in support of small and medium-sized farms, in addition to our larger farms. We need all three. We need the strategic, operational, and tactical level farms. So when we bemoan rightly the closing of these small and medium farms, one of the things that we can do to help prevent that is to make sure that our small and medium farmers have access to affordable crop insurance. So I'm very proud that this farm bill is addressing that directly head-on, making sure that our smaller family farms have the ability, in the case of something that happens that is out of their control, like the vicious tornadoes that just took place in Mr. Nunn's district, that they have the ability to get that farm going again. And the one way to do it, to keep things viable, is having affordable crop insurance. And with that, I yield back.
Someone yields back. Do any other members seek to speak on this withdrawn amendment? Are there any other amendments or things that people want to talk about? What's that? He hasn't officially withdrawn his amendment. Mr. Swords. No, he did. He already did in this. Well, I'll just check to correct. Mr. Sorensen, you said you withdrew. Yeah. Very good. Well, is there any further debate or amendments to Title 11? Hearing none. Title 11 is now closed. Are there any amendments to Title 12? I know Mr. Bacon has an amendment. The number.
Chairman.
Mr. Chair, in lieu of an amendment, I'd like to engage a colleague.
Okay.
I know you do. You couldn't get it to us on time.
Get my mic turned on. Has worked to reduce the effects of drought on people, the environment, and the economy. The U.S. Drought Monitor Map is a primary product produced by this team of researchers. Released each week, the map shows the location and intensity of drought across the nation and is the country's most widely used gauge of drought conditions. In fact, USDA relies on it as the official mechanism to trigger a variety of risk management and disaster relief programs, including disaster declarations, release of conservation reserve program acres for haying and grazing, and to determine eligibility for the livestock forage disaster program. Despite USDA's heavy reliance on this product, the National Drought Mitigation Center has depended on an ad hoc funding approach, relying mainly on uncertain annual appropriations. The federal government must commit authorized, dedicated funding to ensure this team can continue to provide critical tools for effective administration of federal drought assistance programs and to better support USDA in anticipating and reducing the effects of extreme weather on U.S. agriculture producers. Chairman Thompson, moving forward, I'd like to work with you to ensure the University of Nebraska-Lincoln can continue to enhance and improve the accuracy of the United States Drought Monitor that is used for implementation of USDA nationwide for disaster assistance and drought-related programs. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and certainly look forward. And we know that, there's no industry that's more impacted by weather, and certainly it seems like the further west we go, drought is a tremendously impacting issue. It hurts the economy, hurts access to nutrition, just all across the board. So you have my commitment to continue to work with you. Having had the privilege of visiting the university during one of those listening sessions, I look forward to continuing our work together.
The university is very proud of this program, and it provides a service nationwide.
Yeah. Ms. Sorensen, do you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to commend my friend from Nebraska for bringing this up. As a meteorologist for 20 years, I don't think I've ever been able to give the University of Nebraska-Lincoln a thank you for putting out the drought monitor that we have relied on every Thursday. So they worked all week to produce the drought monitor for today that helps us make good decisions, and I'd like to work with you on this issue. I know it's getting late, but come on.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Speak on that amendment. I think that Mr. Van Orden has an amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 7.
Amendment number 7 is at the desk. The clerk will circulate the amendment and report the title.
Amendment number 7 offered by Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, sir. If it's all right, I'll just get started while they're circulating it.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to describe his amendment.
I have a letter I would like to introduce to the record. It is signed by over 200 dairy business leaders from 31 states, and it's in support of my amendment, the Dairy Business Innovation Act. It was first enacted in 2018, and I have submitted an amendment to increase the funding from $20 million to $36 million. This program has proven to pay for itself over and over and over again. With our international marketplace volatility, severe labor shortage, rising operation costs, and supply chain disruptions, the challenges that our dairy industry are facing are unprecedented. The long-term stability of the $753 billion U.S. dairy industry must be assured. I want to point out some numbers from my home state of Wisconsin, which again is, I remind you, is America's dairy land. In January 2023, the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection reported that there was 5,661 licensed dairy herds left in the state, and that's 455 less than there was the previous year. For our Wisconsin farms and the dairy industry to survive and thrive, innovation is a requirement. Regardless of the size of the operation, farm and plant modernization, new product development, and revenue stream diversification and outreach into emerging global markets is essential. The barrier to these essential innovations is capital, an issue directly addressed by the Dairy Business Initiative. Now, I understand that there has been a snafu, or there was a snafu in the appropriations process when the monies were originally allocated, or appropriated rather, for the Dairy Business Initiative. And I also understand that this makes this amendment untenable at this point. And if it's not withdrawn, the potential for DBI to not come to fruition at a higher funding level is a real possibility. And I am unwilling to risk this vital program, and with the chair's assurance to work with our team during the conference process to get these funding levels increased, because the Senate does have a different set of rules. With the chairman's assurance that he will work with our team to try to get this over the finish line to help secure our dairies, I would be willing to withdraw this amendment.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for his strong support in being a champion for the dairy industry, including the Dairy Business Innovation Initiatives that were created in the 2018 Farm Bill. As representative of Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, I too am a strong supporter of the dairy industry, and I appreciate the role that the dairy business innovation initiatives have played in boosting the dairy industry since their inception. Unfortunately, as you noted, increased authorizations are exceedingly difficult due to House protocols related to discretionary authorizations. However, you have my commitment to work with you and my Senate counterparts in conference on improving this program, the Dairy Business Innovative Initiatives.
With the chairman's assurance, who I respect tremendously, I will respectfully withdraw this amendment so that we can help get this over the finish line during the conference process.
I recognize Mr. Langworthy for 3 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to reiterate the importance of the dairy industry to my district in New York's 23rd district, what these programs would certainly help our struggling farmers at this point to increase their business in the bottom line, and would mean a great deal. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else, any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, Mr. Rouser seeks recognition. For what purpose?
Yes, sir. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Rouser has an amendment at the desk. What?
Number 17.
Number 17. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 17, offered by Mr. Rouser.
That's the clerk gets started here with distributing this amendment.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to explain the amendment and then withdraw if that helps to expedite things here a little bit.
Okay, the gentleman is, clerk is circulating. The title's been reported. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you like country ham, this amendment is for you. This amendment sheds some light on an issue encountered by regional country ham producers due to the ambiguous guidance FSIS has issued regarding the use of wooden racks in the country ham curing process. For more than 150 years, country ham has been a popular product produced in North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and Kentucky. The use of wooden racks is essential to the tradition and curing process of these hams. Undue precaution of the practice and the service's preference for stainless steel has caused some inspectors, who are either new or unfamiliar, to interpret the current statute differently during routine safety inspections at facilities that use these wooden racks. It's my understanding this is due in part to the service's lack of clarity regarding the statute defining material and construction to facilitate thorough cleaning as the way it's written in the current regulations. All official establishments maintain sanitation standard operating procedures as required under law, including sanitation, inspection, and repair of racks as frequently as necessary to prevent the creation of insanitary conditions or the adulteration of the product. Yet they continue to encounter inspectors that raise concerns with this tried and true process. FSIS should work with those who have the expertise in the country ham curing industry to better examine the safety of wooden racks and update the inspection guidance to better explain the safety and standards used. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I'm the only member of the committee with concerns regarding implementation of the FSIS statute, and I understand the difficulty with this amendment at this time, but would love to work with you as we work on the remainder of the Farm Bill process here to get additional oversight over FSIS on this issue, and perhaps maybe some report language at the end of the day. So with that, I withdraw the agreement, or I withdraw the amendment, and look forward to your comments.
Any other members wish to speak on Mr. Rouser's amendment number 17?
Bacon likes ham.
Oh, Dr. Baird? Dr. Baird is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've had a lot of discussion here about agriculture and so on. You know, as a 3-time graduate of land-grant university and former extension agent, I just want to express my strong support for the idea about research in our ag bill. It's so important. Many of us have mentioned it, and so I'm particularly proud of the investments this bill makes in research, extension, and education activities, and the amount of the single largest investment in research in modern farm bill history. And as you know, every $4 that we put into research, it yields $20 in terms of return. And we also need to be keeping ahead of our adversaries like China. And so research to me is a major investment and way to stay ahead of that. And right along with that, this farm bill commits $2.5 billion to research facilities, and that can be transformational in our land-grant and non-land grant College of Agriculture and to help clear the backlog of deferred maintenance on agricultural research facilities that have ballooned to about $11.5 billion in recent years. So I think we have, in some ways, neglected some of our research facilities. And if you want to hire the top end of the professionals to work and do the research, then it's really important to have upgraded and relatively new facilities. So having the state-of-the-art facilities will not only help improve the quality of research conducted in these universities, but they will also help attract the best and the brightest researchers and students who will train to become the next generation of researchers. Additionally, this bill provides significant increases in funding